Section 26 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 26. Miss Harriet. There were 7 of us on a drag, 4 women and 3 men. One of the latter sat on the box seat beside the coachman. We were ascending, at a snail's pace, the winding road up the steep cliff along the coast. Setting out from Etretat at break of day in order to visit the ruins of Tancarville, we were still half asleep, benumbed by the fresh air of the morning. The women especially, who were little accustomed to these early excursions, half opened and closed their eyes every moment, nodding their heads or yawning, quite insensible to the beauties of the dawn. It was autumn. On both sides of the road stretched the bare fields, yellowed by the stubble of wheat and oats which covered the soil like a beard that had been badly shaved. The moist earth seemed to steam. Larks were singing high up in the air, while other birds piped in the bushes. The sun rose at length in front of us, bright red on the plain of the horizon, and in proportion as it ascended, growing clearer from minute to minute, the country seemed to awake, to smile, to shake itself like a young girl leaving her bed in her white robe of vapor. The Comte de Trailles, who was seated on the box, cried, "Look, look, a hare!" and he extended his arm toward the left, pointing to a patch of clover. The animal scurried along, almost hidden by the clover, only its large ears showing. Then it swerved across a furrow, stopped, started off again at full speed, changed its course, stopped anew, uneasy, spying out every danger, uncertain what route to take, when suddenly it began to run with great bounds, disappearing finally in a large patch of beetroot. All the men had waked up to watch the course of the animal. René Lamenoir exclaimed, "We are not at all gallant this morning," and, regarding his neighbor, the little Baroness de Suresnes, who struggled against sleep, he said to her in a low tone, "You are thinking of your husband, Baroness. Reassure yourself. He will not return before Saturday, so you have still 4 days." She answered with a sleepy smile, "How stupid you are." Then, shaking off her torpor, she added, "Now let somebody say something to make us laugh. You, Monsieur Chanel, who have the reputation of having and had more love affairs than the Duc de Richelieu, tell us a love story in which you have played a part, anything you like." Léon Chanel, an old painter who had once been very handsome, very strong, very proud of his physique, and very popular with women, took his long white beard in his hand and smiled. Then, after a few moments' reflection, he suddenly became serious. "Ladies, it will not be an amusing tale, for I am going to relate to you the saddest love affair of my life, and I sincerely hope that none of my friends may ever pass through a similar experience. I was 25 years of age and was pillaging along the coast of Normandy. I call pillaging wandering about with a knapsack on one's back, from inn to inn, under the pretext of making studies and sketching landscapes. I knew nothing more enjoyable than that happy-go-lucky wandering life, in which one is perfectly free, without shackles of any kind, without care, without preoccupation, without thinking even of the morrow. One goes in any direction one pleases, without any guide save his fancy, without any counselor save his eyes. One stops because a running brook attracts one, because the smell of potatoes frying tickles one's olfactories on passing an inn. Sometimes it is the perfume of clematis which decides one in his choice, or the roguish glance of the servant at an inn. Do not despise me for my affection for these rustics. These girls have a soul as well as senses, not to mention firm cheeks and fresh lips, while their hearty and willing kisses have the flavor of wild fruit. Love is always love, come whence it may. A heart that beats at your approach, an eye that weeps when you go away, are things so rare, so sweet, so precious that they must never be despised. I have had rendezvous in ditches full of primroses, behind the cow stable, and in barns among the straw, still warm from the heat of the day. I have recollections of coarse grey cloth covering supple peasant skin, and regrets for simple frank kisses, more delicate in their unaffected sincerity than the subtle favours of charming and distinguished women. But what one loves most amid all these varied adventures is the country, the woods, the rising of the sun, the twilight, the moonlight. These are, for the painter, honeymoon trips with nature. One is alone with her in that long and quiet association. You go to sleep in the fields, amid marguerites and poppies, and when you open your eyes in the full glare of the sunlight, you descry in the distance the little village with its pointed clock tower which sounds the hour of noon. You sit down by the side of a spring, which gushes out at the foot of an oak, amid a growth of tall, slender weeds, glistening with life. You go down on your knees, bend forward, and drink that cold, pellucid water which wets your mustache and nose. You drink it with a physical pleasure, as though you kissed the spring lip to lip. Sometimes when you find a deep hole along the course of these tiny brooks, you plunge in quite naked, and you feel on your skin, from head to foot, as it were, an icy and delicious caress, the light and gentle quivering of the stream. You are gay on the hills, melancholy on the edge of ponds, inspired when the sun is setting in an ocean of blood-red clouds, and casts red reflections over the river. and at night under the moon, which passes across the vault of heaven, you think of 1,000 strange things which would never have occurred to your mind under the brilliant light of day. So, in wandering through the same country where we are, this year, I came to the little village of Bénouville, on the cliff between Yport and Étretat. I came from Fécamp on the coast, a high coast as straight as a wall, with its projecting chalk cliffs descending perpendicularly into the sea. I had walked since early morning on the short grass, smooth and yielding as a carpet that grows on the edge of the cliff. And singing lustily, I walked with long strides, looking sometimes at the slow circling flight of a gull, with its white curved wings outlined on the blue sky, sometimes at the brown sails of a fishing bark on the green sea. In short, I had passed a happy day, a day of liberty and of freedom from care. A little farmhouse where travelers were lodged was pointed out to me, a kind of inn kept by a peasant woman, which stood in the center of a Norman courtyard surrounded by a double row of beeches. Leaving the coast, I reached the hamlet, which was hemmed in by great trees, and I presented myself at the house of Mother Le Cacheur. She was an old, wrinkled, and stern peasant woman, who seemed always to receive customers under protest with a kind of defiance. It was the month of May. The spreading apple trees covered the court with a shower of blossoms which rained unceasingly both upon people and upon the grass. I said, "Well, Madame Le Cacheur, have you a room for me?" Astonished to find that I knew her name, she answered, "That depends. Everything is let, but all the same I can find out." In 5 minutes we had come to an agreement, and I deposited my bag upon the earthen floor of a rustic room, furnished with a bed, 2 chairs, a table, and a washbowl. The room looked into the large smoky kitchen where the lodgers took their meals with the people of the farm and the landlady, who was a widow. I washed my hands, after which I went out. The old woman was making a chicken fricassee for dinner in the large fireplace in which hung the iron pot black with smoke. "You have travelers, then, at the present time," said I to her. She answered in an offended tone of voice, "I have a lady, an English lady, who has reached years of maturity. She occupies the other room." I obtained by means of an extra 5 sous a day the privilege of dining alone out in the yard when the weather was fine. My place was set outside the door, and I was beginning to gnaw the lean limbs of the Normandy chicken, to drink the clear cider, and to munch the hunk of white bread, which was 4 days old, but excellent. Suddenly the wooden gate which gave on the highway was opened, and a strange lady directed her steps toward the house. She was very thin, very tall, so tightly enveloped in a red Scotch plaid shawl that one might have supposed she had no arms, if one had not seen a long hand appear just above the hips, holding a white tourist umbrella. Her face was like that of a mummy, surrounded with curls of grey hair, which tossed about at every step she took, and made me think, I know not why, of a pickled herring in curl papers. Lowering her eyes, she passed quickly in front of me and entered the house. That singular apparition cheered me. She undoubtedly was my neighbor, the English lady of mature age of whom our hostess had spoken. I did not see her again that day. The next day, when I had settled myself to commence painting at the end of that beautiful valley which you know, and which extends as far as Étretat, I perceived, on lifting my eyes suddenly, something singular standing on the crest of the cliff. One might have said a pole decked out with flags. It was she. On seeing me, she suddenly disappeared. I re-entered the house at midday for lunch and took my seat at the general table, so as to make the acquaintance of this odd character. But she did not respond to my polite advances, was insensible even to my little attentions. I poured out water for her persistently. I passed her the dishes with great eagerness. A slight, almost imperceptible movement of the head, and an English word, murmured so low that I did not understand it, were her only acknowledgments. I ceased occupying myself with her, although she had disturbed my thoughts. At the end of 3 days I knew as much about her as did Madame Le Cacheur herself. She was called Miss Harriet. Seeking out a secluded village in which to pass the summer, she had been attracted to Bénouville some 6 months before, and did not seem disposed to leave it. She never spoke at table, ate rapidly, reading all the while a small book of the Protestant propaganda. She gave a copy of it to everybody. The curé himself had received no less than 4 copies, conveyed by an urchin to whom she had paid 2 sous commission. She said sometimes to our hostess, abruptly, without preparing her in the least for the declaration, "I love the Saviour more than all. I admire him in all creation. I adore him in all nature. I carry him always in my heart." And she would immediately present the old woman with one of her tracts which were destined to convert the universe. In the village she was not liked. In fact, the schoolmaster, having pronounced her an atheist, a kind of stigma attached to her. The curé, who had been consulted by Madame Le Cacheur, responded, "She is a heretic, but God does not wish the death of the sinner, and I believe her to be a person of pure morals." These words, atheist, heretic, words which no one can precisely define, threw doubts into some minds. It was asserted, however, that this English woman was rich, and that she had passed her life in traveling through every country in the world because her family had cast her off. Why had her family cast her off? Because of her impiety, of course. She was in fact one of those people of exalted principles, one of those opinionated Puritans of which England produces so many, one of those good and insupportable old maids who haunt the tables d'hote of every hotel in Europe, who spoil Italy, poison Switzerland, render the charming cities of the Mediterranean uninhabitable, carry everywhere their fantastic manias, their manners of petrified vestals, their indescribable toilets, and a certain odor of Indian rubber, which makes one believe that at night they are slipped into a rubber casing. Whenever I caught sight of one of these individuals in a hotel, I fled like birds who see a scarecrow in a field. This woman, however, appeared so very singular that she did not displease me. Madame le Cacheur, hostile by instinct to everything that was not rustic, felt in her narrow soul a kind of hatred for the ecstatic declarations of the old maid. She had found a phrase by which to describe her, a term of contempt that rose to her lips, called forth by I know not what confused and mysterious mental ratiocination. She said, "That woman is a demoniac." This epithet, applied to that austere and sentimental creature, seemed to me irresistibly droll. I myself never called her anything now but the demoniac, experiencing a singular pleasure in pronouncing aloud this word on perceiving her. One day I asked Mother le Cacheur, "Well, what is our demoniac about today?" To which my rustic friend replied with a shocked air, "What do you think, sir? She picked up a toad which had had its paw crushed, and carried it to her room, and has put it in her wash-basin, and bandaged it as if it were a man. If that is not profanation, I should like to know what is." On another occasion, when walking along the shore, she bought a large fish which had just been caught, simply to throw it back in the sea again. The sailor from whom she had bought it, although she paid him handsomely, now began to swear, more exasperated indeed than if she had put her hand into his pocket and taken his money. For more than a month he could not speak of the circumstance without becoming furious and denouncing it as an outrage. Oh yes, she was indeed a demoniac, this Miss Harriet, and Mother le Cacheur must have had an inspiration in thus christening her. The stable boy, who was called Sapeur because he had served in Africa in his youth, entertained other options. He said with a roguish air, "She is an old hag who has seen life." If the poor woman had but known! The little kind-hearted Celeste did not wait upon her willingly, but I was never able to understand why. Probably her only reason was that she was a stranger of another race, of a different tongue and of another religion. She was in fact a demoniac. She passed her time wandering about the country, adoring and seeking God and nature. I found her one evening on her knees in a cluster of bushes. Having discovered something red through the leaves, I brushed aside the branches, and Miss Harriet at once rose to her feet, confused at having been found thus, fixing on me terrified eyes like those of an owl surprised in open day. Sometimes when I was working among the rocks, I would suddenly descry her on the edge of the cliff like a lighthouse signal. She would be gazing in rapture at the vast sea glittering in the sunlight, and the boundless sky with its golden tints. Sometimes I would distinguish her at the end of the valley, walking quickly with her elastic English step, and I would go toward her, attracted by I know not what, simply to see her illuminated visage, her dried-up ineffable features, which seemed to glow with inward and profound happiness. I would often encounter her also in the corner of a field, sitting on the grass under the shadow of an apple tree, with her little religious booklet lying open on her knee while she gazed out at the distance. I could not tear myself away from that quiet country neighborhood, to which I was attached by 1,000 links of love for its wide and peaceful landscape. I was happy in this sequestered farm, far removed from everything, but in touch with the earth, the good, beautiful, green earth. And, must I avow it, there was, besides, a little curiosity which retained me at the residence of Mother le Cacheur. I wished to become acquainted a little with this strange Miss Harriet, and to know what transpires in the solitary souls of those wandering old English women. We became acquainted in a rather singular manner. I had just finished a study which appeared to me to be worth something, and it was, as it was sold for 10,000 francs 15 years later. It was as simple, however, as 2 and 2 make 4, and was not according to academic rules. The whole right side of my canvas represented a rock, an enormous rock, covered with sea-wrack, brown, yellow, and red, across which the sun poured like a stream of oil. The light fell upon the rock as though it were a flame without the sun, which was at my back, being invisible. That was all. A first bewildering study of blazing, gorgeous light. On the left was the sea, not the blue sea, the slate-colored sea, but a sea of jade, greenish, milky and solid beneath the deep-colored sky. I was so pleased with my work that I danced from sheer delight as I carried it back to the inn. I would have liked the whole world to see it at once. I can remember I showed it to a cow that was browsing by the wayside, exclaiming as I did so, "Look at that, my old beauty, you will not often see its like again." When I had reached the house, I immediately called out to Mother le Cacheur, shouting with all my might, "Hello there, Mrs. Landlady, come here and look at this." The rustic approached and looked at my work with her stupid eyes, which distinguished nothing, and could not even tell whether the picture represented an ox or a house. Miss Harriet just then came home, and she passed behind me just as I was holding out my canvas at arm's length, exhibiting it to our landlady. The demoniac could not help but see it, for I took care to exhibit the thing in such a way that it could not escape her notice. She stopped abruptly and stood motionless, astonished. It was her rock which was depicted, the one which she climbed to dream away her time undisturbed. She uttered a British "Oh," which was at once so accentuated and so flattering that I turned round to her, smiling, and said, "This is my latest study, mademoiselle." She murmured rapturously, comically, and tenderly, "Oh, monsieur, you understand nature as a living thing." I colored and was more touched by that compliment than if it had come from a queen. I was captured, conquered, vanquished. I could have embraced her, upon my honor. I took my seat at the table beside her as usual. For the first time she spoke, thinking aloud. "Oh, I do love nature." I passed her some bread, some water, and some wine. She now accepted these with a little smile of a mummy. I then began to talk about the scenery. After the meal, we rose from the table together and walked leisurely across the courtyard. Then, attracted doubtless by the fiery glow which the setting sun cast over the surface of the sea, I opened the gate which led to the cliff, and we walked along side by side, as contented as two persons might be who have just learned to understand and penetrate each other's motives and feelings. It was one of those warm, soft evenings which impart a sense of ease to flesh and spirit alike. All is enjoyment, everything charms. The balmy air, laden with the perfume of grasses and the smell of seaweed, soothes the olfactory sense with its wild fragrance, soothes the palate with its sea savor, soothes the mind with its pervading sweetness. We were now walking along the edge of the cliff, high above the boundless sea, which rolled its little waves below us at a distance of 100 meters, and we drank in with open mouth and expanded chest that fresh breeze, briny from kissing the waves, that came from the ocean and passed across our faces. Wrapped in her plaid shawl, with a look of inspiration as she faced the breeze, the Englishwoman gazed fixedly at the great sun-ball as it descended toward the horizon. Far off in the distance, a three-master in full sail was outlined on the blood-red sky, and a steamship, somewhat nearer, passed along, leaving behind it a trail of smoke on the horizon. The red sun-globe sank slowly lower and lower, and presently touched the water just behind the motionless vessel, which, in its dazzling effulgence, looked as though framed in a flame of fire. We saw it plunge, grow smaller, and disappear, swallowed up by the ocean. Miss Harriet gazed in rapture at the last gleams of the dying day. She seemed longing to embrace the sky, the sea, the whole landscape. She murmured, "Oh, I love. I saw a tear in her eye. She continued, "I wish I were a little bird so that I could mount up into the firmament." She remained standing as I had often before seen her, perched on the cliff, her face as red as her shawl. I should have liked to have sketched her in my album. It would have been a caricature of ecstasy. I turned away so as not to laugh. I then spoke to her of painting as I would have done to a fellow artist, using the technical terms common among the devotees of the profession. She listened attentively, eagerly seeking to divine the meaning of the terms, so as to understand my thoughts. From time to time she would exclaim, "Oh, I understand. It is very interesting." We returned home. The next day, on seeing me, she approached me, cordially holding out her hand, and we at once became firm friends. She was a good creature who had a kind of soul on springs, which became enthusiastic at a bound. She lacked equilibrium, like all women who are spinsters at the age of 50. She seemed to be preserved in a pickle of innocence, but her heart still retained something very youthful and inflammable. She loved both nature and animals with a fervor, a love like old wine fermented through age, with a sensuous love that she had never bestowed on men. One thing is certain, that the sight of a bitch nursing her puppies, a mare roaming in a meadow with a foal at its side, a bird's nest full of young ones screaming, with their open mouths and their enormous heads, affected her perceptibly. Poor solitary, sad, wandering beings, I love you ever since I became acquainted with Miss Harriet. I soon discovered that she had something she would like to tell me, but dare not, and I was amused at her timidity. When I started out in the morning with my knapsack on my back, she would accompany me in silence as far as the end of the village, evidently struggling to find words with which to begin a conversation. Then she would leave me abruptly and walk away quickly with her springy step. One day, however, she plucked up courage. "I would like to see how you paint pictures. Are you willing? I have been very curious." And she blushed as if she had said something very audacious. I conducted her to the bottom of the Petite Val, where I had begun a large picture. She remained standing behind me, following all my gestures with concentrated attention. Then, suddenly, fearing perhaps that she was disturbing me, she said thank you and walked away. But she soon became more friendly and accompanied me every day, her countenance exhibiting visible pleasure. She carried her camp stool under her arm, not permitting me to carry it. She would remain there for hours, silent and motionless, following with her eyes the point of my brush in its every movement. When I obtained unexpectedly just the effect I wanted by a dash of color put on with the palette knife, she involuntarily uttered a little ah of astonishment, of joy, of admiration. She had the most tender respect for my canvases, and almost religious respect for that human reproduction of a part of nature's work divine. My studies appeared to her a kind of religious pictures, and sometimes she spoke to me of God, with the idea of converting me. Oh, he was a queer, good-natured being, this God of hers. He was a sort of village philosopher without any great resources, and without great power, for she always figured him to herself as inconsolable over injustices committed under his eyes, as though he were powerless to prevent them. She was, however, on excellent terms with him, affecting even to the confidant of his secrets and of his troubles. She would say, "God wills," or "God does not will," just like a sergeant announcing to a recruit, "The colonel has commanded." At the bottom of her heart she deplored my ignorance of the intentions of the Eternal, which she endeavored to impart to me. Almost every day I found in my pockets, in my hat when I lifted it from the ground, in my paint-box, in my polished shoes, standing in front of my door in the morning, those little pious tracts which she had, no doubt, received directly from paradise. I treated her as one would an old friend, with unaffected cordiality, but soon I perceived that she had changed somewhat in her manner, though for a while I paid little attention to it. When I was painting, whether in my valley or some country lane, I would see her appear suddenly with her rapid, springy walk. She would then sit down abruptly, out of breath, as though she had been running, or were overcome by some profound emotion. Her face would be red, that English red which is denied to the people of all other countries. Then, without any reason, she would turn ashy pale and seem about to faint away. Gradually, however, her natural color would return, and she would begin to speak. Then, without warning, she would break off in the middle of a sentence, spring up from her seat, and walk away so rapidly and so strangely that I was at my wits' end to discover whether I had done or said anything to displease her or wound her. I finally came to the conclusion that those were her normal manners, somewhat modified, no doubt, in my honor, during the first days of our acquaintance. When she returned to the farm, after walking for hours on the windy coast, her long curls often hung straight down, as if their springs had been broken. This had hitherto seldom given her any concern, and she would come to dinner without embarrassment, all disheveled by her sister the breeze. But now she would go to her room and arrange her untidy locks, and when I would say, with familiar gallantry, which, however, always offended her, "You are as beautiful as a star today, Miss Harriet," a blush would immediately rise to her cheeks, the blush of a young girl, a girl of 15. Then she would suddenly become quite reserved and cease coming to watch me paint. I thought, this is only a fit of temper, it will blow over. But it did not always blow over, and when I spoke to her she would answer me either with affected indifference or with sullen annoyance. She became by turns rude, impatient, and nervous. I never saw her now except at meals, and we spoke but little. I concluded at length that I must have offended her in some way, and accordingly I said to her one evening, "Miss Harriet, why is it that you do not act toward me as formerly? What have I done to displease you? You are causing me much pain." She replied in a most comical tone of anger, "I am just the same with you as formerly. It is not true, not true," and she ran upstairs and shut herself up in her room. Occasionally she would look at me in a peculiar manner. I have often said to myself since then that those who are condemned to death must look thus when they are informed that their last day has come. In her eye there lurked a species of insanity, an insanity at once mystical and violent, and even more, a fever, an aggravated longing, impatient and impotent, for the unattained and unattainable. Nay, it seemed to me there was also going on within her a struggle in which her heart wrestled with an unknown force that she sought to master, and even, perhaps, something else. But what do I know? What do I know? It was indeed a singular revelation. For some time I had commenced to work, as soon as daylight appeared, on a picture of the subject which follows. A deep ravine, enclosed, surmounted by 2 thickets of trees and vines, extended into the distance, and was lost, submerged in that milky vapor, in that cloud like cotton down that sometimes floats over valleys at daybreak. And at the extreme end of that heavy transparent fog, one saw, or rather surmised, that a couple of human beings were approaching, a human couple, a youth and a maiden, their arms interlaced, embracing one another, their heads inclined toward each other, their lips meeting. A first ray of the sun, glistening through the branches, pierced that fog of the dawn, illuminated it with a rosy reflection just behind the rustic lovers, framing their vague shadows in a silvery background. It was well done. Yes, indeed, well done. I was working on the declivity which led to the valley of Etretat. On this particular morning I had, by chance, the sort of floating vapor which I needed. Suddenly something rose up in front of me like a phantom. It was Miss Harriet. On seeing me she was about to flee, but I called after her, saying, come here, mademoiselle, I have a nice little picture for you." She came forward, though with seeming reluctance. I handed her my sketch. She said nothing but stood for a long time, motionless, looking at it, and suddenly she burst into tears. She wept spasmodically, like men who have striven hard to restrain their tears, but who can do so no longer and abandon themselves to grief, though still resisting. I sprang to my feet, moved at the sight of a sorrow I did not comprehend, and I took her by the hand with an impulse of brusque affection, a true French impulse which acts before it reflects. She let her hands rest in mine for a few seconds, and I felt them quiver as if all her nerves were being wrenched. Then she withdrew her hands abruptly, or rather, snatched them away. I recognized that tremor, for I had felt it, and I could not be deceived. Ah, the love tremor of a woman, whether she be 15 or 50 years of age, whether she be of the people or of society, goes so straight to my heart that I never have any hesitation in understanding it. Her whole frail being had trembled, vibrated, been overcome. I knew it. She walked away before I had time to say a word, leaving me as surprised as if I had witnessed a miracle, and as troubled as if I had committed a crime. I did not go in to breakfast. I went to take a turn on the edge of the cliff, feeling that I would just as likely weep as laugh, looking on the adventure as both comic and deplorable, and my position as ridiculous, believing her unhappy enough to go insane. I asked myself what I ought to do. It seemed best for me to leave the place, and I immediately resolved to do so. Somewhat sad and perplexed, I wandered about until dinner time and entered the farmhouse just when the soup had been served up. I sat down at the table as usual. Miss Harriet was there, eating away solemnly, without speaking to anyone, without even lifting her eyes. Her manner and expression were, however, the same as usual. I waited patiently till the meal had been finished, when turning to the landlady, I said, "Well, Madame le Cacheur, it will not be long now before I shall have to take my leave of you." The good woman, at once surprised and troubled, replied in her drawling voice, "My dear sir, what is it you say? You are going to leave us after I have become so accustomed to you?" I glanced at Miss Harriet out of the corner of my eye. Her countenance did not change in the least. But Celeste, the little servant, looked up at me. She was a fat girl of about 18 years of age, rosy, fresh, strong as a horse, and possessing the rare attribute of cleanliness. I had kissed her at odd times in out-of-the-way corners, after the manner of travelers, nothing more. The dinner being at length over, I went to smoke my pipe under the apple trees, walking up and down from one end of the enclosure to the other. All the recollections which I had made during the day, the strange discovery of the morning, that passionate and grotesque attachment for me, the recollections which that revelation had suddenly called up, recollections at once charming and perplexing, perhaps also that look which the servant had cast on me at the announcement of my departure, all these things, mixed up and combined, put me now in a reckless humor, gave me a tickling sensation of kisses on the lips, and in my veins a something which urged me to commit some folly. Night was coming on, casting its dark shadows under the trees, when I descried Celeste, who had gone up to fasten the poultry yard at the other end of the enclosure. I darted toward her, running so noiselessly that she heard nothing, and as she got up from closing the small trap door by which the chickens got in and out, I clasped her in my arms and rained on her coarse, fat face a shower of kisses. She struggled, laughing all the time, as she was accustomed to do in such circumstances. Why did I suddenly loose my grip of her? Why did I at once experience a shock? What was it that I heard behind me? It was Miss Harriet, who had come upon us, who had seen us, and who stood in front of us, motionless as a spectre. Then she disappeared in the darkness. I was ashamed, embarrassed, more desperate at having been thus surprised by her than if she had caught me committing some criminal act. I slept badly that night. I was completely unnerved and haunted by sad thoughts. I seemed to hear loud weeping, but in this I was no doubt deceived. Moreover, I thought several times that I heard someone walking up and down in the house and opening the hall door. Toward morning I was overcome by fatigue and fell asleep. I got up late and did not go downstairs until the late breakfast, being still in a bewildered state, not knowing what kind of expression to put on. No one had seen Miss Harriet. We waited for her at table, but she did not appear. At length Mother le Cacheur went to her room. The Englishwoman had gone out. She must have set out at break of day, as she was wont to do, in order to see the sunrise. Nobody seemed surprised at this, and we began to eat in silence. The weather was very hot, one of those broiling heavy days when not a leaf stirs. The table had been placed out of doors under an apple tree, and from time to time Sapeur had gone to the cellar to draw a jug of cider. Everybody was so thirsty. Celeste brought the dishes from the kitchen, a ragout of mutton with potatoes, a cold rabbit, and a salad. Afterwards she placed before us a dish of strawberries, the first of the season. As I wished to wash and freshen these, I begged the servant to go and draw me a pitcher of cold water. In about 5 minutes she returned, declaring that the well was dry. She had lowered the pitcher to the full extent of the cord and touched the bottom, but on drawing the pitcher up again it was empty. Mother le Cacheur, anxious to examine the thing for herself, went and looked down the hole. She returned, announcing that one could clearly see something in the well, something altogether unusual, but this no doubt was bundles of straw which a neighbor had thrown in out of spite. I wished to look down the well also, hoping I might be able to clear up the mystery, and I perched myself close to the brink. I perceived indistinctly a white object. What could it be? I then conceived the idea of lowering a lantern at the end of a cord. When I did so, the yellow flame danced on the layers of stone, and gradually became clearer. All four of us were leaning over the opening, Sapeur and Celeste having now joined us. The lantern rested on a black and white indistinct mass, singular, incomprehensible. Sapeur exclaimed, "It is a horse. I see the hoofs. It must have got out of the meadow during the night and fallen in headlong." But suddenly a cold shiver froze me to the marrow. I first recognized a foot, then a leg sticking up. The whole body and the other leg were completely under water. I stammered out in a loud voice, trembling so violently that the lantern danced hither and thither over the slipper. "It's a woman! Who can it be? It's Miss Harriet!" Sapeur alone did not manifest horror. He had witnessed many such scenes in Africa. Mother Lecacheur and Celeste began to utter piercing screams and ran away. But it was necessary to recover the corpse of the dead woman. I attached the young man securely by the waist to the end of the pulley rope and lowered him very slowly, watching him disappear in the darkness. In one hand he held the lantern, and a rope in the other. Soon I recognized his voice, which seemed to come from the center of the earth, saying, "Stop!" I then saw him fish something out of the water. It was the other leg. He then bound the 2 feet together and shouted anew, "Haul up!" I began to wind up, but I felt my arms crack, my muscles twitch, and I was in terror lest I should let the man fall to the bottom. When his head appeared at the brink, I asked, "Well?" as if I expected he had a message from the drowned woman. We both got on the stone slab at the edge of the well, and from opposite sides we began to haul up the body. Mother Lecacheur and Celeste watched us from a distance, concealed from view behind the wall of the house. When they saw issuing from the hole the black slippers and white stockings of the drowned person, they disappeared. Sapeur seized the ankles, and we drew up the body of the poor woman. The head was shocking to look at, being bruised and lacerated, and the long gray hair, out of curl forevermore, hanging down tangled and disordered. "In the name of all that is holy, how lean she is!" exclaimed Sapeur in a contemptuous tone. We carried her into the room, and as the women did not put in appearance, I, with the assistance of the sable lad, dressed the corpse for burial. I washed her disfigured face. Under the touch of my finger an eye was slightly opened and regarded me with that pale, cold look, that terrible look of a corpse which seems to come from the beyond. I braided as well as I could her disheveled hair, and with my clumsy hands arranged on her head a novel and singular coiffure. Then I took off her dripping wet garments, bearing, not without a feeling of shame, as though I had been guilty of some profanation, her shoulders and her chest, and her long arms, as slim as the twigs of a tree. I next went to fetch some flowers, poppies, bluets, marguerites, and fresh, sweet-smelling grass with which to strew her funeral couch. I then had to go through the usual formalities, as I was alone to attend to everything. A letter found in her pocket, written at the last moment, requested that her body be buried in the village in which she had passed the last days of her life. A sad suspicion weighed on my heart. Was it not on my account that she wished to be laid to rest in this place? Toward evening all the female gossips of the locality came to view the remains of the defunct, but I would not allow a single person to enter. I wanted to be alone, and I watched beside her all night. I looked at the corpse by the flickering light of the candles, at this unhappy woman, unknown to us all, who had died in such a lamentable manner and so far away from home. Had she left no friends, no relations behind her? What had her infancy been? What had been her life? Whence had she come thither alone, a wanderer, lost like a dog driven from home? What secrets of suffering and of despair were sealed up in that unprepossessing body, in that poor body whose outward appearance had driven from her all affection, all love? How many unhappy beings there are! I felt that there weighed upon that human creature the eternal injustice of implacable nature. It was all over with her, without her ever having experienced, perhaps, that which sustains the greatest outcasts, to wit, the hope of being loved once. Otherwise, why should she thus have concealed herself, fled from the face of others? Why did she love everything so tenderly and so passionately, everything living that was not a man? I recognized the fact that she believed in a God, and that she hoped to receive compensation from the latter for all the miseries she had endured. She would now disintegrate and become, in turn, a plant. She would blossom in the sun, the cattle would browse on her leaves, the birds would bear away the seeds, and through these changes she would become again human flesh. But that which is called the soul had been extinguished at the bottom of the dark well. She suffered no longer. She had given her life for that of others yet to come. Hours passed away in this silent and sinister communion with the dead. A pale light at length announced the dawn of a new day. Then a red ray streamed in on the bed, making a bar of light across the coverlet and across her hands. This was the hour she had so much loved. The awakened birds began to sing in the trees. I opened the window to its fullest extent and drew back the curtains that the whole heavens might look in upon us, and bending over the icy corpse, I took in my hands the mutilated head, and slowly, without terror or disgust, I imprinted a kiss, a long kiss, upon those lips which had never before been kissed. Léon Chanel remained silent. The women wept. We heard on the box seat the Count de Trailles blowing his nose from time to time. The coachman alone had gone to sleep. The horses, who no longer felt the sting of the whip, had slackened their pace and moved along slowly. The drag, hardly advancing at all, seemed suddenly torpid, as if it had been freighted with sorrow. End of section 26. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 27 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 27. Little Louise Roque, Part 1. The former soldier, Médéric Rampel, familiarly called Médéric by the country folks, left the post office of Roilly-le-Droit at the usual hour. After passing through the village with his long stride, he cut across the meadows of Viaume and reached the bank of the Brindille, following the path along the water's edge to the village of Carvellon, where he commenced to deliver his letters. He walked quickly, following the course of the narrow river, which frothed, murmured, and boiled in its grassy bed beneath an arch of willows. Médéric went on without stopping, with only this thought in his mind. My first letter's for the Poivron family, then I have one for Monsieur Renardet, so I must cross the wood. His blue blouse, fastened round his waist by a black leather belt, moved in a quick, regular fashion above the green hedge of willow trees, and his stout stick of holly kept time with his steady tread. He crossed the Brindille on a bridge consisting of a tree trunk with a handrail of rope, fastened at either end to a stake driven in the ground. The wood, which belonged to Monsieur Renardet, the mayor of Carvellon and the largest landowner in the district, consisted of huge old trees, straight as pillars, and extending for about half a league along the left bank of the stream, which served as a boundary to this immense dome of foliage. Alongside the water, large shrubs had grown up in the sunlight, but under the trees one found nothing but moss, thick, soft, and yielding, from which arose, in the still air, an odor of dampness and of dead wood. Médéric slackened his pace, took off his black cap adorned with red lace, and wiped his forehead, for it was by this time hot in the meadows, though it was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. He had just recovered from the effects of the heat and resumed his quick pace when he noticed at the foot of a tree a knife, a child's small knife. When he picked it up he discovered a thimble and also a needle case not far away. Having taken up these objects, he thought, I'll entrust them to the mayor, and he resumed his journey, but now he kept his eyes open, expecting to find something else. All of a sudden he stopped short, as if he had struck against a wooden barrier. 10 paces in front of him lay stretched on her back on the moss a little girl, perfectly nude, her face covered with a handkerchief. She was about 12 years old. Médéric advanced on tiptoe, as if he apprehended some danger, and he glanced toward the spot uneasily. What was this? No doubt she was asleep. Then he reflected that a person does not go to sleep naked at 7:30 in the morning under the cool trees. So then, she must be dead, and he must be face to face with a crime. At this thought, a cold shiver ran through his frame, although he was an old soldier. And then a murder was such a rare thing in the country, and above all, the murder of a child, that he could not believe his eyes. But she had no wound, nothing save a spot of blood on her leg. How, then, had she been killed? He stopped close to her and gazed at her while he leaned on his stick. Certainly he must know her, for he knew all the inhabitants of the district, but not being able to get a look at her face, he could not guess her name. He stooped forward in order to take off the handkerchief which covered her face, then paused with outstretched hand, restrained by an idea that occurred to him. Had he the right to disarrange anything in the condition of the corpse before the official investigation? He pictured justice to himself as a kind of general whom nothing escapes, and who attaches as much importance to a lost button as to the stab of a knife in the stomach. Perhaps under this handkerchief evidence could be found to sustain a charge of murder. In fact, if such proof were there, it might lose its value if touched by an awkward hand. Then he raised himself with the intention of hastening toward the mayor's residence, but again another thought held him back. If the little girl were still alive, by any chance, he could not leave her lying there in this way. He sank on his knees very gently, a little distance from her through precaution, and extended his hand toward her foot. It was icy cold, with the terrible coldness of death which leaves us no longer in doubt. The letter-carrier, as he touched her, felt his heart in his mouth, as he said himself afterward, and his mouth parched. Rising up abruptly, he rushed off under the trees toward Monsieur Renardet's house. He walked on faster than ever with his stick under his arm, his hands clenched and his head thrust forward, while his leathern bag, filled with letters and newspapers, kept flapping at his side. The mayor's residence was at the end of the wood which served as a park, and one side of it was washed by the Brindilla. It was a big square house of grey stone, very old, and had stood many a siege in former days, and at the end of it was a huge tower, 20 meters high, rising out of the water. From the top of this fortress one could formerly see all the surrounding country. It was called the Fox's Tower, without anyone knowing exactly why, and from this appellation, no doubt, had come the name Renardet, borne by the owners of this fief, which had remained in the same family, it was said, for more than 200 years. For the Renardets formed part of the upper middle class, all but noble, to be met with so often in the province before the Revolution. The postman dashed into the kitchen, where the servants were taking breakfast, and exclaimed, "Is the mayor up? I want to speak to him at once." Médéric was recognized as a man of standing and authority, and they understood that something serious had happened. As soon as word was brought to Monsieur Renardet, he ordered the postman to be sent up to him. Pale and out of breath, with his cap in his hand, Médéric found the mayor seated at a long table covered with scattered papers. He was a large, tall man, heavy and red-faced, strong as an ox, and was greatly liked in the district, although of an excessively violent disposition. Almost 40 years old and a widower for the past 6 months, he lived on his estate like a country gentleman. His choleric temperament had often brought him into trouble from which the magistrates of Roilly-le-Toir, like indulgent and prudent friends, had extracted him. Had he not one day thrown the conductor of the diligence from the top of his seat because he came near running over his retriever, Micmac? Had he not broken the ribs of a gamekeeper who abused him for having, gun in hand, passed through a neighbor's property? Had he not even caught by the collar the sub-prefect, who stopped over in the village during an administrative circuit, called by Monsieur Renardet an electioneering circuit, for he was opposed to the government in accordance with family traditions? The mayor asked, "What's the matter now, Médéric?" "I found a little girl dead in your wood." Renardet rose to his feet, his face the color of a brick. "What do you say? A little girl?" "Yes, monsieur, a little girl, quite naked, on her back, with blood on her, dead, quite dead." The mayor gave vent to an oath. "By God, I'd make a bet it is little Louise Roque. I have just learned that she did not go home to her mother last night. Where did you find her?" The postman described the spot, gave full details, and offered to conduct the mayor to the place. But Renardet became brusque. "No, I don't need you. Send the watchman, the mayor's secretary, and the doctor to me at once, and resume your rounds. Quick, quick, go and tell them to meet me in the wood." The letter-carrier, a man used to discipline, obeyed and withdrew, angry and grieved at not being able to be present at the investigation. The mayor, in his turn, prepared to go out, took his big soft hat, and paused for a few seconds on the threshold of his abode. In front of him stretched a wide sward, in which were 3 beds of flowers in full bloom, one facing the house and the others at either side of it. Farther on, the outlying trees of the woods rose skyward, while at the left, beyond the Brindilla, which at that spot widened into a pond, could be seen long meadows, an entirely green flat sweep of country, intersected by trenches and hedges of pollard willows. To the right, behind the stables, the outhouses, and all the buildings connected with the property, might be seen the village, which was wealthy, being mainly inhabited by cattle breeders. Renardet slowly descended the steps in front of his house, and turning to the left gained the water's edge, which he followed at a slow pace, his hand behind his back. He walked on with bent head, and from time to time glanced round in search of the persons he had sent for. When he stood beneath the trees, he stopped, took off his hat, and wiped his forehead, as Médéric had done, for the burning sun was darting its fiery rays on the earth. Then the mayor resumed his journey, stopped once more and retraced his steps. Suddenly, stooping down, he steeped his handkerchief in the stream that glided along at his feet, and spread it over his head, under his hat. Drops of water flowed down his temples over his ears, which were always purple, over his strong red neck, and made their way, one after the other, under his white shirt-collar. As nobody had appeared, he began tapping with his foot. Then he called out, "Hello? Hello?" A voice at his right answered, "Hello, hello," and the doctor appeared under the trees. He was a thin little man, an ex-military surgeon, who passed in the neighborhood for a very skillful practitioner. He limped, having been wounded while in the service, and had to use a stick to assist him in walking. Next came the watchman and the mayor's secretary, who, having been sent for at the same time, arrived together. They looked scared and hurried forward, out of breath, walking and running alternately to hasten their progress, and moving their arms up and down so vigorously that they seemed to do more work with them than with their legs. Renardet said to the doctor, "You know what the trouble is about?" "Yes, a dead child found in the wood by Médéric." "That's quite correct. Come on." They walked along, side by side, followed by the 2 men. Their steps made no sound on the moss. Their eyes were gazing ahead in front of them. Suddenly, the doctor, extending his arm, said, "See, there she is." Far ahead of them under the trees, they saw something white on which the sun gleamed down through the branches. As they approached, they gradually distinguished a human form lying there, its head toward the river, the face covered and the arms extended as though on a crucifix. "I am fearfully warm," said the mayor, and stooping down, he again soaked his handkerchief in the water and placed it round his forehead. The doctor hastened his steps, interested by the discovery. As soon as they were near the corpse, he bent down to examine it without touching it. He had put on his pince-nez, as one does in examining some curious object, and turned round very quietly. He said without rising, "Violated and murdered, as we shall prove presently. This little girl, moreover, is almost a woman. Look at her throat." The doctor lightly drew away the handkerchief which covered her face, which looked black, frightful, the tongue protruding, the eyes bloodshot. He went on, "By heavens! She was strangled the moment the deed was done." He felt her neck. "Strangled with the hands without leaving any special trace, neither the mark of the nails nor the imprint of the fingers. Quite right. It is little Louise Rogue, sure enough." He carefully replaced the handkerchief. "There's nothing for me to do. She's been dead for the last hour at least. We must give notice of the matter to the authorities." Renardet, standing up with his hands behind his back, kept staring with a stony look at the little body exposed to view on the grass. He murmured, "What a wretch! We must find the clothes." The doctor felt the hands, the arms, and the legs. He said, "She had been bathing, no doubt. They ought to be at the water's edge." The mayor thereupon gave directions. "Do you, Principe," this was his secretary, "go and find those clothes for me along the stream. You, Maxime," this was the watchman, "hurry on toward Rue Litoir and bring with you the magistrate and the gendarmes. They must be here within an hour, you understand?" The two men started at once, and Renardet said to the doctor, "What miscreant could have done such a deed in this part of the country?" The doctor murmured, "Who knows? Anyone is capable of that, everyone in particular and no one in general. No matter, it must be some prowler, some workman out of employment. Since we have become a republic, we meet only this kind of person along the roads." Both of them were Bonapartists. The mayor went on, "Yes, it can only be a stranger, a passer-by, a vagabond without hearth or home." The doctor added with the shadow of a smile on his face, "And without a wife. Having neither a good supper nor a good bed, he became reckless. You can't tell how many men there may be in the world capable of a crime at a given moment. Did you know that this little girl had disappeared?" And with the end of his stick he touched one after the other the stiffened fingers of the corpse, resting on them as on the keys of a piano. "Yes, the mother came last night to look for me about 9 o'clock, the child not having come home at 7 to supper. We looked for her along the roads up to midnight, but we did not think of the wood. However, we needed daylight to carry out a thorough search." "Will you have a cigar?" said the doctor. "Thanks, I don't care to smoke. The thing affects me so." They remained standing beside the corpse of the young girl, so pale on the dark moss. A big blue fly was walking over the body with his lively, jerky movements. The two men kept watching this wandering speck. The doctor said, "How pretty it is, a fly on the skin. The ladies of the last century had good reason to paste them on their faces. Why has this fashion gone out?" The mayor seemed not to hear, plunged as he was in deep thought. But all of a sudden he turned round, surprised by a shrill noise. A woman in a cap and blue apron was running toward them under the trees. It was the mother, La Roque. As soon as she saw Renardet, she began to shriek, "My little girl! Where's my little girl?" so distractedly that she did not glance down at the ground. Suddenly she saw the corpse, stopped short, clasped her hands, and raised both her arms, while she uttered a sharp, heart-rending cry, the cry of a wounded animal. Then she rushed toward the body, fell on her knees, and snatched away the handkerchief that covered the face. When she saw that frightful countenance, black and distorted, she rose to her feet with a shudder. Then sinking to the ground, face downward, she pressed her face against the ground and uttered frightful, continuous screams on the thick moss. Her tall, thin frame, with its close-clinging dress, was palpitating, shaken with spasms. One could see her bony ankles and her dried-up calves, covered with coarse blue stockings, shaking horribly. She was digging the soil with her crooked fingers, as though she were trying to make a hole in which to hide herself. The doctor, much affected, said in a low tone, "Poor old woman." Renardet felt a strange sensation. Then he gave vent to a sort of loud sneeze, and drawing his handkerchief from his pocket, he began to weep internally, coughing, sobbing, and blowing his nose noisily. He stammered, damned pig to do this. I would like to see him guillotined." Principe reappeared with his hands empty. He murmured, "I have found nothing, Monsieur le Maire, nothing at all anywhere." The mayor, alarmed, replied in a thick voice, drowned in tears, "What is it that you could not find?" "The little girl's clothes." Well, look again and find them, or you'll have to answer to me." The man, knowing that the mayor would not brook opposition, set forth again with hesitating steps, casting a timid side glance at the corpse.
Distant voices were heard under the trees, a confused sound, the noise of an approaching crowd, for Médéric had, in the course of his rounds, carried the news from door to door. The people of the neighborhood, dazed at first, had gossiped about it in the street, from one threshold to another. Then they gathered together. They talked over, discussed, and commented on the event for some minutes, and had now come to see for themselves. They arrived in groups, a little faltering and uneasy, through fear of the first impression of such a scene on their minds. When they saw the body they stopped, not daring to advance, and speaking low. Then they grew bolder, went on a few steps, stopped again, advanced once more, and presently formed around the dead girl, her mother, the doctor, and Renardet, a close circle, restless and noisy, which crowded forward at the sudden impact of newcomers. And now they touched the corpse. Some of them even bent down to feel it with their fingers. The doctor kept them back. But the mayor, waking abruptly out of his torpor, flew into a rage, and seizing Dr. Labarb's stick, flung himself on the townspeople, stammering, clear out, you pack of brutes, clear out!" And in a second the crowd of sightseers had fallen back 200 paces. Mother La Roque had risen to a sitting posture, and now remained weeping with her hands clasped over her face. The crowd was discussing the affair, and young lads' eager eyes curiously scrutinized this nude young form. Renardet perceived this, and abruptly taking off his coat, he flung it over the little girl, who was entirely hidden from view beneath the large garment. The secretary drew near quietly. The wood was filled with people, and a continuous hum of voices rose up under the tangled foliage of the tall trees. The mayor, in his shirt-sleeves, remained standing, with his stick in his hands, in a fighting attitude. He seemed exasperated by this curiosity on the part of the people, and kept repeating, "If one of you come nearer, I'll break his head just as I would a dog's." The peasants were greatly afraid of him. They held back. Dr. Labarbe, who was smoking, sat down beside La Roque and spoke to her in order to distract her attention. The old woman at once removed her hands from her face and replied with a flood of tearful words, emptying her grief in copious talk. She told the whole story of her life, her marriage, the death of her man, a cattle drover, who had been gored to death, the infancy of her daughter, her wretched existence as a widow without resources and with a child to support. She had only this one, her little Louise, and the child had been killed in this wood. Then she felt anxious to see her again, and dragging herself on her knees toward the corpse, she raised up one corner of the garment that covered her. Then she let it fall again and began wailing once more. The crowd remained silent, eagerly watching all the mother's gestures. But suddenly there was a great commotion at the cry of, "The gendarmes! The gendarmes!" 2 gendarmes appeared in the distance, advancing at a rapid trot, escorting their captain and a little gentleman with red whiskers, who was bobbing up and down like a monkey on a big white mare. The watchman had just found Monsieur Poutoin, the magistrate, at the moment when he was mounting his horse to take his daily ride, for he posed as a good horseman, to the great amusement of the officers. He dismounted along with the captain, and pressed the hands of the mayor and the doctor, casting a ferret-like glance on the linen coat beneath which lay the corpse. When he was made acquainted with all the facts, he first gave orders to disperse the crowd, whom the gendarmes drove out of the wood, but who soon reappeared in the meadow and formed a hedge, a big hedge of excited and moving heads, on the other side of the stream. The doctor, in his turn, gave explanations, which Renardet noted down in his memorandum book. All the evidence was given, taken down, and commented on, without leading to any discovery. Maxime, too, came back without having found any trace of the clothes. This disappearance surprised everybody. No one could explain it except on the theory of theft, and as her rags were not worth 20 sous, even this theory was inadmissible. End of section 27. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio.
Section 28 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 28. Little Louise Roque, Part 2. The magistrate, the mayor, the captain, and the doctor set to work searching in pairs, putting aside the smallest branch along the water. Renardet said to the judge, "How does it happen that this wretch was concealed or carried away the clothes, and has thus left the body exposed in sight of everyone?" The other, crafty and sagacious, answered, "Ha, perhaps a dodge. This crime has been committed either by a brute or by a sly scoundrel. In any case, we'll easily succeed in finding him." The noise of wheels made them turn their heads round. It was the deputy magistrate, the doctor, and the registrar of the court who had arrived in their turn. They resumed their search, all chatting in an animated fashion. Renardet said suddenly, "Do you know that you are to take luncheon with me?" Everyone smilingly accepted the invitation, and the magistrate, thinking that the case of little Louise Roque had occupied enough attention for one day, turned toward the mayor. "I can have the body brought to your house, can I not?" You have a room in which you can keep it for me till this evening?" The other became confused and stammered, "Yes, no. To tell the truth, I prefer that it should not come into my house on account of my servants, who are already talking about ghosts in my tower, the Fox's Tower. You know, I could no longer keep a single one. No, I prefer not to have it in my house." The magistrate began to smile. "Good. I will have it taken at once to Raleigh for the legal examination." And turning to his deputy, he said, "I can make use of your trap, can I not?" "Yes, certainly." They all came back to the place where the corpse lay. Mother La Roque, now seated beside her daughter, was holding her hand and staring right before her with a wandering, listless eye. The two doctors endeavored to lead her away, so that she might not witness the dead girl's removal, but she understood at once what they wanted to do, and, flinging herself on the body, she threw both arms round it. Lying on top of the corpse, she exclaimed, "You shall not have it! It's mine! It's mine now! They have killed her for me, and I want to keep her! You shall not have her!" All the men, affected and not knowing how to act, remained standing around her. Renardet fell on his knees and said to her, "Listen, La Roque, it is necessary, in order to find out who killed her. Without this, we could not find out. We must make a search for the man in order to punish him. When we have found him, we'll give her up to you. I promise you this." This explanation bewildered the woman, and a feeling of hatred manifested itself in her distracted glance. "So then they'll arrest him?" "Yes, I promise you that." She rose up, deciding to let them do as they liked, but when the captain remarked, "It is surprising that her clothes were not found," a new idea, which she had not previously thought of, abruptly entered her mind, and she asked, "Where are her clothes? They're mine. I want them. Where have they been put?" They explained to her that they had not been found. Then she demanded them persistently, crying and moaning, "They're mine. I want them. Where are they? I want them." The more they tried to calm her, the more she sobbed and persisted in her demands. She no longer wanted the body, she insisted on having the clothes, as much perhaps through the unconscious cupidity of a wretched being to whom a piece of silver represents a fortune, as through maternal tenderness. And when the little body, rolled up in blankets which had been brought out from Renardet's house, had disappeared into the vehicle, the old woman standing under the trees, sustained by the mayor and the captain, exclaimed, "I have nothing in the world, not even her little cap. Her little cap!" The curé, a young priest, had just arrived. He took it on himself to accompany the mother, and they went away together toward the village. The mother's grief was modified by the sugary words of the clergyman, who promised her 1,000 compensations. But she kept repeating, "If only I had her little cap." This idea now dominated every other. Renardet called from the distance, "You will lunch with us, Monsieur l'Abbé, in an hour's time." The priest turned his head round and replied, "With pleasure, Monsieur le Maire. I'll be with you at 12. And they all directed their steps toward the house, whose grey front, with the large tower built on the edge of the Brindilla, could be seen through the branches. The meal lasted a long time. They talked about the crime. Everybody was of the same opinion. It had been committed by some tramp passing there by mere chance while the little girl was bathing. Then the magistrates returned to Rueil, announcing that they would return next day at an early hour. The doctor and the curé went to their respective homes, while Renardet, after a long walk through the meadows, returned to the wood, where he remained walking till nightfall with slow steps, his hands behind his back. He went to bed early and was still asleep next morning when the magistrate entered his room. He was rubbing his hands together with a self-satisfied air. "Ha, ha, you're still sleeping. Well, my dear fellow, we have news this morning." The mayor sat up in his bed. "What, pray?" "Oh, something strange. You remember well how the mother clamored yesterday for some memento of her daughter, especially her little cap? Well, on opening her door this morning, she found on the threshold her child's 2 little wooden shoes. This proves that the crime was perpetrated by someone from the district, someone who felt pity for her. Besides, the postman, Médéric, brought me the thimble, the knife, and the needle case of the dead girl. So then, the man, in carrying off the clothes to hide them, must have let fall the articles which were in the pocket. As for me, I attach special importance to the wooden shoes, as they indicate a certain moral culture, and a faculty for tenderness on the part of the assassin. We will, therefore, if you have no objection, go over together the principal inhabitants of your district." The mayor got up. He rang for his shaving water and said, "With pleasure, but it will take some time, and we may begin at once." Monsieur Pouchon sat astride a chair. Renardet covered his chin with a white lather while he looked at himself in the glass. Then he sharpened his razor on the strop and continued. "The principal inhabitant of Carvillon bears the name of Joseph Renardet, mayor, a rich landowner, a rough man who beats guards and coachmen." The examining magistrate burst out laughing. "That's enough. Let us pass on to the next." "The second in importance is Péladon, his deputy, a cattle breeder, an equally rich landowner, a crafty peasant, very sly, very close-fisted on every question of money, but incapable, in my opinion, of having perpetrated such a crime." "Continue," said Monsieur Putois. Renardet, while proceeding with his toilet, reviewed the characters of all the inhabitants of Carvillon. After 2 hours' discussion, their suspicions were fixed on 3 individuals who had hitherto borne a shady reputation: a poacher named Cavaille, a fisher named Paquet, who caught trout and crabs, and a cattle driver named Clovis. The search for the perpetrator of the crime lasted all summer, but he was not discovered. Those who were suspected and arrested easily proved their innocence, and the authorities were compelled to abandon the attempt to capture the criminal. But this murder seemed to have moved the entire country in a singular manner. There remained in everyone's mind a disquietude, a vague fear, a sensation of mysterious terror, springing not merely from the impossibility of discovering any trace of the assassin, but also and above all from that strange finding of the wooden shoes in front of Larocque's door the day after the crime. The certainty that the murderer had assisted at the investigation, that he was still, doubtless, living in the village, possessed all minds and seemed to brood over the neighborhood like a constant menace. The wood had also become a dreaded spot, a place to be avoided, and supposed to be haunted. Formerly, the inhabitants went there to spend every Sunday afternoon. They used to sit down on the moss at the feet of the huge tall trees, or walk along the water's edge, watching the trout gliding among the weeds. The boys used to play bowls, hide-and-seek, and other games where the ground had been cleared and leveled, and the girls, in rows of 4 or 5, would trip along, holding one another by the arms and screaming songs with their shrill voices. Now nobody ventured there, for fear of finding some corpse lying on the ground. Autumn arrived, and the leaves began to fall from the tall trees, whirling round and round to the ground, and the sky could be seen through the bare branches. Sometimes, when a gust of wind swept over the tree-tops, the slow, continuous rain suddenly grew heavier, and became a rough storm that covered the moss with a thick yellow carpet that made a kind of creaking sound beneath one's feet. And the sound of the falling leaves seemed like a wail, and the leaves themselves like tears shed by these great sorrowful trees, that wept in the silence of the bare and empty wood, this dreaded and deserted wood where wandered lonely the little soul of little Louise Roque. The Brindilla, swollen by storms, rushed on more quickly, yellow and angry, between its dry banks, bordered by 2 thin, bare willow hedges. And here was Renardet suddenly resuming his walks under the trees. Every day at sunset he came out of his house, descended the front steps slowly, and entered the wood in a dreamy fashion, with his hands in his pockets, and paced over the damp soft moss, while a legion of rooks from all the neighboring haunts came thither to rest in the tall trees, and then flew off like a black cloud, uttering loud discordant cries. Night came on, and Renardet was still strolling slowly under the trees. Then, when the darkness prevented him from walking any longer, he would go back to the house and sink into his armchair in front of the glowing hearth, stretching his damp feet toward the fire. One morning an important bit of news was circulated through the district. The mayor was having his wood cut down. 20 woodcutters were already at work. They had commenced at the corner nearest to the house and worked rapidly in the master's presence. And each day the wood grew thinner, losing its trees, which fell down one by one as an army loses its soldiers. Renardet no longer walked up and down. He remained from morning till night, contemplating, motionless, with his hands behind his back, the slow destruction of his wood. When a tree fell, he placed his foot on it, as if it were a corpse. Then he raised his eyes to the next with a kind of secret, calm impatience, as if he expected, hoped for something at the end of this slaughter. Meanwhile, they were approaching the place where little Louise Roque had been found. They came to it one evening in the twilight. As it was dark, the sky being overcast, the woodcutters wanted to stop their work, putting off till next day the fall of an enormous beech tree, but the mayor objected to this, and insisted that they should at once lop and cut down this giant, which had sheltered the crime. When the lopper had laid it bare, and the woodcutters had sapped its base, 5 men commenced hauling at the rope attached to the top. The tree resisted. Its powerful trunk, although notched to the center, was as rigid as iron. The workmen, all together, with a sort of simultaneous motion, strained at the rope, bending backward and uttering a cry which timed and regulated their efforts. 2 woodcutters standing close to the giant remained with axes in their grip, like 2 executioners ready to strike once more, and Renardet, motionless, with his hand on the trunk, awaited the fall with an uneasy, nervous feeling. One of the men said to him, "You are too near, Monsieur le Maire. When it falls it may hurt you." He did not reply and did not move away. He seemed ready to catch the beech tree in his open arms and to cast it on the ground like a wrestler. All at once, at the base of the tall column of wood, there was a rent which seemed to run to the top like a painful shock. It bent slightly, ready to fall, but still resisting. The men, in a state of excitement, stiffened their arms, renewed their efforts with greater vigor, and, just as the tree came crashing down, Renardet suddenly made a forward step, then stopped, his shoulders raised to receive the irresistible shock, the mortal shock which would crush him to the earth. But the beech tree, having deviated a little, only rubbed against his loins, throwing him on his face 5 meters away. The workmen dashed forward to lift him up. He had already arisen to his knees, stupefied, with bewildered eyes, and passing his hand across his forehead, as if he were awaking from an attack of madness. When he had got to his feet once more, the men, astonished, questioned him, not being able to understand what he had done. He replied in faltering tones that he had been dazed for a moment, or rather, he had been thinking of his childhood days, that he thought he would have time to run under the tree, just as street boys rush in front of vehicles driving rapidly past, that he had played at danger, that for the past 8 days he felt this desire growing stronger within him, asking himself each time a tree began to fall whether he could pass underneath it without being touched. It was a piece of stupidity, he confessed, but everyone has these moments of insanity, and temptations to boyish folly. He made this explanation in a slow tone, searching for his words, and speaking in a colorless tone. Then he went off, saying, "Till tomorrow, my friends, till tomorrow." As soon as he got back to his room, he sat down at his table, which his lamp lighted up brightly, and, burying his head in his hands, he began to cry. He remained thus for a long time, then wiped his eyes, raised his head, and looked at the clock. It was not yet 6 o'clock. He thought, "I have time before dinner." And he went to the door and locked it. He then came back, and sitting down at his table, pulled out the middle drawer. Taking from it a revolver, he laid it down on his papers in full view. The barrel of the firearm glittered, giving out gleams of light. Renardet gazed at it for some time with the uneasy glance of a drunken man. Then he rose and began to pace up and down the room. He walked from one end of the apartment to the other, stopping from time to time, only to pace up and down again a moment afterward. Suddenly he opened the door of his dressing room, steeped a towel in the water pitcher, and moistened his forehead, as he had done on the morning of the crime. Then he began walking up and down again. Each time he passed the table, the gleaming revolver attracted his glance, tempted his hand, but he kept watching the clock and reflected, "I still have time." It struck 6:30. Then he took up the revolver, opened his mouth wide with a frightful grimace, and struck the barrel into it, as if he wanted to swallow it. He remained in this position for some seconds without moving, his finger on the trigger. Then, suddenly seized with a shudder of horror, he dropped the pistol on the carpet. He fell back on his armchair, sobbing. "I cannot, I dare not. My God, how could I have the courage to kill myself?" There was a knock at the door. He rose up, bewildered. A servant said, "Monsieur's dinner is ready." He replied, "All right, I'm coming down." Then he picked up the revolver, locked it up again in the drawer, and looked at himself in the mirror over the mantelpiece to see whether his face did not look too much troubled. It was red as usual, a little redder, perhaps. That was all. He went down and seated himself at the table. He ate slowly, like a man who wants to prolong the meal, who does not want to be alone. Then he smoked several pipes in the hall while the table was being cleared. After that, he went back to his room. As soon as he had locked himself in, he looked under the bed, opened all the closets, explored every corner, rummaged through all the furniture. Then he lighted the candles on the mantelpiece, and, turning round several times, ran his eye all over the apartment with an anguish of terror that distorted his face, for he knew well that he would see her, as he did every night, little Louise Roque, the little girl he had attacked and afterwards strangled. Every night the odious vision came back again. First he seemed to hear a kind of roaring sound, such as is made by a threshing machine or the distant passage of a train over a bridge. Then he commenced to gasp, to suffocate, and he had to unbutton his collar and his belt. He moved about to make his blood circulate. He tried to read. He attempted to sing. It was in vain. His thoughts, in spite of himself, went back to the day of the murder and made him begin it all over again, in its most secret details, with all the violent emotions he had experienced from the first minute to the last. He had felt on rising that morning, the morning of the horrible day, a little dizziness and a headache, which he attributed to the heat, so that he remained in his room until breakfast time. After the meal he had taken a siesta. Then, toward the close of the afternoon, he had gone out to breathe the fresh, soothing breeze under the trees in the wood. But as soon as he was outside, the heavy, scorching air of the plain oppressed him still more. The sun, still high in the heavens, poured down on the parched soil waves of burning light. Not a breath of wind stirred the leaves. Every beast and bird, even the grasshoppers, were silent. Renardet reached the tall trees and began to walk over the moss where the brindilla produced a slight freshness of the air beneath the immense roof of branches. But he felt ill at ease. It seemed to him that an unknown, invisible hand was strangling him, and he scarcely thought of anything, having usually few ideas in his head. For the last 3 months only one thought haunted him, the thought of marrying again. He suffered from living alone, suffered from it morally and physically. Accustomed for 10 years past to feeling a woman near him, habituated to her presence every moment, he had need, an imperious and perplexing need of such association. Since Madame Renardet's death he had suffered continually without knowing why. He had suffered at not feeling her dress brushing past him, and above all from no longer being able to calm and rest himself in her arms. He had been scarcely 6 months a widower, and he was already looking about in the district for some young girl or some widow he might marry when this period of mourning was ended. He had a chaste soul, but it was lodged in a powerful Herculean body, and carnal imaginings began to disturb his sleep and his vigils. He drove them away, they came back again, and he murmured from time to time, smiling at himself, "Here I am like St. Anthony." Having this special morning had several of these visions, the desire suddenly came into his breast to bathe in the Brindilla in order to refresh himself and cool his blood. He knew of a large deep pool, a little farther down, where the people of the neighborhood came sometimes to take a dip in the summer. He went there. Thick willow trees hid this clear body of water where the current rested and went to sleep for a while before starting on its way again. Renardet, as he appeared, thought he heard a light sound, a faint splashing which was not that of the stream on the banks. He softly put aside the leaves and looked. A little girl, quite naked in the transparent water, was beating the water with both hands, dancing about in it and dipping herself with pretty movements. She was not a child, nor was she yet a woman. She was plump and developed, while preserving an air of youthful precocity, as of one who had grown rapidly. He no longer moved, overcome with surprise, with desire, holding his breath with a strange, poignant emotion. He remained there, his heart beating as if one of his sensuous dreams had just been realized, as if an impure fairy had conjured up before him this young creature, this little rustic Venus, rising from the eddies of the stream, as the real Venus rose from the waves of the sea. Suddenly the little girl came out of the water, and, without seeing him, came over to where he stood, looking for her clothes in order to dress herself. As she approached gingerly, on account of the sharp-pointed stones, he felt himself pushed toward her by an irresistible force, by a bestial transport of passion which stirred his flesh, bewildered his mind, and made him tremble from head to foot. She remained standing some seconds behind the willow tree which concealed him from view. Then, losing his reason entirely, he pushed aside the branches, rushed on her, and seized her in his arms. She fell, too terrified to offer any resistance, too terror-stricken to cry out. He seemed possessed, not understanding what he was doing. He woke from his crime as one wakes from a nightmare. The child burst out weeping. Hold your tongue, he said. I'll give you money. But she did not hear him and went on sobbing. Come on now, hold your tongue. Do hold your tongue. Keep quiet, he continued. She kept shrieking as she tried to free herself. He suddenly realized that he was ruined, and he caught her by the neck to stop her mouth from uttering these heart-rending, dreadful screams. As she continued to struggle with the desperate strength of a being who is seeking to fly from death, he pressed his enormous hands on the little throat swollen with screaming, and in a few seconds he had strangled her, so furiously did he grip her. He had not intended to kill her, but only to make her keep quiet. Then he stood up, overwhelmed with horror. She lay before him, her face bleeding and blackened. He was about to rush away when there sprang up, in his agitated soul, the mysterious and undefined instinct that guides all beings in the hour of danger. He was going to throw the body into the water, but another impulse drove him toward the clothes, which he made into a small package. Then, as he had a piece of twine in his pocket, he tied it up and hid it in a deep portion of the stream, beneath the trunk of a tree that overhung the Brindilla. Then he went off at a rapid pace, reached the meadows, took a wide turn in order to show himself to some peasants who dwelt some distance away at the opposite side of the district, and came back to dine at the usual hour, telling the servants all that was supposed to have happened during his walk. He slept, however, that night. He slept with a heavy, brutish sleep, like the sleep of certain persons condemned to death. He did not open his eyes until the first glimmer of dawn, and he waited till his usual hour for riding, so as to excite no suspicion. Then he had to be present at the inquiry as to the cause of death. He did so like a somnambulist, in a kind of vision which showed him men and things as in a dream, in a cloud of intoxication, with that sense of unreality which perplexes the mind at the time of the greatest catastrophes. But the agonized cry of Mother Roque pierced his heart. At that moment he had felt inclined to cast himself at the old woman's feet and to exclaim, "I am the guilty one." But he had restrained himself. He went back, however, during the night to fish up the dead girl's wooden shoes, in order to place them on her mother's threshold. As long as the inquiry lasted, as long as it was necessary to lead justice astray, he was calm, master of himself, crafty and smiling. He discussed quietly with the magistrates all the suppositions that passed through their minds, combated their opinions and demolished their arguments. He even took a keen and mournful pleasure in disturbing their investigations, in embroiling their ideas, in showing the innocence of those whom they suspected. But as soon as the inquiry was abandoned, he became generally nervous, more excitable than he had been before, although he mastered his irritability. Sudden noises made him start with fear. He shuddered at the slightest thing and trembled sometimes from head to foot when a fly alighted on his forehead. Then he was seized with an imperious desire for motion, which impelled him to take long walks and to remain up whole nights pacing up and down his room. It was not that he was goaded by remorse.
His brutal nature did not lend itself to any shade of sentiment or of moral terror. A man of energy and even of violence, born to make war, to ravage conquered countries and to massacre the vanquished, full of the savage instincts of the hunter and the fighter, he scarcely took count of human life. Though he respected the church outwardly from policy, he believed neither in God nor in the devil, expecting neither chastisement nor recompense for his acts in another life. His sole belief was a vague philosophy drawn from all the ideas of the encyclopedists of the last century, and he regarded religion as a moral sanction of the law, the one and the other having been invented by men to regulate social relations. To kill anyone in a duel, or in war, or in a quarrel, or by accident, or for the sake of revenge, or even through bravado, would have seemed to him an amusing and clever thing, and would not have left more impression on his mind than a shot fired at a hare, but he had experienced a profound emotion at the murder of a child. He had, in the first place, perpetrated it in the heat of an irresistible gust of passion, in a sort of tempest of the senses that had overpowered his reason, and he had cherished in his heart, in his flesh, on his lips, even to the very tips of his murderous fingers, a kind of bestial love, as well as a feeling of terrified horror, towards this little girl surprised by him and basely killed. Every moment his thoughts returned to that horrible scene, and, though he endeavored to drive this picture from his mind, though he put it aside with terror, with disgust, he felt it surging through his soul, moving about in him, waiting incessantly for the moment to reappear. Then, as evening approached, he was afraid of the shadow falling around him. He did not yet know why the darkness seemed frightful to him, but he instinctively feared it, and he felt that it was peopled with terrors. The bright daylight did not lend itself to fears. Things and beings were visible then, and only natural things and beings could exhibit themselves in the light of day. But the night, the impenetrable night, thicker than walls and empty, the infinite night, so black, so vast, in which one might brush against frightful things, the night when one feels that a mysterious terror is wandering, prowling about, appeared to him to conceal an unknown threatening danger close beside him. What was it? He knew ere long. As he sat in his armchair, rather late one evening when he could not sleep, he thought he saw the curtain of the window move. He waited uneasily with beating heart. The drapery did not stir. Then all of a sudden it moved once more. He did not venture to rise. He no longer ventured to breathe, and yet he was brave. He had often fought, and he would have liked to catch thieves in his house. Was it true that this curtain did move? He asked himself, fearing that his eyes had deceived him. It was, moreover, such a slight thing, a gentle flutter of drapery, a kind of trembling in its folds, less than an undulation caused by the wind. Renardet sat still, with staring eyes and outstretched neck. He sprang to his feet abruptly, ashamed of his fear, took 4 steps, seized the drapery with both hands, and pulled it wide apart. At first he saw nothing but darkened glass, resembling plates of glittering ink. The night, the vast impenetrable night, stretched far beyond, as far as the invisible horizon. He remained standing in front of this illimitable shadow, and suddenly he perceived a light, a moving light, which seemed some distance away. Then he put his face close to the window pane, thinking that a person looking for crabs might be poaching in the Brindia, for it was past midnight, and this light rose up at the edge of the stream, under the trees. He was not able to see clearly, so Renardet placed his hands over his eyes, and suddenly this light became an illumination, and he beheld little Louise Roque naked and bleeding on the moss. He recoiled, frozen with horror, knocked over his chair and fell over on his back. He remained there some minutes in anguish of mind. Then he sat up and began to reflect. He had had a hallucination. That was all. A hallucination due to the fact that a night marauder was walking with a lantern in his hand near the water's edge. What was there astonishing, besides, in the circumstance of that recollection of his crime that should sometimes bring before him a vision of the dead girl? He rose from the ground, swallowed a glass of wine, and sat down again. He was thinking, what am I to do if this occurs again? And it would occur, he felt. It was sure of it. Already his glance was drawn toward the window. It called him. It attracted him. In order to avoid looking at it, he turned his chair round. Then he took a book and tried to read, but it seemed to him that he presently heard something stirring behind him, and he swung around his armchair on one foot. The curtain was moving again. Unquestionably it moved this time. He could no longer have any doubt about it. He rushed forward and grasped it so violently that he pulled it down with the pole. Then he eagerly glued his face to the glass. He saw nothing. All was black outside, and he breathed with the joy of a man whose life has just been saved. Then he went back to his chair and sat down again, but almost immediately he felt a longing to look out once more through the window. Since the curtain had fallen down, the window made a sort of gap, fascinating and terrible, on the dark landscape. In order not to yield to this dangerous temptation, he undressed, blew out the light, and closed his eyes. Lying on his back motionless, his skin warm and moist, he awaited sleep. Suddenly a great gleam of light flashed across his eyelids. He opened them, believing that his dwelling was on fire.
All was black as before, and he leaned on his elbow to try to distinguish the window, which had still for him an inconquerable attraction. By dint of straining his eyes, he could perceive some stars, and he rose, groped his way across the room, discovered the panes with his outstretched hands, and placed his forehead close to them. There below, under the trees, lay the body of the little girl gleaming like phosphorus, lighting up the surrounding darkness. Renardet uttered a cry and rushed toward his bed, where he lay till morning, his head hidden under the pillow. From that moment his life became intolerable. He passed his days in apprehension of each succeeding night, and each night the vision came back again. As soon as he had locked himself up in his room, he strove to resist it, but in vain. An irresistible force lifted him up and pushed him against the window, as if to call the phantom, and he saw it at once, lying first in the spot where the crime was committed, in the position in which it had been found. Then the dead girl rose up and came toward him with little steps, just as the child had done when she came out of the river. She advanced quietly, passing straight across the grass and over the bed of withered flowers. Then she rose up in the air toward Renardet's window. She came toward him as she had come on the day of the crime, and the man recoiled before the apparition. He retreated to his bed and sank down upon it, knowing well that the little one had entered the room, and that she now was standing behind the curtain, which presently moved. And until daybreak he kept staring at the curtain with a fixed glance, ever waiting to see his victim depart. But she did not show herself any more. She remained there behind the curtain, which quivered tremulously now and then. And Renardet, his fingers clutching the clothes, squeezed them as he had squeezed the throat of little Louise Roque. He heard the clock striking the hours, and in the stillness the pendulum kept ticking in time with the loud beating of his heart, and he suffered, the wretched man, more than any man had ever suffered before. Then, as soon as a white streak of light on the ceiling announced the approaching day, he felt himself free, alone at last, alone in his room, and he went to sleep. He slept several hours, a restless, feverish sleep in which he retraced in dreams the horrible vision of the past night. When he went down to the late breakfast he felt exhausted, as after unusual exertion, and he scarcely ate anything, still haunted as he was by the fear of what he had seen the night before. He knew well, however, that it was not an apparition, that the dead do not come back, and that his sick soul, his soul possessed by one thought alone, by an indelible remembrance, was the only cause of his torture, was what brought the dead girl back to life and raised her form before his eyes, on which it was ineffaceably imprinted. But he knew, too, that there was no cure, that he would never escape from the savage persecution of his memory, and he resolved to die rather than to endure these tortures any longer. Then he thought of how he would kill himself. It must be something simple and natural which would preclude the idea of suicide, for he clung to his reputation, to the name bequeathed him by his ancestors, and if his death awakened any suspicion, people's thoughts might be, perhaps, directed toward the mysterious crime, toward the murderer who could not be found, and they would not hesitate to accuse him. A strange idea came into his head, that of allowing himself to be crushed by the tree at the foot of which he had assassinated little Louise Roque, so he determined to have the wood cut down and to simulate an accident, but the beech tree refused to crush his ribs. Returning to his house, a prey to utter despair, he had snatched up his revolver, and then did not dare to fire it. The dinner bell summoned him. He could eat nothing, and he went upstairs again, as he did not know what to do. Now that he had escaped the first time, he felt himself a coward. Presently he would be ready, brave, decided, master of his courage and of his resolution. Now he was weak, and feared death as much as he did the dead girl. He faltered. I dare not venture it again. I dare not venture it. Then he glanced with terror, first at the revolver on the table, and next at the curtain which hid his window. It seemed to him, moreover, that something horrible would occur as soon as his life was ended. Something? What? A meeting with her, perhaps. She was waiting for him. She was waiting for him. She was calling him, and it was in order to seize him in her turn, to draw him toward the doom that would avenge her, and to lead him to die, that she appeared every night. He began to cry like a child, repeating, I will not venture it again. I will not venture it. Then he fell on his knees and murmured, my God, without believing, nevertheless, in God, and he no longer dared, in fact, to look at his window, where he knew the apparition was hiding, nor at his table, where his revolver gleamed. When he had risen up, he said, This cannot last. There must be an end of it. The sound of his voice in the silent room made a chill of fear pass through his limbs, but as he could not bring himself to come to a determination, as he felt certain that his finger would always refuse to pull the trigger of his revolver, he turned round to hide his head under the bedclothes, and began to reflect. He would have to find some way in which he could force himself to die, to play some trick on himself which would not permit of any hesitation on his part, of any delay, any possible regrets. He envied condemned criminals who are led to the scaffold surrounded by soldiers. Oh, if he could only beg of someone to shoot him, if after confessing his crime to a true friend who would never divulge it, he could procure death at his hand. But from whom could he ask this terrible service? From whom? He thought of all the people he knew. The doctor? No, he would talk about it afterward, most probably. And suddenly the fantastic idea entered his mind. He would write to the magistrate, who was on terms of close friendship with him, and would denounce himself as the perpetrator of the crime. He would in this letter confess everything, revealing how his soul had been tortured, how he had resolved to die, how he had hesitated about carrying out his resolution, and what means he had employed to strengthen his failing courage. And in the name of their old friendship, he would implore of the other to destroy the letter as soon as he had ascertained that the culprit had inflicted justice on himself. Renardet could rely on this magistrate. He knew him to be true, discreet, incapable of even an idle word. He was one of those men who have an inflexible conscience, governed, directed, regulated by their reason alone. Scarcely had he formed this project when a strange feeling of joy took possession of his heart. He was calm now. He would write his letter slowly, then at daybreak he would deposit it in the box nailed to the outside wall of his office. Then he would ascend his tower to watch for the postman's arrival, and when the man in the blue blouse had gone away, he would cast himself head foremost on the rocks on which the foundations rested. He would take care to be seen first by the workmen who had cut down his wood. He would climb to the projecting stone which bore this flagstaff displayed on festivals. He would smash this pole with a shake and carry it along with him as he fell. Who would suspect that it was not an accident? And he would be killed outright, owing to his weight and the height of the tower. Presently he got out of bed, went over to the table, and began to write. He omitted nothing, not a single detail of the crime, not a single detail of the torments of his heart, and he ended by announcing that he had passed sentence on himself, that he was going to execute the criminal, and begged his friend, his old friend, to be careful that there should never be any stain on his memory. When he had finished this letter, he saw that the day had dawned. He closed, sealed it, and wrote the address. Then he descended with light steps, hurried toward the little white box fastened to the outside wall in the corner of the farmhouse, and when he had thrown into it this letter, which made his hand tremble, he came back quickly, drew the bolts of the great door, and climbed up to his tower to wait for the passing of the postman, who was to bear away his death sentence. He felt self-possessed now, liberated, saved. A cold, dry wind, an icy wind, passed across his face. He inhaled it eagerly with open mouth, drinking in its chilling kiss. The sky was red, a wintry red, and all the plain, whitened with frost, glistened under the first rays of the sun, as if it were covered with powdered glass. Renardet, standing up, his head bare, gazed at the vast tract of country before him, the meadows to the left and to the right of the village, whose chimneys were beginning to smoke in preparation for the morning meal. At his feet he saw the Bredea flowing amid the rocks, where he would soon be crushed to death. He felt new life on that beautiful frosty morning. The light bathed him, entered his being like a newborn hope. 1,000 recollections assailed him, recollections of similar mornings, of rapid walks on the hard earth which rang beneath his footsteps, of happy days of shooting on the edges of pools where wild ducks sleep. All the good things that he loved, the good things of existence, rushed to his memory, penetrated him with fresh desires, awakened all the vigorous appetites of his active, powerful body. And he was about to die. Why? He was going to kill himself stupidly because he was afraid of a shadow, afraid of nothing. He was still rich and in the prime of life. What folly! All he needed was distraction, absence, a voyage, in order to forget. This night he had not even seen the little girl because his mind was preoccupied and had wandered towards some other subject. Perhaps he would not see her any more? And even if she still haunted him in this house, certainly she would not follow him elsewhere. The earth was wide. The future was long. Why should he die? His glance traveled across the meadows, and he perceived a blue spot in the path which wound alongside the Bredea. It was Médéric coming to bring letters from town and to carry away those of the village. Renardet gave a start, a sensation of pain shot through his breast, and he rushed down the winding staircase to get back his letter, to demand it back from the postman. Little did it matter to him now whether he was seen. He hurried across the grass, damp from the light frost of the previous night, and arrived in front of the box in the corner of the farmhouse exactly the same time as the letter-carrier. The latter had opened the little wooden door and drew forth the 4 papers deposited there by the inhabitants of the locality. Renardet said to him, "Good morrow, Médéric." "Good morrow, Monsieur le Maire." "I say, Médéric, I threw a letter into the box that I want back again. I came to ask you to give it back to me." "That's all right, Monsieur le Maire, you'll get it." And the postman raised his eyes. He stood petrified at the sight of Renardet's face. The mayor's cheeks were purple, his eyes were anxious and sunken, with black circles around them. His hair was unbrushed, his beard untrimmed, his necktie unfastened. It was evident that he had not been in bed. The postman asked, "Are you ill, Monsieur le Maire?" The other, suddenly comprehending that his appearance must be unusual, lost countenance and faltered. Oh, no, only I jumped out of bed to ask you for this letter. I was asleep. You understand?" He said in reply, "What letter?" The one you're going to give back to me." Médéric now began to hesitate. The mayor's attitude did not strike him as natural. There was perhaps a secret in that letter, a political secret. He knew Renardet was not a Republican, and he knew all the tricks and chicanery employed at elections. He asked, "To whom is it addressed, this letter of yours?" "To Monsieur Poutoin, the magistrate. You know, my friend, Monsieur Poutoin." The postman searched through the papers and found the one asked for. Then he began looking at it, turning it round and round between his fingers, much perplexed, much troubled by the fear of either committing a grave offense or of making an enemy of the mayor. Seeing his hesitation, Renardet made a movement for the purpose of seizing the letter and snatching it away from him. This abrupt action convinced Médéric that some important secret was at stake, and made him resolve to do his duty, cost what it may. So he flung the letter into his bag and fastened it up with the reply, "No, I can't, Monsieur le Maire. As long as it is for the magistrate, I can't." A dreadful pang wrung Renardet's heart, and he murmured, "Why, you know me well. You're even able to recognize my handwriting. I tell you I want that paper." "I can't." "Look here, Médéric, you know I'm incapable of deceiving you. I tell you I want it." "No, I can't." A tremor of rage passed through Renardet's soul. "Damn it all, take care. You know that I never trifle, and that I could get you out of your job, my good fellow, and without much delay either. And then I am the mayor of the district after all, and I now order you to give me back that paper." The postman answered firmly, "No, I can't, Monsieur le Maire." Thereupon Renardet, losing his head, caught hold of the postman's arms in order to take away his bag. But, freeing himself by a strong effort and springing backward, the letter-carrier raised his big holly-stick. Without losing his temper, he said emphatically, "Don't touch me, Monsieur le Maire, or I'll strike. Take care, I'm only doing my duty." Feeling that he was lost, Renardet suddenly became humble, gentle, appealing to him like a whimpering child. Look here, my friend. Give me back that letter and I'll recompense you. I'll give you money. Stop, I'll give you 100 francs, you understand? 100 francs!" The postman turned on his heel and started on his journey. Renardet followed him, out of breath, stammering, Médéric, listen, I'll give you 1,000 francs, you understand? 1,000 francs!" The postman went on without giving any answer. Renardet went on, "I'll make your fortune, you understand? Whatever you wish. 50,000 francs. 50,000 francs for that letter. What does it matter to you? You won't? Well, 100,000, I say, 100,000 francs. Do you understand? 100,000 francs. 100,000 francs." The postman turned back, his face hard, his eye severe. "Enough of this, or else I'll repeat to the magistrate everything you have just said to me." Renardet stopped abruptly. It was all over. He turned back and rushed toward his house, running like a hunted animal. Then, in his turn, Médéric stopped and watched his flight with stupefaction. He saw the mayor re-enter his house, and waited still, as if something astonishing were about to happen. In fact, presently the tall form of Renardet appeared on the summit of the Fox's Tower. He ran around the platform like a madman. Then he seized the flagstaff and shook it furiously without succeeding in breaking it. Then, all of a sudden, like a diver with two hands before him, he plunged into space. Médéric rushed forward to his assistance. He saw the woodcutters going to work and called out to them, telling them an accident had occurred. At the foot of the walls they found a bleeding body, its head crushed on a rock. The brindilla surrounded this rock, and over its clear, calm waters could be seen a long red thread of mingled brains and blood. End of section 28. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 29 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 29. The Donkey. There was not a breath of air stirring. A heavy mist was lying over the river. It was like a layer of cotton placed on the water. The banks themselves were indistinct, hidden behind strange fogs. But day was breaking and the hill was becoming visible. In the dawning light of day, the plaster houses began to appear like white spots. Cocks were crowing in the barnyard. On the other side of the river, hidden behind the fogs, just opposite Fret, a slight noise from time to time broke the dead silence of the quiet morning. At times it was an indistinct splashing, like the cautious advance of a boat, then again a sharp noise like the rattle of an oar, and then the sound of something dropping in the water, then silence. Sometimes whispered words, coming perhaps from a distance, perhaps from quite near, pierced through these opaque mists. They passed by like wild birds which have slept in the rushes, and which fly away at first light of day, crossing the mist and uttering a low and timid sound which wakes their brothers along the shores. Suddenly, along the bank near the village, a barely perceptible shadow appeared on the water. Then it grew, became more distinct, and coming out of the foggy curtain which hung over the river, A flatboat, manned by 2 men, pushed up on the grass. The one who was rowing rose and took a pailful of fish from the bottom of the boat. Then he threw the dripping net over his shoulder. His companion, who had not made a motion, exclaimed, "Say, Mayosh, get your gun and see if we can't land some rabbit along the shore." The other one answered, "All right, I'll be with you in a minute." Then he disappeared in order to hide their catch. The man who had stayed in the boat slowly filled his pipe and lighted it. His name was La Bouise, but he was called Chicot, and was in partnership with Maupassant, commonly called Mayoche, to practice the doubtful and undefined profession of junk gatherers along the shore. They were a low order of sailors, and they navigated regularly only in the months of famine. The rest of the time they acted as junk gatherers, rowing about on the river day and night, watching for any prey, dead or alive, poachers on the water and nocturnal hunters, sometimes ambushing venison in the Saint-Germain forests, sometimes looking for drowned people and searching their clothes, picking up floating rags and empty bottles. Thus did La Bouise and Maupassant live easily. At times they would set out on foot about noon and stroll along straight ahead. They would dine in some inn on the shore and leave again side by side. They would remain away for a couple of days, then one morning they would be seen rowing about in the tub which they called their boat. At Joinville or Nogent, some boatman would be looking for his boat, which had disappeared one night, probably stolen, while 20 or 30 miles from there, on the Oise, some shopkeeper would be rubbing his hands, congratulating himself on the bargain he had made, when he bought a boat the day before for 50 francs, which 2 men offered him as they were passing. Maupassant reappeared with his gun wrapped in rags. He was a man of 40 or 50, tall and thin, with the restless eye of people who are worried by legitimate troubles and of hunted animals. His open shirt showed his hairy chest, but he seemed never to have had any more hair on his face than a short brush of a mustache and a few stiff hairs under his lower lip. He was bald around the temples. When he took off the dirty cap that he wore, his scalp seemed to be covered with a fluffy down, like the body of a plucked chicken. Chicot, on the contrary, was red, fat, short, and hairy. He looked like a raw beefsteak. He continually kept his left eye closed, as if he were aiming at something or somebody, and when people jokingly cried to him, "Open your eye, La Bouise," he would answer quietly, "Never fear, sister, I open it when there's cause to." He had a habit of calling everyone sister, even his scavenger companion. He took up the oars again, and once more the boat disappeared in the heavy mist, which was now turned snowy white in the pink-tinted sky. "What kind of lead did you take, Maupassant?" La Bouise asked. "Very small, number 9, that's the best for rabbits." They were approaching the other shore so slowly, so quietly, that no noise betrayed them. This bank belongs to the Saint-Germain forest, and is the boundary line for rabbit hunting. It is covered with burrows, hidden under the roots of trees, and the creatures at daybreak frisk about, running in and out of the holes. Maupassant was leaning in the bow, watching, his gun hidden on the floor. Suddenly he seized it, aimed, and the report echoed for some time throughout the quiet country. La Bouise, in a few strokes, touched the beach, and his companion, jumping to the ground, picked up a little grey rabbit, not yet dead. Then the boat once more disappeared into the fog in order to get to the other side, where it could keep away from the game wardens. The 2 men seemed to be riding easily on the water. The weapon had disappeared under the board, which served as a hiding place, and the rabbit was stuffed into Chicot's loose shirt. After about a quarter of an hour, La Bouise asked, "Well, sister, shall we get one more?" "It will suit me," Maupassant answered. The boat started swiftly down the current. The mist, which was hiding both shores, was beginning to rise. The trees could be barely perceived, as through a veil, and the little clouds of fog were floating up from the water. When they drew near the island, the end of which is opposite Herblay, the 2 men slackened their pace and began to watch. Soon a second rabbit was killed. Then they went down until they were halfway to Conflans. Here they stopped their boat, tied it to a tree, and went to sleep in the bottom of it. From time to time, La Bouise would sit up and look over the horizon with his open eye. The last of the morning mist had disappeared, and the large summer sun was climbing into the blue sky. On the other side of the river, the vineyard-covered hills stretched out in a semicircle. One house stood out alone at the summit. Everything was silent. Something was moving slowly along the tow-path, advancing with difficulty. It was a woman dragging a donkey. The stubborn, stiff-jointed beast occasionally stretched out a leg in answer to its companion's efforts, and it proceeded thus, with outstretched neck and ears lying flat, so slowly that one could not tell when it would ever be out of sight. The woman, bent double, was pulling, turning round occasionally to strike the donkey with a stick. As soon as he saw her, La Bouise exclaimed, "Say, Mayoche." Mayoche answered, "What's the matter? Want to have some fun?" "Of course." "Then hurry, sister, we're going to have a laugh." Chicot took the oars. When he had crossed the river, he stopped opposite the woman and called, "Hey, sister." The woman stopped dragging her donkey and looked. La Bouise continued, "What are you doing? Going to the locomotive show?" The woman made no reply. Chicot continued, "Say, your trotter's primed for a race. Where are you taking him at that speed?" At last the woman answered, I'm going to Makar at Champiou to have him killed. He's worthless. La Bouise answered, You're right. How much do you think Makar will give you for him? The woman wiped her forehead on the back of her hand and hesitated, saying, How do I know? Perhaps 3 francs, perhaps 4. Chicot exclaimed, I'll give you 5 francs and your errand's done. How's that? The woman considered the matter for a second and then exclaimed, Done! The 2 men landed. La Bouise grasped the animal by the bridle. Maupassant asked in surprise, What do you expect to do with that carcass? Chicot this time opened his other eye in order to express his gaiety. His whole red face was grinning with joy. He chuckled. Don't worry, sister. I've got my idea. He gave 5 francs to the woman, who then sat down by the road to see what was going to happen. Then La Bouise, in great humor, got the gun and held it out to Maupassant, saying, Each one in turn. We're going after big game, sister. Don't get so near or you'll kill it right away. You must make the pleasure last a little. He placed his companion about 40 paces from the victim. The ass, feeling itself free, was trying to get a little of the tall grass, but it was so exhausted that it swayed on its legs as if it were about to fall. Maupassant aimed slowly and said, A little pepper for the ears. Watch, Chicot. And he fired. The tiny shot struck the donkey's long ears, and he began to shake them in order to get rid of the stinging sensation. The 2 men doubled up with laughter and stamped their feet with joy. The woman, indignant, rushed forward. She did not want her donkey to be tortured, and she offered to return the 5 francs. La Bouise threatened her with a thrashing and pretended to roll up his sleeves. He had paid, hadn't he? Well then, he would take a shot at her skirts just to show that it didn't hurt. She went away, threatening to call the police. They could hear her protesting indignantly and cursing as she went her way. Maupassant held out the gun to his comrade, saying, It's your turn, Chicot. La Bouise aimed and fired. The donkey received the charge in his thighs, but the shot was so small and came from such a distance that he thought he was being stung by flies, for he began to thrash himself with his tail. La Bouise sat down to laugh more comfortably, while Maupassant reloaded the weapon, so happy that he seemed to sneeze into the barrel. He stepped forward a few paces, and aiming at the same place that his friend had shot at, he fired again. This time the beast started, tried to kick, and turned its head. At last a little blood was running. It had been wounded and felt a sharp pain, for it tried to run away, with a slow, limping, jerky gallop. Both men darted after the beast, Maupassant with a long stride, La Bouise with the short, breathless trot of a little man. But the donkey, tired out, had stopped, and with a bewildered look was watching his 2 murderers approach. Suddenly he stretched his neck and began to bray. La Bouise, out of breath, had taken the gun. This time he walked right up close, as he did not wish to begin the chase over again. When the poor beast had finished its mournful cry, like a last call for help, the man called, Hey, Maupassant, come here, sister, I'm going to give him some medicine. And while the other man was forcing the animal's mouth open, Chicot stuck the barrel of the gun down its throat, as if he were trying to make it drink a potion. Then he said, Look out, sister, here she goes. He pressed the trigger. The donkey stumbled back a few steps, fell down, tried to get up again, and finally lay on its side and closed its eyes. The whole body was trembling. Its legs were kicking, as if it were trying to run. A stream of blood was oozing through its teeth. Soon it stopped moving. It was dead. The 2 men went along, laughing. It was over too quickly. They had not had their money's worth. Maupassant asked, Well, what are we going to do now? La Bouise answered, Don't worry, sister. Get the thing on the boat. We're going to have some fun when night comes. They went and got the boat. The animal's body was placed on the bottom, covered with fresh grass, and the 2 men stretched out on it and went to sleep. Toward noon, La Bouise drew a bottle of wine, some bread and butter, and raw onions from a hiding place in their muddy, worm-eaten boat, and they began to eat. When the meal was over, they once more stretched out on the dead donkey and slept. At nightfall, La Bouise awoke and shook his comrade, who was snoring like a buzzsaw. Come on, sister, he ordered. Maupassant began to row. As they had plenty of time, they went up the Seine slowly. They coasted along the reaches covered with water lilies, and the heavy mud-covered boat slipped over the lily pads and bent the flowers, which stood up again as soon as they had passed. When they reached the wall of the Éperon, which separates the Saint-Germain forest from the Maison Lafitte Park, La Bouise stopped his companion and explained his idea to him. Maupassant was moved by a prolonged, silent laugh. They threw into the water the grass which had covered the body, took the animal by the feet and hid it in some bushes. Then they got into their boat again and went to Maison Lafitte. The night was perfectly black when they reached the wine shop of old man Jules. As soon as the dealer saw them, he came up, shook hands with them, and sat down at their table. They began to talk of one thing and another. By 11 o'clock, the last customer had left, and old man Jules winked at La Bouise and asked, Well, have you got any? La Bouise made a motion with his head and answered, Perhaps so, perhaps not. The dealer insisted, Perhaps you've got nothing but gray ones. Chicot dug his hands into his flannel shirt, drew out the ears of a rabbit, and declared, 3 francs a pair. They began a long discussion about the price. 2 francs 65, and the 2 rabbits were delivered. As the two men were getting up to go, old man Jules, who had been watching them, exclaimed, "You have something else, but you won't say what." La Bouise answered, "Possibly, but it's not for you. You're too stingy." The man, growing eager, kept asking, "What is it? Something big? Perhaps we might make a deal." La Bouise, who seemed perplexed, pretended to consult Maupassant with a glance. Then he answered in a slow voice, "This is how it is. We were in the bushes at Eperon when something passed right near us to the left, at the end of the wall. Mayoche takes a shot, and it drops. We skipped on account of the game people. I can't tell you what it is, because I don't know, but it's big enough. But what is it? If I told you I'd be lying, and you know, sister, between us everything's above board." Anxiously the man asked, "Think it's venison?" La Bouise answered, "Might be, and then again it might not. Venison? Might be a little too big for that. Mind you, I don't say it's a doe, because I don't know, but it might be." Still the dealer insisted, "Perhaps it's a buck?" La Bouise stretched out his hand, exclaiming, "No, it's not that. It's not a buck. I should have seen the horns. No, it's not a buck." "Why didn't you bring it with you?" asked the man. "Because, sister, from now on I sell from where I stand. Plenty of people will buy. All you have to do is take a walk over there, find the thing, and take it. No risk for me." The innkeeper, growing suspicious, exclaimed, "Supposing he wasn't there?" La Bouise once more raised his hand and said, "He's there, I swear, first bush to the left. What it is, I don't know, but it's not a buck, I'm positive. It's for you to find out what it is. 25 francs, cash down." Still the man hesitated. "Couldn't you bring it?" Maupassant exclaimed, "No, indeed, you know our price. Take it or leave it." The dealer decided, "It's a bargain for 20 francs," and they shook hands over the deal. Then he took out 4 big 5-franc pieces from the cash drawer, and the two friends pocketed the money. La Bouise arose, emptied his glass, and left. As he was disappearing in the shadows, he turned round to exclaim, "It isn't a buck. I don't know what it is, but it's there. I'll give you back your money if you find nothing." And he disappeared in the darkness. Maupassant, who was following him, kept punching him in the back to express his joy. End of section 29. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 30 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 30. Moiron. As we were still talking about Pranzini, Monsieur Malheureux, who had been Attorney General under the Empire, said, "Oh, I formerly knew a very curious affair, curious for several reasons, as you will see. I was at that time imperial attorney in one of the provinces. I had to take up the case which has remained famous under the name of the Moiron case. Monsieur Moiron, who was a teacher in the north of France, enjoyed an excellent reputation throughout the whole country. He was a person of intelligence, quiet, very religious, a little taciturn. He had married in the district of Bois-Linot, where he exercised his profession. He had 3 children, who had died of consumption one after the other. From this time he seemed to bestow upon the youngsters confided to his care all the tenderness of his heart. With his own money he bought toys for his best scholars and for the good boys. He gave them little dinners and stuffed them with delicacies, candy, and cakes. Everybody loved this good man with his big heart, when suddenly 5 of his pupils died in a strange manner, one after the other. It was supposed that there was an epidemic due to the condition of the water resulting from drought. They looked for the causes without being able to discover them, the more so that the symptoms were so peculiar. The children seemed to be attacked by a feeling of lassitude. They would not eat, they complained of pains in their stomachs, dragged along for a short time, and died in frightful suffering. A post-mortem examination was held over the last one, but nothing was discovered. The vitals were sent to Paris and analyzed, and they revealed the presence of no toxic substance. For a year nothing new developed. Then 2 little boys, the best scholars in the class, Moiron's favorites, died within 4 days of each other. An examination of the bodies was again ordered, and in both of them were discovered tiny fragments of crushed glass. The conclusion arrived at was that the 2 youngsters must have imprudently eaten from some carelessly cleaned receptacle. A glass broken over a pail of milk could have produced this frightful accident, and the affair would have been pushed no further if Moiron's servant had not been taken sick at this time. The physician who was called in noticed the same symptoms he had seen in the children. He questioned her and obtained the admission that she had stolen and eaten some candies that had been bought by the teacher for his scholars. On an order from the court, the schoolhouse was searched, and a closet was found which was full of toys and dainties destined for the children. Almost all these delicacies contained bits of crushed glass or pieces of broken needles. Moiron was immediately arrested, but he seemed so astonished and indignant at the suspicion hanging over him that he was almost released. However, indications of his guilt kept appearing, and baffled in my mind my first conviction, based on his excellent reputation, on his whole life, on the complete absence of any motive for such a crime. Why should this good, simple, religious man have killed little children, and the very children whom he seemed to love the most, whom he spoiled and stuffed with sweet things, for whom he spent half his salary in buying toys and bonbons? One must consider him insane to believe him guilty of this act. Now, Morin seemed so normal, so quiet, so rational and sensible that it seemed impossible to adjudge him insane. However, the proofs kept growing. In none of the candies that were bought at the places where the schoolmaster secured his provisions could the slightest trace of anything suspicious be found. He then insisted that an unknown enemy must have opened his cupboard with a false key in order to introduce the glass and the needles into the eatables. Then he made up a whole story of an inheritance dependent on the death of a child, determined on and sought by some peasant, and promoted thus by casting suspicions on the schoolmaster. This brute, he claimed, did not care about the other children who were forced to die as well. The story was possible. The man appeared to be so sure of himself and in such despair that we should undoubtedly have acquitted him, notwithstanding the charges against him, if 2 crushing discoveries had not been made, one after the other. The first one was a snuff-box full of crushed glass, his own snuff-box, hidden in the desk where he kept his money. He explained this new find in an acceptable manner, as the ruse of the real unknown criminal, but a mercer from Saint-Marlouf came to the presiding judge and said that a gentleman had several times come to his store to buy some needles, and he always asked for the thinnest needles he could find, and would break them to see whether they pleased him. The man was brought forward in the presence of a dozen or more persons, and immediately recognized Morin. The inquest revealed that the schoolmaster had indeed gone into Saint-Marlouf on the days mentioned by the tradesman. I will pass over the terrible testimony of children on the choice of dainties and the care which he took to have them eat the things in his presence, and to remove the slightest traces. Public indignation demanded capital punishment, and it became more and more insistent, overturning all objections. Morin was condemned to death, and his appeal was rejected. Nothing was left for him but the imperial pardon. I knew through my father that the emperor would not grant it. One morning, as I was working in my study, the visit of the prison almoner was announced. He was an old priest who knew men well and understood the habits of criminals. He seemed troubled, ill at ease, nervous. After talking for a few minutes about one thing and another, he arose and said suddenly, "If Morin is executed, monsieur, you will have put an innocent man to death." Then he left without bowing, leaving me behind with the deep impression made by his words. He had pronounced them in such a sincere and solemn manner, opening those lips, closed and sealed by the secret of confession, in order to save a life. An hour later I left for Paris, and my father immediately asked that I be granted an audience with the emperor. The following day I was received. His Majesty was working in a little reception room when we were introduced. I described the whole case, and I was just telling about the priest's visit when a door opened behind the sovereign's chair, and the empress, who supposed she was alone, appeared. His Majesty Napoleon consulted her. As soon as she had heard the matter, she exclaimed, "This man must be pardoned. He must, since he is innocent." Why did the sudden conviction of a religious woman cast a terrible doubt in my mind? Until then I had ardently desired a change of sentence, and now I suddenly felt myself the toy, the dupe of a cunning criminal who had employed the priest and confession as the last means of defense. I explained my hesitancy to their Majesties. The emperor remained undecided, urged on one side by his natural kindness, and held back on the other by the fear of being deceived by a criminal. But the empress, who was convinced that the priest had obeyed a divine inspiration, kept repeating, "Never mind. It is better to spare a criminal than to kill an innocent man." Her advice was taken. The death sentence was commuted to one of hard labor. A few years later I heard that Morin had again been called to the emperor's attention on account of his exemplary conduct in the prison at Toulon, and was now employed as a servant by the director of the penitentiary. For a long time I heard nothing more of this man. But about 2 years ago, while I was spending a summer near Lille with my cousin, de Lariel, I was informed one evening, just as we were sitting down to dinner, that a young priest wished to speak to me. I had him shown in, and he begged me to come to a dying man who desired absolutely to see me. This had often happened to me in my long career as a magistrate, and, although I had been set aside by the Republic, I was still often called upon in similar circumstances. I therefore followed the priest, who led me to a miserable little room in a large tenement house. There I found a strange-looking man on a bed of straw, sitting with his back against the wall in order to get his breath. He was a sort of skeleton with dark, gleaming eyes. As soon as he saw me, he murmured, "Don't you recognize me?" "No." "I am Morin." I felt a shiver run through me, and I asked, "The schoolmaster?" "Yes." "How do you happen to be here?" "The story is too long. I haven't time to tell it. I was going to die, and that priest was brought to me, and as I knew that you were here, I sent for you. It is to you I wish to confess, since you are the one who saved my life." His hands clutched the straw of his bed through the sheet, and he continued in a hoarse, forcible, and low tone, "You see, I owe you the truth. I owe it to you, for it must be told to someone before I leave this earth. It is I who killed the children. All of them. I did it, for revenge. Listen. I was an honest, straightforward, pure man, adoring God, this good Father, this man who teaches us to love, and not the false God, the executioner, the robber, the murderer who governs the earth. I had never done any harm. I had never committed an evil act. I was as good as it is possible to be, monsieur. I married and had 3 children. I loved them as no father or mother ever loved their children. I lived only for them. I was wild about them, and all 3 of them died. Why? Why? What had I done? I was rebellious, furious, and suddenly my eyes were opened as if I were waking up out of a sleep. I understood that God is bad. Why had he killed my children? I opened my eyes and saw that he loves to kill. He loves only that, monsieur. He gives life but to destroy it. God, monsieur, is a murderer. He needs death every day, and he makes it of every variety in order to better be amused. He has invented sickness and accidents in order to give him diversion through all the months and the years, and when he grows tired of this, he has epidemics. The plague, cholera, diphtheria, smallpox, everything possible. But this does not satisfy him. All these things are too similar, and so from time to time he has wars in order to see 200,000 soldiers killed at once, crushed in blood and in the mud, blown apart, their arms and legs torn off, their heads smashed by bullets like eggs that fall on the ground. But this is not all. He has made men who eat each other, and then, as men become better than he has made beasts in order to see men hunt and kill them, and eat them. That is not all. He has made tiny little animals which live one day, flies who die by the millions in 1 hour, ants which we are continually crushing under our feet, and so many, many others that we cannot even imagine. And all these things are continually killing each other and dying. And the good Lord looks on and is amused, for he sees everything, the big ones as well as the little ones, those who are in the drops of water and those in the other firmaments. He watches them and is amused. Wretch! Then, monsieur, I began to kill children. I played a trick on him. He did not get those. It was not he but I, and I would have killed many others, but you caught me. There. I was to be executed. How he would have laughed. Then I asked for a priest and I lied. I confessed to him. I lied and I lived. Now all is over. I can no longer escape from him. I no longer fear him, monsieur. I despise him too much. This poor wretch was frightful to see as he lay there gasping, opening an enormous mouth in order to utter words which could scarcely be heard, his breath rattling, picking at his bed and moving his thin legs under a grimy sheet as though trying to escape. Oh, the mere remembrance of it is frightful. You have nothing more to say? I asked. No, monsieur. Then farewell. Farewell, monsieur, till some day. I turned to the ashen-faced priest, whose dark outline stood out against the wall, and asked, Are you going to stay here, monsieur l'Abbé? Yes. Then the dying man sneered. Yes, yes, he sends his vultures to the corpses. I had had enough of this. I opened the door and ran away. End of section 30. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 31 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 31. The Dispenser of Holy Water. He lived formerly in a little house beside the high road outside the village. He had set up in business as a wheelwright after marrying the daughter of a farmer of the neighborhood, and as they were both industrious, they managed to save up a nice little fortune. But they had no children, and this caused them great sorrow. Finally a son was born whom they named Jean. They both loved and petted him, enfolding him with their affection, and were unwilling to let him be out of their sight. When he was 5 years old, some mountebanks passed by through the country and set up their tent in the town hall square. Jean, who had seen them pass by, made his escape from the house, and after his father had made a long search for him, he found him among the learned goats and trick dogs, uttering shouts of laughter and sitting on the knees of an old clown. 3 days later, just as they were sitting down to dinner, the wheelwright and his wife noticed that their son was not in the house. They looked for him in the garden, and as they did not find him, his father went out into the road and shouted at the top of his voice, Jean! Night came on. A brown vapor arose, making distant objects look still farther away, and giving them a dismal, weird appearance. 3 tall pines, close at hand, seemed to be weeping. Still there was no reply, but the air appeared to be full of indistinct sighing. The father listened for some time, thinking he heard a sound, first in one direction, then in another, and almost beside himself, he ran out into the night, calling incessantly, Jean! Jean! He ran along thus until daybreak, filling the darkness with his shouts, terrifying stray animals, torn by a terrible anguish and fearing that he was losing his mind. His wife, seated on the stone step of their home, sobbed until morning. They did not find their son. They both aged rapidly in their inconsolable sorrow. Finally, they sold their house and set out to search together. They inquired of the shepherds on the hillsides, of the tradesmen passing by, of the peasants in the villages, and of authorities in the towns. But their boy had been lost a long time, and no one knew anything about him. He had probably forgotten his own name by this time, and also the name of his village, and his parents wept in silence, having lost hope. Before long their money came to an end, and they worked out by the day in the farms and inns, doing the most menial work, eating what was left from the tables, sleeping on the ground, and suffering from cold. Then, as they became enfeebled by hard work, no one would employ them any longer, and they were forced to beg along the high roads. They accosted passers-by in an entreating voice, and with sad, discouraged faces. They begged a morsel of bread from the harvesters who were dining around a tree in the fields at noon, and they ate in silence seated on the edge of a ditch. An innkeeper to whom they told their story said to them one day, "I know someone who had lost their daughter, and they found her in Paris." They at once set out for Paris. When they entered the great city, they were bewildered by its size and by the crowds that they saw, but they knew that Jean must be in the midst of all these people, though they did not know how to set about looking for him. They feared that they might not recognize him, for he was only 5 years old when they last saw him. They visited every place, went through all the streets, stopping whenever they saw a group of people, hoping for some providential meeting, some extraordinary luck, some compassionate fate. They frequently walked at haphazard, straight ahead, leaning one against the other, looking so sad and poverty-stricken that people would give them alms without their asking. They spent every Sunday at the doors of the churches, watching the crowds entering and leaving, trying to distinguish among the faces one that might be familiar. Several times they thought they recognized him, but always found they had made a mistake. In the vestibule of one of the churches which they visited the most frequently, there was an old dispenser of holy water who had become their friend. He also had a very sad history, and in their sympathy for them, they had established a bond of close friendship between them. It ended by them all three living together in a poor lodging on the top floor of a large house, situated at some distance, quite on the outskirts of the city, and the wheelwright would sometimes take his new friend's place at the church when the latter was ill. Winter came, a very severe winter. The poor holy water sprinkler died, and the parish priest appointed the wheelwright, whose misfortunes had come to his knowledge, to replace him. He went every morning and sat in the same place, on the same chair, wearing away the old stone pillar by continually leaning against it. He would gaze steadily at every man who entered the church, and looked forward to Sunday with as much impatience as a schoolboy, for on that day the church was filled with people from morning till night. He became very old, growing weaker each day from the dampness of the church, and his hope oozed away gradually. He now knew by sight all the people who came into the services. He knew their hours, their manners, could distinguish their step on the stone pavement. His interests had become so contracted that the entrance of a stranger in the church was for him a great event. One day 2 ladies came in. One was old, the other young, a mother and daughter probably. Behind them came a man who was following them. He bowed to them as they came out, and after offering them some holy water, he took the arm of the elder lady. That must be the fiancé of the younger one, thought the wheelwright, and until evening he kept trying to recall where he had formerly seen a young man who resembled this one. But the one he was thinking of must be an old man by this time, for it seemed as if he had known him down home in his youth. The same man frequently came again to walk home with the ladies, and this vague, distant, familiar resemblance which he could not place worried the old man so much that he made his wife come with him to see if she could help his impaired memory. One evening, as it was growing dusk, the 3 strangers entered together. When they had passed, the old man said, "Well, do you know him?" His wife anxiously tried to ransack her memory. Suddenly she said in a low tone, "Yes, yes, but he is taller, darker, stouter, and is dressed like a gentleman. But, father, all the same, it is your face when you were young." The old man started violently. It was true. He looked like himself, and also like his brother who was dead, and like his father, whom he remembered while he was yet young. The old couple were so affected that they could not speak. The 3 persons came out and were about to leave the church. The man touched his finger to the holy water sprinkler. Then the old man, whose hand was trembling so that he was fairly sprinkling the ground with holy water, exclaimed, "Jean!" The young man stopped and looked at him. He repeated in a lower tone, "Jean." The 2 women looked at them without understanding. He then said for the 3rd time, sobbing as he did so, "Jean!" The man stooped down, with his face close to the old man's, and as a memory of his childhood dawned on him, he replied, "Papa Pierre! Mamma Jeanne!" He had forgotten everything, his father's surname and the name of his native place, but he always remembered those 2 words that he had so often repeated, "Papa Pierre! Mamma Jeanne!" He sank to the floor, his face on the old woman's knees, and he wept, kissing now his father and then his mother, while they were almost breathless from intense joy. The 2 ladies also wept, understanding that they did some great happiness had come to pass. Then they all went to the young man's house, and he told them his history. The circus people had carried him off. For 3 years he traveled with them in various countries. Then the troupe disbanded, and one day an old lady in a chateau had paid to have him stay with her because she liked his appearance. As he was intelligent, he was sent to school, then to college, and the old lady, having no children, had left him all her money. He, for his part, had tried to find his parents, but as he could remember only the two names, Papa Pierre, Mama Jeanne, he had been unable to do so. Now he was about to be married, and he introduced his fiancée, who was very good and very pretty. When the two old people had told their story in their turn, he kissed them once more. They sat up very late that night, not daring to retire lest the happiness they had so long sought should escape them again while they were asleep. But misfortune had lost its hold on them, and they were happy for the rest of their lives. End of section 31. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 32 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 32. A Parricide. The lawyer had presented a plea of insanity. How could anyone explain this strange crime otherwise? One morning, in the grass near Chatou, two bodies had been found, a man and a woman, well known, rich, no longer young, and married since the preceding year, the woman having been a widow for 3 years before. They were not known to have enemies. They had not been robbed. They seemed to have been thrown from the roadside into the river after having been struck, one after the other, with a long iron spike. The investigation revealed nothing. The boatmen who had been questioned knew nothing. The matter was about to be given up when a young carpenter from a neighboring village, Georges Louis, nicknamed the Bourgeois, gave himself up. To all questions he answered only this: I had known the man for 2 years, the woman for 6 months. They often had me repair old furniture for them because I am a clever workman. And when he was asked, Why did you kill them? He would obstinately answer, I killed them because I wanted to kill them. They could get nothing more out of him. This man was undoubtedly an illegitimate child, put out to nurse and then abandoned. He had no other name than Georges Louis, but as on growing up he became particularly intelligent, with the good taste and native refinement which his acquaintances did not have, he was nicknamed the Bourgeois, and he was never called otherwise. He had become remarkably clever in the trade of a carpenter, which he had taken up. He was also said to be a socialist fanatic, a believer in communistic and nihilistic doctrines, a great reader of bloodthirsty novels, an influential political agitator, and a clever orator in the public meetings of workmen or farmers. His lawyer had pleaded insanity. Indeed, how could one imagine that this workman should kill his best customers, rich and generous, as he knew, who in 2 years had enabled him to earn 3,000 francs? His book showed it. Only one explanation could be offered: insanity, the fixed idea of the unclassed individual who wreaks vengeance on two bourgeois, on all the bourgeoisie, and the lawyer made a clever allusion to his nickname of the bourgeois, given throughout the neighborhood to this poor wretch. He exclaimed, Is this irony not enough to unbalance the mind of this poor wretch who has neither father nor mother? He is an ardent Republican. What am I saying? He even belongs to the same political party, the members of which, formerly shot or exiled by the government, it now welcomes with open arms this party to which arson is a principal and murder an ordinary occurrence. These gloomy doctrines, now applauded in public settings, have ruined this man. He has heard Republicans, even women, yes, women, ask for the blood of Monsieur Gambetta, the blood of Monsieur Grévy. His weakened mind gave way. He wanted blood, the blood of a bourgeois. It is not he whom you should condemn, gentlemen, it is the Commune. Everywhere could be heard murmurs of assent. Everyone felt that the lawyer had won his case. The prosecuting attorney did not oppose him. Then the presiding judge asked the accused the customary question. Prisoner, is there anything that you wish to add to your defense? The man stood up. He was a short, flaxen blonde with calm, clear, gray eyes. A strong, frank, sonorous voice came from this frail-looking boy, and at the first words, quickly changed the opinion which had been formed of him. He spoke loud in a declamatory manner, but so distinctly that every word could be understood in the farthest corners of the big hall. Your Honor, as I do not wish to go to an insane asylum, and as I prefer death to that, I will tell everything. I killed this man and this woman because they were my parents. Now listen and judge me. A woman, having given birth to a boy, sent him out somewhere to a nurse. Did she even know where her accomplice carried this innocent little being, condemned to eternal misery, to the shame of an illegitimate birth, to more than that, to death, since he was abandoned, and the nurse, no longer receiving the monthly pension, might, as they often do, let him die of hunger and neglect. The woman who nursed me was honest, better, more noble, more of a mother than my own mother. She brought me up. She did wrong in doing her duty. It is more humane to let them die, these little wretches who are cast away in suburban villages just as garbage is thrown away. I grew up with the indistinct impression that I was carrying some burden of shame. One day the other children called me a bastard. They did not know the meaning of this word, which one of them had heard at home. I was also ignorant of its meaning, but I felt the sting all the same. I was, I may say, one of the cleverest boys in the school. I would have been a good man, Your Honor, perhaps a man of superior intellect, if my parents had not committed the crime of abandoning me. The crime was committed against me. I was the victim, they were the guilty ones. I was defenseless, they were pitiless. Their duty was to love me, and they rejected me. I owed them life, but is life a boon? To me, at any rate, it was misfortune. After their shameful desertion, I owed them only vengeance. They committed against me the most inhuman, the most infamous, the most monstrous crime which can be committed against a human creature. A man who has been insulted strikes. A man who has been robbed takes back by force. A man who has been deceived, played upon, tortured, kills. A man who has been slapped kills. A man who has been dishonored kills. I have been robbed, deceived, tortured, morally slapped, dishonored, all this to a greater degree than those whose anger you excuse. I revenged myself. I killed. It was my legitimate right. I took their happy life in exchange for the terrible one which they had forced on me. You will call me parricide. Were these people my parents, for whom I was an abominable burden, a terror, an infamous shame, for whom my birth was a calamity and my life a threat of disgrace? They sought a selfish pleasure. They got an unexpected child. They suppressed the child. My turn came to do the same for them. And yet, up to quite recently, I was ready to love them. As I have said, this man, my father, came to me for the first time 2 years ago. I suspected nothing. He ordered 2 pieces of furniture. I found out later on that under the seal of secrecy, naturally, he had sought information from the priest. He returned often. He gave me a lot of work and paid me well. Sometimes he would even talk to me of one thing or another. I felt a growing affection for him. At the beginning of this year, he brought with him his wife, my mother. When she entered, she was trembling so that I thought her to be suffering from some nervous disease. Then she asked for a seat and a glass of water. She said nothing. She looked around abstractedly at my work and only answered yes or no at random to all the questions which he asked her. When she had left, I thought her a little unbalanced. The following month they returned. She was calm, self-controlled. That day they chattered for a long time, and they left me a rather large order. I saw her 3 more times without suspecting anything. But one day she began to talk to me of my life, of my childhood, of my parents. I answered, Madame, my parents were wretches who deserted me. Then she clutched at her heart and fell unconscious. I immediately thought, she is my mother, but I took care not to let her notice anything. I wished to observe her. I, in turn, sought out information about them. I learned that they had been married since last July, my mother having been a widow for only 3 years. There had been rumors that they loved each other during the lifetime of the first husband, but there was no proof of it. I was the proof which they had at first hidden and then hoped to destroy. I waited. She returned one evening, escorted as usual by my father. That day she seemed deeply moved. I don't know why. Then, as she was leaving, she said to me, I wish you success, because you seem to me to be honest and a hard worker. Some day you will undoubtedly think of getting married. I have come to help you choose freely the woman who may suit you. I was married against my inclination once, and I know what suffering it causes. Now I am rich, childless, free, mistress of my fortune. Here is your dowry. She held out to me a large sealed envelope. I looked her straight in the eyes and then said, Are you my mother? She drew back a few steps and hid her face in her hands as so not to see me. He, the man, my father, supported her in his arms and cried out to me, You must be crazy. I answered, Not in the least. I know that you are my parents. I cannot be thus deceived. Admit it and I will keep the secret. I will bear you no ill will, and I will remain what I am, a carpenter. He retreated towards the door, still supporting his wife, who was beginning to sob. Quickly I locked the door, put the key in my pocket, and continued, Look at her, and dare to deny that she is my mother. Then he flew into a passion, very pale, terrified at the thought that the scandal, which had so far been avoided, might suddenly break out, that their position, their good name, their honor, might all at once be lost. He stammered out, You are a rascal. You wish to get money from us. That's the thanks we get for trying to help such common people. My mother, bewildered, kept repeating, Let's get out of here, let's get out. Then, when he found the door locked, he exclaimed, If you do not open this door immediately, I will have you thrown into prison for blackmail and assault. I had remained calm. I opened the door and saw them disappear in the darkness. Then I seemed to have been suddenly orphaned, deserted, pushed to the wall. I was seized with an overwhelming sadness, mingled with anger, hatred, disgust. My whole being seemed to rise up in revolt against the injustice, the meanness, the dishonor, the rejected love. I began to run in order to overtake them along the Seine, which they had to follow in order to reach the station of Chaton. I soon caught up with them. It was now pitch dark. I was creeping up behind them softly that they might not hear me. My mother was still crying. My father was saying, It's all your own fault. Why did you wish to see him? It was absurd in our position. We could have helped him from afar without showing ourselves. Of what use are these dangerous visits since we can't recognize him? Then I rushed up to them, beseeching. I cried, "You see, you are my parents. You have already rejected me once. Would you repulse me again?" Then, your honor, he struck me. I swear it on my honor before the law in my country. He struck me, and as I seized him by the collar, he drew from his pocket a revolver. The blood rushed to my head. I no longer knew what I was doing. I had my compass in my pocket. I struck him with it as often as I could. Then she began to cry, "Help! Murder!" and to pull my beard. It seems that I killed her also. How do I know what I did then? Then, when I saw them both lying on the ground, without thinking, I threw them into the Seine. That's all. Now sentence me. The prisoner sat down. After this revelation, the case was carried over to the following session. It comes up very soon. If we were jurymen, what would we do with this parricide? End of section 32. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 33 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 33. Bertha. Dr. Bonnet, my old friend, one sometimes has friends older than oneself, had often invited me to spend some time with him at Riom, and, as I did not know Auvergne, I made up my mind to visit him in the summer of 1876. I arrived by the morning train, and the first person I saw on the platform was the doctor. He was dressed in a gray suit and wore a soft, black, wide-brimmed, high-crowned felt hat, narrow at the top like a chimney-pot, a hat which hardly anyone except an Auvergnat would wear, which reminded one of a coal-burner. Dressed like that, the doctor had the appearance of an old young man, with his spare body under his thin coat, and his large head covered with white hair. He embraced me with that evident pleasure which country people feel when they meet long-expected friends, and stretching out his arm, he said proudly, "This is Auvergne!" I saw nothing before me except a range of mountains, whose summits, which resembled truncated cones, must have been extinct volcanoes. Then, pointing to the name of the station, he said, "Riom, the fatherland of magistrates, the pride of the magistracy, and which ought rather to be the fatherland of doctors." "Why?" I asked. "Why?" he repeated with a laugh. "If you transpose the letters, you have the Latin word mori, to die. That is the reason why I settled here, my young friend." And, delighted at his own joke, he carried me off, rubbing his hands. As soon as I had swallowed a cup of coffee, he made me go and see the town. I admired the druggist's house, and the other noted houses, which were all black, but pretty as bric-a-brac, with their facades of sculpted stone. I admired the statue of the Virgin, the patroness of butchers, and he told me an amusing story about this, which I will relate some other time. And then Dr. Bonnet said to me, "I must beg you to excuse me for a few minutes while I go in and see a patient, and then I will take you to Château Guyon, so as to show you the general aspect of the town, all the mountain chain of the Puy de Dôme before lunch. You can wait for me outside. I shall only go upstairs and come down immediately." He left me outside one of those old, gloomy, silent, melancholy houses which one sees in the provinces, and this one appeared to look particularly sinister, and I soon discovered the reason. All the large windows on the first floor were boarded halfway up. The upper part of them alone could be opened, as if one had wished to prevent the people who were locked up in that huge stone box from looking into the street. When the doctor came down again, I told him how it struck me, and he replied, "You are quite right. The poor creature who is living there must never see what is going on outside. She is a madwoman, or rather an idiot, what you Normans would call a niante. It is a miserable story, but a very singular pathological case at the same time. Shall I tell you?" I begged him to do so, and he continued. 20 years ago, the owners of this house, who were my patients, had a daughter who was like all other girls, but I soon discovered that while her body became admirably developed, her intellect remained stationary. She began to walk very early, but she could not talk. At first I thought she was deaf, but I soon discovered that although she heard perfectly, she did not understand anything that was said to her. Violent noises made her start and frightened her, without her understanding how they were caused. She grew up into a superb woman, but she was dumb from an absolute want of intellect. I tried all means to introduce a gleam of intelligence into her brain, but nothing succeeded. I thought I noticed that she knew her nurse, though as soon as she was weaned she failed to recognize her mother. She could never pronounce that word which is the first that children utter, and the last which soldiers murmur when they are dying on the field of battle. She sometimes tried to talk, but she produced nothing but incoherent sounds. When the weather was fine, she laughed continually, and emitted low cries which might be compared to the twittering of birds. When it rained, she cried and moaned in a mournful, terrifying manner, which sounded like the howling of a dog before a death occurs in a house.
She was fond of rolling on the grass as young animals do, and of running about madly, and she would clap her hands every morning when the sun shone into her room, and would insist, by signs, on being dressed as quickly as possible, so that she might get out. She did not appear to distinguish between people, between her mother and her nurse, or between her father and me, or between the coachman and the cook. I particularly liked her parents, who were very unhappy on her account, and went to see them nearly every day. I dined with them quite frequently, which enabled me to remark that Bertha, they had called her Bertha, seemed to recognize the various dishes and to prefer some to others. At that time she was 12 years old, but as fully formed in figure as a girl of 18, and taller than I was. Then the idea struck me of developing her greediness, and by this means of cultivating some slight power of discrimination in her mind, and to force her by the diversity of flavors, if not to reason, at any rate to arrive at instinctive distinctions, which would of themselves constitute a kind of process that was necessary to thought. Later on, by appealing to her passions, and by carefully making use of those which could serve our purpose, we might hope to obtain a kind of reaction on her intellect, and by degrees increase the unconscious action of her brain. One day I put 2 plates before her, one of soup and the other of very sweet vanilla cream. I made her taste each of them successively, and then I let her choose for herself, and she ate the plate of cream. In a short time I made her very greedy, so greedy that it appeared as if the only idea she had in her head was the desire for eating. She perfectly recognized the various dishes, and stretched out her hands toward those that she liked, and took hold of them eagerly, and she used to cry when they were taken from her. Then I thought I would try and teach her to come to the dining room when the dinner bell rang. It took a long time, but I succeeded in the end. In her vacant intellect, a vague correlation was established between sound and taste, a correspondence between the 2 senses, an appeal from one to the other, and consequently a sort of connection of ideas, if one can call that kind of instinctive hyphen between 2 organic functions an idea, and so I carried my experiments further, and taught her with much difficulty to recognize meal times by the clock. It was impossible for me for a long time to attract her attention to the hands, but I succeeded in making her remark the clockwork and the striking apparatus. The means I employed were very simple. I asked them not to have the bell rung for lunch, and everybody got up and went into the dining room when the little brass hammer struck 12 o'clock, but I found great difficulty in making her learn to count the strokes. She ran to the door each time she heard the clock strike, but by degrees she learned that all strokes had not the same value as far as regarded meals, and she frequently fixed her eyes, guided by her ears, on the dial of the clock. When I noticed that, I took care every day at 12 and at 6 o'clock to place my fingers on the figures 12 and 6, and as soon as the moment when she was waiting for had arrived, I soon noticed that she attentively followed the motion of the small brass hands, which I had often turned in her presence. She had understood. Perhaps I ought rather to say that she had grasped the idea. I had succeeded in getting the knowledge, or rather the sensation, of the time into her, just as is the case with carp, who certainly have no clocks when they are fed every day at exactly the same time. When I had obtained that result, all the clocks and watches in the house occupied her attention almost exclusively. She spent her time in looking at them, listening to them, and in waiting for mealtime, and once something very funny happened. The striking apparatus of a pretty little Louis XVI clock that hung at the head of her bed having got out of order, she noticed it. She sat for 20 minutes with her eyes on the hands, waiting for it to strike 10, but when the hands passed the figure, she was so astonished at not hearing anything, so stupefied was she indeed, that she sat down, no doubt overwhelmed by a feeling of violent emotion, such as attacks us in the face of some terrible catastrophe. And she had the wonderful patience to wait until 11 o'clock to see what would happen, and as she naturally heard nothing, she was suddenly either seized with a wild fit of rage at having been deceived and imposed upon by appearances, or else overcome by the fear which some frightened creature feels at some terrible mystery, and by the furious impatience of a passionate individual who meets with some obstacle, she took up the tongs from the fireplace, and struck the clock so violently that she broke it to pieces in a moment. It was evident, therefore, that her brain did act and calculate, obscurely it is true, and within very restricted limits, for I could never succeed in making her distinguish persons as she distinguished the time, and to stir her intellect it was necessary to appeal to her passions, in the material sense of the word, and we soon had another, and alas, a very terrible proof of this. She had grown up into a splendid girl, a perfect type of a race, a sort of lovely and stupid Venus. She was 16, and I have rarely seen such perfection of form, such suppleness and regular features. I said she was a Venus, yes, a fair, stout, vigorous Venus, with large, bright, vacant eyes, which were as blue as the flowers of the flax plant. She had a large mouth with full lips, the mouth of a glutton, of a sensualist, a mouth made for kisses. Well, one morning her father came into my consulting room with a strange look on his face. and, sitting down without even replying to my greeting, he said, "I want to speak to you about a very serious matter. Would it be possible for Bertha to marry?" "Bertha to marry? Why, it is quite impossible." "Yes, I know, he replied. "But reflect, Doctor. Don't you think, perhaps, we hoped if she had children, it would be a great shock to her, but a great happiness, and who knows whether maternity might not rouse her intellect?" I was in a state of great perplexity. He was right, and it was possible that such a new situation, and that wonderful instinct of maternity, which beats in the hearts of the lower animals as it does in the heart of a woman, which makes the hen fly at a dog's jaws to defend her chickens, might bring about a revolution, an utter change in her vacant mind, and set the motionless mechanism of her thoughts in motion. And then, moreover, I immediately remembered a personal instance. Some years previously I had owned a spaniel bitch who was so stupid that I could do nothing with her, but when she had had puppies, she became, if not exactly intelligent, almost like many other dogs who had not been thoroughly broken. As soon as I foresaw the possibility of this, the wish to get Bertha married grew in me, not so much out of friendship for her and her poor parents, as from scientific curiosity. What could happen? It was a singular problem. I said in reply to her father, "Perhaps you are right. You might make the attempt, but you will never find a man to consent to marry her." "I have found somebody," he said in a low voice. I was dumbfounded and said, "Somebody really suitable? Someone of your own rank and position in society?" "Decidedly," he said. "Oh, and may I ask his name?" "I came on purpose to tell you and to consult you. It is Monsieur Gaston Dubois de Lucelle." I felt inclined to exclaim, "The wretch!" but I held my tongue, and after a few moments' silence I said, "Oh, very good, I see nothing against it." The poor man shook me heartily by the hand. "She is to be married next month," he said. Monsieur Gaston Dubois de Lucelle was a scapegrace of good family, who, after having spent all that he had inherited from his father, and having incurred debts in all kinds of doubtful ways, had been trying to discover some other means of obtaining money, and he had discovered this method. He was a good-looking young fellow, and in capital health, but fast, one of that odious race of provincial fast men, and he appeared to be to me as suitable as anyone, and could be got rid of later by making him an allowance. He came to the house to pay his addresses, and to strut about before the idiot girl, who, however, seemed to please him. He brought her flowers, kissed her hands, sat at her feet, and looked at her with affectionate eyes, but she took no notice of any of his attentions, and did not make any distinction between him and the other persons who were about her. However, the marriage took place, and you may guess how my curiosity was aroused. I went to see Bertha the next day to try and discover from her looks whether any feelings had been awakened in her, but I found her just the same as she was every day, wholly taken up with the clock and dinner, while he, on the contrary, appeared really in love, and tried to rouse his wife's spirits and affection by little endearments and such caresses as one bestows on a kitten. He could think of nothing better. I called upon the married couple pretty frequently, and I soon perceived that the young woman knew her husband, and gave him those eager looks which she had hitherto only bestowed on sweet dishes. She followed his movements, knew his step on the stairs or in the neighboring rooms, clapped her hands when he came in, and her face was changed and brightened by the flames of profound happiness and of desire. She loved him with her whole body and with all her soul, to the very depths of her poor weak soul, and with all her heart, that poor heart of some grateful animal. It was really a delightful and innocent picture of simple passion, of carnal and yet modest passion, such as nature had implanted in mankind, before man had complicated and disfigured it by all the various shades of sentiment. But he soon grew tired of this ardent, beautiful, dumb creature, and did not spend more than an hour during the day with her, thinking it sufficient that if he came home at night, and she began to suffer in consequence. She used to wait for him from morning till night with her eyes on the clock. She did not even look after the meals now, for he took all his away from home, Clermont, Chateauguyon, Royat, no matter where he was, as long as he was not obliged to come home. She began to grow thin. Every other thought, every other wish, every other expectation, and every confused hope disappeared from her mind, and the hours during which she did not see him became hours of terrible suffering to her. Soon he ceased to come home regularly of nights. He spent them with women at the casino at Royat, and did not come home until daybreak, but she never went to bed before he returned. She remained sitting motionless in an easy-chair, with her eyes fixed on the hands of the clock, which turned so slowly and regularly around the china face on which the hours were painted. She heard the trot of his horse in the distance, and sat up with a start, and when he came into the room she got up with the movements of an automaton, and pointed to the clock, as if to say, "Look how late it is." And he began to be afraid of this amorous and jealous, half-witted woman, and flew into a rage, as brutes do, and one night he even went so far as to strike her, so they sent for me. When I arrived, she was writhing and screaming in a terrible crisis of pain, anger, passion, how do I know what? Can one tell what goes on in such undeveloped brains? I calmed her by subcutaneous injections of morphine, and forbade her to see that man again, for I saw clearly that marriage would infallibly kill her by degrees. Then she went mad. Yes, my dear friend, that idiot went mad. She is always thinking of him and waiting for him. She waits for him all day and night, awake or asleep, at this very moment, ceaselessly. When I saw her getting thinner and thinner, and as she persisted in never taking her eyes off the clocks, I had them removed from the house. I thus made it impossible for her to count the hours, and to try to remember, from her indistinct reminiscences, at what time he used to come home formerly. I hoped to destroy the recollection of it in time, and to extinguish that ray of thought which I kindled with so much difficulty. The other day I tried an experiment. I offered her my watch. She took it and looked at it for some time. Then she began to scream terribly, as if the sight of that little object had suddenly awakened her memory, which was beginning to grow indistinct. She is pitiably thin now, with hollow and glittering eyes, and she walks up and down ceaselessly, like a wild beast in its cage. I have had gratings put on the windows, boarded them up halfway, and have had the seats fixed on the floor, as to prevent her from looking to see whether he is coming. Oh, her poor parents! What a life they must lead! We had got to the top of the hill, and the doctor turned round and said to me, "Look at Riom from here." The gloomy town looked like some ancient city. Behind it a green wooden plain studded with towns and villages, and bathed in a soft blue haze, extended until it was lost in the distance. Far away on my right there was a range of lofty mountains with round summits, or else cut off flat, as if with a sword, and the doctor began to enumerate the villages, towns, and hills, and to give me the history of all of them. But I did not listen to him. I was thinking of nothing but the madwoman, and I only saw her. She seemed to be hovering over that vast extent of country like a mournful ghost, and I asked him abruptly, "What has become of the husband?" My friend seemed rather surprised, but after a few moments' hesitation he replied, "He is living at Royat on an allowance that they made him, and is quite happy. He leads a very fast life." As we were slowly going back, both of us silent and rather low-spirited, an English dog-cart, drawn by a thoroughbred horse, came up behind us and passed us rapidly. The doctor took me by the arm. "There he is," he said. I saw nothing except a grey felt hat cocked over one ear above a pair of broad shoulders, driving off in a cloud of dust. End of section 33. A recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 34 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 34. The Patron. We never dreamed of such good fortune. The son of a provincial bailiff, Jean Maron, had come, as do so many others, to study law in the Quartier Latin. In the various beer houses that he had frequented, he had made friends with several talkative students, who spouted politics as they drank their beer. He had a great admiration for them and followed them persistently from café to café, even paying for their drinks when he had the money. He became a lawyer and pleaded causes which he lost. However, one morning he read in the papers that one of his former comrades of the Quartier had just been appointed deputy. He again became his faithful hound, the friend who does the drudgery, the unpleasant tasks, for whom one sends when one has need of him, and with whom one does not stand on ceremony. But it chanced through some parliamentary incident that the deputy became a minister. 6 months later, Jean Maron was appointed to state councillor. He was so elated with pride at first that he lost his head. He would walk through the streets just to show himself off, as though one could tell by his appearance what position he occupied. He managed to say to the shopkeepers as soon as he entered a store, bringing it in somehow in the course of the most significant remarks, and even to the news vendors and the cabmen, "I, who am a state councillor." Then, in consequence of his position as well as for professional reasons, and as in duty bound through being an influential and generous man, he felt an imperious need of patronizing others. He offered his support to everyone, on all occasions, and with unbounded generosity. When he met anyone he recognized on the boulevards, he would advance to meet them with a charmed air, would take their hand, inquire after their health, and, without waiting for any questions, remark, "You know I am state councillor, and I am entirely at your service. If I can be of any use to you, do not hesitate to call on me. In my position one has great influence." Then he would go into some café with the friend he had just met, and ask for a pen and ink and a sheet of paper. "Just one, waiter. It is to write a letter of recommendation." And he wrote 10, 20, 50 letters of recommendation a day. He wrote them to the Café Américain, to Bignon's, to Tortoni's, to the Maison Dorée, to the Café Riche, to the Elder, to the Café Anglaise, to the Neapolitan, everywhere. He wrote them to all the officials of the Republican government, from the magistrates to the ministers, and he was happy, perfectly happy. One morning, as he was starting out to go to the council, it began to rain. He hesitated about taking a cab, but decided not to do so and set out on foot. The rain came down in torrents, swamping the sidewalks and inundating the streets. Monsieur Maron was obliged to take shelter in a doorway. An old priest was standing there, an old priest with white hair. Before he became a counselor, Monsieur Maron did not like the clergy. Now he treated them with consideration, ever since a cardinal had consulted him on an important matter. The rain continued to pour down in floods and obliged the two men to take shelter in the porter's lodge so as to avoid getting wet. Monsieur Maron, who was always itching to talk so as to let people know who he was, remarked, "This is horrible weather, Monsieur l'Abbé." The old priest bowed. "Yes, indeed, sir, it is very unpleasant when one comes to Paris for only a few days." "Ah, you come from the provinces." "Yes, monsieur, I am only passing through on my journey." "It certainly is very disagreeable to have rain during the few days one spends in the capital. We officials who stay here the year round, we think nothing of it." The priest did not reply. He was looking at the street where the rain seemed to be falling less heavily, and with a sudden resolve he raised his cassock just as women raise their skirts in stepping across water. Monsieur Maron, seeing him start away, exclaimed, "You will get drenched, Monsieur l'Abbé. Wait a few moments longer, the rain will be over." The good man stopped irresistibly and then said, "But I am in a great hurry. I have an important engagement." Monsieur Maron seemed quite worried. "But you will be absolutely drenched. Might I ask in which direction you are going?" The priest appeared to hesitate. Then he said, "I am going in the direction of the Palais Royal." "In that case, if you will allow me, Monsieur l'Abbé, I will offer you the shelter of my umbrella. As for me, I am going to the council. I am a counselor of state." The old priest raised his head and looked at his neighbor and then exclaimed, "I thank you, monsieur. I shall be glad to accept your offer." Monsieur Maron then took his arm and led him away. He directed him, watched over him, and advised him. "Be careful of that stream, Monsieur l'Abbé, and be very careful about the carriage wheels. They splatter you with mud, sometimes from head to foot. Look out for the umbrellas of people passing by. There is nothing more dangerous to the eyes than the tips of the ribs. Women are especially unbearable. They pay no heed to where they are going, and always jab you in the face with the point of their parasols or umbrellas, and they never move aside for anybody. One would suppose the town belonged to them. They monopolize the pavement and the street. It is my opinion that their education has been greatly neglected." And Monsieur Maron laughed. The priest did not reply. He walked along, slightly bent over, picking his steps carefully so as not to get mud on his boots or his cassock. Monsieur Maron resumed, "I suppose you have come to Paris to divert your mind a little." The good man replied, "No, I have some business to attend to." "Ah, is it important business? Might I venture to ask what it is? If I can be any service to you, you may command me." The priest seemed embarrassed. He murmured, "Oh, it is a little personal matter, a little difficulty with my bishop. It would not interest you. It is a matter of internal regulation, an ecclesiastical affair." Monsieur Maron was eager. "But it is precisely the state council that regulates all those things. In that case, make use of me." "Yes, monsieur, it is to the council that I am going. You are 1,000 times too kind. I have to see Monsieur le Père and Monsieur Savon, and also perhaps Monsieur Petitpas." Monsieur Maron stopped short. "Why, those are my friends, Monsieur l'Abbé, my best friends, excellent colleagues, charming men. I will speak to them about you and very highly. Count upon me." The cure thanked him, apologized for troubling him, and stammered out 1,000 grateful promises. Monsieur Maron was enchanted. "Ah, you may be proud of having made a stroke of luck, Monsieur l'Abbé. You will see that, thanks to me, your affair will go along swimmingly." They reached the council hall. Monsieur Maron took the priest into his office, offered him a chair in front of the fire, and sat down himself at his desk and began to write. "My dear colleague, allow me to recommend to you most highly a venerable and particularly worthy and deserving priest, Monsieur l'Abbé—" He stopped and asked, "Your name, if you please?" "L'Abbé Ceinture. Monsieur l'Abbé Ceinture, who needs your good office in a little matter which he will communicate to you. I am pleased at this incident, which gives me an opportunity, my dear colleague," and he finished with the usual compliments. When he had written the 3 letters, he handed them to his protégé, who took his departure with many protestations of gratitude. Monsieur Maron attended to some business, and then went home, passed the day quietly, slept well, woke in a good humor, and sent for his newspapers. The first he opened was a radical sheet. He read, "Our clergy and our government officials. We shall never make an end of enumerating the misdeeds of the clergy. A certain priest named Ceinture, convicted of conspiracy against the present government, accused of base actions to which we will not even allude, suspected besides of being a former Jesuit, metamorphosed into a simple priest, suspended by a bishop for causes that are said to be unmentionable, and summoned to Paris to give an explanation of his conduct, has found an ardent defender in the man named Maron, a counselor of state, who was not afraid to give this frocked malefactor the warmest letters of recommendation to all the Republican officials, his colleagues. We call the attention of the ministry to the unheard-of attitude of this councillor of state. Monsieur Maron bounded out of bed, dressed himself, and hastened to his colleague, Petit Pas, who said to him, "How now? You were crazy to recommend to me that old conspirator." Monsieur Maron, bewildered, stammered out, "Why, no, you see I was deceived. He looked such an honest man. He played me a trick, a disgraceful trick. I beg that you will sentence him severely, very severely. Tell me to whom I should write about having him punished. I will go and see the Attorney General and the Archbishop of Paris. Yes, the Archbishop." And seating himself abruptly at Monsieur Petitpas' desk, he wrote, "Monseigneur, I have the honor to bring to your Grace's notice the fact that I have recently been made a victim of the intrigues and lies of a certain Abbé Saint-Cyr who imposed on my kind-heartedness. Deceived by the representations of this ecclesiastic, I was led—" Then, having signed and sealed his letter, he turned to his colleague and exclaimed, "See here, my dear friend, let this be a warning to you never to recommend anyone again." End of section 34. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 35 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 35. The Door. "Bah!" exclaimed Karl Massouligny. "The question of complaisant husbands is a difficult one. I have seen many kinds, and yet I am unable to give an opinion about any of them. I have often tried to determine whether they are blind, weak, or clairvoyant. I believe that there are some which belong to each of these categories. Let us quickly pass over the blind ones. They cannot rightly be called complaisant, since they do not know, but they are good creatures who cannot see farther than their nose. It is a curious and interesting thing to notice the ease with which men and women can be deceived. We are taken in by the slightest trick of those who surround us, by our children, our friends, our servants, our tradespeople. Humanity is credulous, and in order to discover deceit in others, we do not display 1/10 of the shrewdness which we use when we, in turn, wish to deceive someone else. Clairvoyant husbands may be divided into 3 classes: those who have some interest, pecuniary, ambitious, or otherwise, in their wives having love affairs. These ask only to safeguard appearances as much as possible, and they are satisfied. Next come those who get angry. What a beautiful novel one could write about them! Finally, the weak ones, those who are afraid of scandal. There are also those who are powerless, or rather tired, who flee from the duties of matrimony through fear of ataxia or apoplexy, who are satisfied to see a friend run these risks. But I once met a husband of a rare species, who guarded against the common accident in a strange and witty manner. In Paris I had made the acquaintance of an elegant, fashionable couple. The woman, nervous, tall, slender, courted, was supposed to have had many love adventures. She pleased me with her wit, and I believe that I pleased her also. I courted her, a trial courting to which she answered with evident provocations. Soon we got to tender glances, hand pressures, all the little gallantries which precede the final attack. Nevertheless, I hesitated. I consider that, as a rule, the majority of society intrigues, however short they may be, are not worth the trouble which they give us and the difficulties which may arise. I therefore mentally compared the advantages and disadvantages which I might expect, and I thought I noticed that the young husband suspected me. One evening at a ball, as I was saying tender things to the young woman in a parlor leading from the big hall, where the dancing was going on, I noticed in a mirror the reflection of someone who was watching me. It was he. Our looks met, and then I saw him turn his head and walk away. I murmured, "Your husband is spying on us." She seemed dumbfounded and asked, "My husband?" "Yes, he has been watching us for some time." "Nonsense, are you sure?" "Very sure." "How strange! He is usually extraordinarily pleasant to all my friends." "Perhaps he guessed that I love you." "Nonsense, you are not the first one to pay attention to me. Every woman who is a little in view drags behind her a herd of admirers." "Yes, but I love you deeply." "Admitting that that is true, does a husband ever guess these things?" "Then he is not jealous?" "No, no." She thought for an instant, and then continued, "No, I do not think that I ever noticed any jealousy on his part. Has he never watched you?" "No, as I said, he is always agreeable to my friends." From that day my courting became much more assiduous. The woman did not please me any more than before, but the probable jealousy of her husband tempted me greatly. As for her, I judged her coolly and clearly. She had a certain worldly charm, due to a quick, gay, amiable, and superficial mind, but no real deep attraction. She was, as I have already said, an excitable little being, all on the surface, with rather a showy elegance. How can I explain myself? She was an ornament, not a home. One day after taking dinner with her, her husband said to me, just as I was leaving, "My dear friend," he now called me friend, "we soon leave for the country. It is a great pleasure to my wife and myself to entertain people whom we like. We would be very pleased to have you spend a month with us. It would be very nice of you to do so." I was dumbfounded, but I accepted. A month later, I arrived at their estate of Vert-Cresson in Touraine. They were waiting for me at the station, 5 miles from the chateau. There were 3 of them, she, the husband, and a gentleman unknown to me, the Comte de Morterad, to whom I was introduced. He appeared to be delighted to make my acquaintance, and the strangest ideas passed through my mind while we trotted along the beautiful road between 2 hedges. I was saying to myself, "Let's see, what can this mean? Here is a husband who cannot doubt that his wife and I are on more than friendly terms, and yet he invites me to his house, receives me like an old friend, and seems to say, 'Go ahead, my friend, the road is clear.' Then I am introduced to a very pleasant gentleman, who seems already to have settled down in the house, and who is perhaps trying to get out of it, and who seems as pleased at my arrival as the husband himself. Is it some former admirer who wishes to retire? One might think so. But then would these 2 men tacitly have come to one of these infamous little agreements so common in society? And it is proposed to me that I should quietly enter into the pact and carry it out. All hands and arms are held out to me. All doors and hearts are open to me. And what about her? An enigma. She cannot be ignorant of everything. However, well, I cannot understand it. The dinner was very gay and cordial. On leaving the table, the husband and his friend began to play cards, while I went out on the porch to look at the moonlight with Madame. She seemed to be greatly affected by nature, and I judged that the moment for my happiness was near. That evening she was really delightful. The country had seemed to make her more tender. Her long, slender waist looked pretty on this stone porch beside a great vase in which grew some flowers. I felt like dragging her out under the trees, throwing myself at her feet, and speaking to her words of love. Her husband's voice called, "Louise!" "Yes, dear." "You are forgetting the tea." "I'll go and see about it, my friend." We returned to the house, and she gave us some tea. When the 2 men had finished playing cards, they were visibly tired. I had to go to my room. I did not get to sleep till late, and then I slept badly. An excursion was decided upon for the following afternoon, and we went in an open carriage to visit some ruins. She and I were in the back of the vehicle, and they were opposite us, riding backwards. The conversation was sympathetic and agreeable. I am an orphan, and it seemed to me as though I had just found my family. I felt so at home with them. Suddenly, as she had stretched out her foot between her husband's legs, he murmured reproachfully, "Louise, please don't wear out your old shoes yourself. There is no reason for being neater in Paris than in the country." I lowered my eyes. She was indeed wearing worn-out shoes, and I noticed that her stockings were not pulled up tight. She had blushed and hidden her foot under her dress. The friend was looking out in the distance with an indifferent and unconcerned look. The husband offered me a cigar, which I accepted. For a few days it was impossible for me to be alone with her for 2 minutes. He was with us everywhere. He was delightful to me, however. One morning he came to get me to take a walk before breakfast, and the conversation happened to turn on marriage. I spoke a little about solitude, and about how charming life can be made by the affection of a woman. Suddenly he interrupted me, saying, "My friend, don't talk about things you know nothing about. A woman who has no other reason for loving you will not love you long. All the little coquetries which make them so exquisite when they do not definitely belong to us cease as soon as they become ours. And then, the respectable women, that is to say our wives, are not, in fact, do not understand their profession of wife. Do you understand?" He said no more, and I could not guess his thoughts. 2 days after this conversation, he called me to his room quite early, in order to show me a collection of engravings. I sat in an easy chair opposite the big door which separated his apartment from his wife's, and behind this door I heard someone walking and moving, and I was thinking very little of the engravings, although I kept exclaiming, "Oh, charming, delightful, exquisite!" He suddenly said, "Oh, I have a beautiful specimen in the next room. I'll go and get it." He ran to the door quickly, and both sides opened as though for a theatrical effect. In a large room, all in disorder, in the midst of skirts, collars, waists lying around on the floor, stood a tall, dried-up creature. The lower part of her body was covered with an old, worn-out silk petticoat, which was hanging limply on her shapeless form, and she was standing in front of a mirror brushing some short, sparse blonde hairs. Her arms formed 2 acute angles, and as she turned around in astonishment, I saw under a common cotton chemise a regular cemetery of ribs, which were hidden from the public gaze by well-arranged pads. The husband uttered a natural exclamation and came back, closing the doors, and said, "Gracious! How stupid I am! Oh, how thoughtless. My wife will never forgive me for that. I already felt like thanking him. I left 3 days later, after cordially shaking hands with the two men and kissing the lady's fingers. She bade me a cold goodbye. Karl Massouligny was silent. Someone asked, "But what was the friend?" "I don't know. However, he looked greatly distressed to see me leaving so soon." End of section 35. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 36 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 36. A Sale. The defendants, Césaire Isidore Brumont and Prosper Napoleon Cornu, appeared before the Court of Assize of the Seine-Inférieure on a charge of attempted murder, by drowning, of Mademoiselle Brumont, lawful wife of the first of the aforenamed. The two prisoners sat side by side on the traditional bench. They were two peasants. The first was small and stout, with short arms, short legs, and a round head with a pimply face, planted directly on his trunk, which was also round and short, with apparently no neck. He was a raiser of pigs, and lived at Cacheville-la-Groupille, in the district of Criquetot. Cornu, Prosper Napoleon, was thin, of medium height, with enormously long arms. His head was on crooked, his jaw awry, and he squinted. A blue blouse, as long as a shirt, hung down to his knees, and his yellow hair, which was scanty and plastered down on his head, gave his face a worn-out, dirty look, a dilapidated look that was frightful. He had been nicknamed the Cure because he could imitate to perfection the chanting in church, and even the sound of the serpent. This talent attracted to his café, for he was a saloon-keeper at Criquetot, a great many customers who preferred the mass at Cornu to the mass in church. Mademoiselle Brumont, seated on the witness bench, was a thin peasant woman who seemed to always be asleep. She sat there motionless, her hands crossed on her knees, gazing fixedly before her with a stupid expression. The judge continued his interrogation. "Well then, Mademoiselle Brumont, they came into your house and threw you into a barrel full of water. Tell us the details. Stand up." She rose. She looked as tall as a flagpole with her cap, which looked like a white skull cap. She said in a drawling tone, "I was shelling beans. Just then they came in. I said to myself, what is the matter with them? They do not seem natural. They seem up to some mischief. They watched me sideways like this, especially Cornu, because he squints. I do not like to see them together, for they are too good-for-nothings when they are in company. I said, 'What do you want with me?' They did not answer. I had a sort of mistrust." The defendant Brumont interrupted the witness hastily, saying, "I was full." Then Cornu, turning towards his accomplice, said in the deep tones of an organ, "Say that we were both full, and you will be telling no lie." The judge, severely, "You mean by that you were both drunk?" Brumont, "There can be no question about it." Cornu, "That might happen to anyone." The judge to the victim, "Continue your testimony, woman Brumont." "Well, Brumont said to me, 'Do you wish to earn 100 sous?' 'Yes,' I replied, seeing that 100 sous are not picked up in a horse's tracks. Then he said, 'Open your eyes and do as I do,' and he went to fetch the large empty barrel which is under the rain-pipe in the corner, and he turned it over and brought it into my kitchen, and struck it down in the middle of the floor, and then he said to me, 'Go and fetch water until it is full.' So I went to the pond with 2 pails and carried water, and still more water, for an hour, seeing that the barrel was as large as a vat, saving your presence, Monsieur le Président. All this time Brumont and Cornu were drinking a glass, and then another glass, and then another. They were finishing their drinks when I said to them, 'You are full, fuller than this barrel.' And Brumont answered me, 'Do not worry, go on with your work, your turn will come, each one has his share.' I paid no attention to what he said as he was full. When the barrel was full to the brim, I said, 'There, that's done.' And then Cornu gave me 100 sous, not Brumont, Cornu, it was Cornu gave them to me. And Brumont said, 'Do you wish to earn 100 sous more?' 'Yes,' I said, for I am not accustomed to presents like that. Then he said, 'Take off your clothes.' 'Take off my clothes?' 'Yes,' he said. 'How many shall I take off?' 'If it worries you at all, keep on your chemise, that won't bother us.' 100 sous is 100 sous, and I have to undress myself, but I did not fancy undressing before those 2 good-for-nothings. I took off my cap, and then my jacket, and then my skirt, and then my sabots. Brumont said, 'Keep on your stockings also, we are good fellows.' And Cornu said too, 'We are good fellows.' So there I was, almost like Mother Eve. And they got up from their chairs, but could not stand straight, they were so full, saving your presence, Monsieur le Président. I said to myself, 'What are they up to?' And Brumont said, 'Are you ready?' And Cornu said, 'I'm ready.' And then they took me, Brumont by the head and Cornu by the feet, as one might take, for instance, a sheet that has been washed. Then I began to bawl, and Brumont said, "Keep still, wretched creature." And they lifted me up in the air and put me into the barrel, which was full of water, so that I had a check of the circulation, a chill to my very insides. And Brumont said, "Is that all?" Cornu said, "That is all." Brumont said, "The head is not in, that will make a difference in the measure." Cornu said, "Put in her head." And then Brumont pushed down my head as if to drown me, so that the water ran into my nose, so that I could already see paradise. And he pushed it down, and I disappeared. And then he must have been frightened. He pulled me out and said, "Go get dry, carcass." As for me, I took to my heels and ran as far as Monsieur Lequier's. He lent me a skirt belonging to his servant, for I was almost in a state of nature, and he went to fetch Maître Chicot, the country watchman who went to Criquetot to fetch the police, who came to my house with me. Then we found Brumont and Cornu fighting each other like two rams. Brumont was bawling, "It isn't true, I tell you, that there is at least a cubic meter in it. It is the method that was no good." Cornu bawled, "4 pails, that is almost half a cubic meter. You need not reply, that's what it is." The police captain put them both under arrest. I have no more to tell. She sat down. The audience in the courtroom laughed. The jurors looked at one another in astonishment. The judge said, "Defendant Cornu, you seem to have been the instigator of this infamous plot. What have you to say?" And Cornu rose in his turn. "Judge," he replied, "I was full." The judge answered gravely, "I know it. Proceed." "I will. Well, Brumont came to my place about 9 o'clock and ordered 2 drinks, and said, 'There's one for you, Cornu.' I sat down opposite him and drank, and out of politeness I offered him a glass. Then he returned the compliment, and so did I, and so it went on from glass to glass until noon, when we were full. Then Brumont began to cry. That touched me. I asked him what was the matter. He said, 'I must have 1,000 francs by Thursday.' That cooled me off a little, you understand. Then he said to me all at once, 'I will sell you my wife.' I was full, and I was a widower, you understand. That stirred me up. I did not know his wife, but she was a woman, wasn't she? I asked him, 'How much would you sell her for?' He reflected, or pretended to reflect. When one is full, one is not very clear-headed, and he replied, 'I will sell her by the cubic meter.' That did not surprise me, for I was as drunk as he was, and I knew what cubic meter is in my business. It is the 1,000 liters, that suited me. But the price remained to be settled. All depends on the quality. I said, 'How much do you want a cubic meter?' And he answered, 2,000 francs. I gave a bound like a rabbit, and then I reflected that a woman ought not to measure more than 300 liters. So I said, 'That's too dear.' He answered, 'I cannot do it for less. I should lose by it.' You understand, one is not a dealer in hogs for nothing. One understands one's business. But if he is smart, the seller of bacon, I am smarter, seeing that I sell them also. So I said to him, 'If she were new, I would not say anything, but she has been married to you for some time, so she is not as fresh as she was. I will give you 1,500 francs the cubic meter, not a sou more. Will that suit you?' He answered, 'That will do, that's a bargain.' I agreed, and we started out arm in arm. We must help each other in this world. But a fear came to me. How can you measure her unless you put her into the liquid? Then he explained this idea, not without difficulty, for he was full. He said to me, 'I take a barrel, and fill it with water to the brim. I put her in it. All the water that comes out we will measure, and that is the way to fix it.' I see. I understand. But this water that overflows will run away. How are you going to gather it up?' Then he began stuffing me and explained to me that all we would have to do would be to refill the barrel with the water his wife had displaced as soon as she should have left. All the water we should pour in would be the measure. I supposed about 10 pails, that would be a cubic meter. He isn't a fool all the same when he is drunk, that old horse. To be brief, we reached his house, and I took a look at its mistress. A beautiful woman she certainly was not. Anyone can see her, for there she is. I said to myself, 'I am disappointed, but never mind. She will be of value, handsome or ugly. It is all the same, is it not, Monsieur le Président?' And then I saw that she was as thin as a rail. I said to myself, 'She will not measure 400 liters. I understand the matter, it being in liquids.' She told you about the proceeding. I even let her keep on her chemise and stockings to my own disadvantage. When that was done, she ran away. I said, 'Look out, Brumont, she is escaping.' He replied, 'Do not be afraid, I will catch her all right. She will have to come back to sleep. I will measure the deficit.' We measured, not even 4 pailfuls. Ha ha ha. The witness began to laugh so persistently that a gendarme was obliged to punch him in the back. Having quieted down, he resumed. 'In short,' Brumont exclaimed, 'nothing doing, that is not enough. I bawled and bawled and bawled again, and he punched me, I hit back. That would have kept on till the day of judgment, seeing as we were both drunk. Then came the gendarmes. They swore at us. They took us off to prison. I want damages.' He sat down. Brumont confirmed in every particular the statements of his accomplice. The jury, in consternation, retired to deliberate. At the end of an hour they returned a verdict of acquittal for the defendants, with some severe strictures on the dignity of marriage, and establishing the precise limitations of business transactions. Brumont went home to the domestic roof, accompanied by his wife. Cornu went back to his business. End of section 36. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 37 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 37. The Impolite Sex. Madame de X to Madame de L. Etretat, Friday. My dear Aunt, I am coming to see you without anyone knowing it. I shall be at Les Friends on the 2nd of September, the day before the hunting season opens, as I do not want to miss it, so that I may tease these gentlemen. You are too good, Aunt, and you will allow them, as you usually do when there are no strange guests, to come to table under pretext of fatigue, without dressing or shaving for the occasion. They are delighted, of course, when I am not present, but I shall be there and will hold a review, like a general, at dinner-time, and if I find a single one of them at all careless in dress, no matter how little, I mean to send them down to the kitchen with the servants. The men of today have so little consideration for others, and so little good manners, that one must be always severe with them. We live indeed in an age of vulgarity. When they quarrel, they insult each other in terms worthy of longshoremen, and, in our presence, they do not conduct themselves even as well as our servants. It is at the seaside that you see this most clearly. They are to be found there in battalions, and you can judge them in the lump. Oh, coarse beings they are. Just imagine in a train, a gentleman who looked well, as I thought at first sight, thanks to his tailor, carefully took off his boots in order to put on a pair of old shoes. Another, an old man who was probably some wealthy upstart, these are the most ill-bred, while sitting opposite to me, had the delicacy to place his 2 feet on the seat quite close to me. This is a positive fact. At the watering places the vulgarity is unrestrained. I must here make one admission, that my indignation is perhaps due to the fact that I am not accustomed to associate, as a rule, with the sort of people one comes across here, for I should be less shocked by their manners if I had the opportunity of observing them oftener. In the office of the hotel I was nearly thrown down by a young man who snatched the key over my head. Another knocked against me so violently, without begging my pardon or lifting his hat, coming away from a ball at the casino, that it gave me a pain in the chest. It is the same way with all of them. Watch them addressing ladies on the terrace, they scarcely ever bow. They merely raise their hands to their headgear. But indeed, as they are all more or less bald, it is the best plan. But what exasperates and disgusts me particularly is the liberty they take of talking in public, without any kind of precaution, about the most revolting adventures. When 2 men are together, they relate to each other, in the broadest language, and with the most abominable comments, really horrible stories, without caring in the slightest degree whether a woman's ear is within reach of their voices. Yesterday on the beach, I was forced to leave the place where I was sitting, in order not to be any longer the involuntary confidant of an obscene anecdote, told in such immodest language that I felt just as humiliated as indignant at having heard it. Would not the most elementary good breeding teach them to speak in a lower tone about such matters when we are near at hand? Etretat is, moreover, the country of gossip and scandal. From 5 to 7 o'clock you can see people wandering about in quest of scandal, which they retail from group to group. As you remarked for me, dear aunt, tittle-tattle is the mark of petty individuals and petty minds. It is also the consolation of women who are no longer loved or sought after. It is enough for me to observe the women who are fondest of gossiping to be persuaded that you are quite right. The other day I was present at a musical evening at the casino, given by a remarkable artist, Madame Masson, who sings in a truly delightful manner. I took the opportunity of applauding the admirable Coquelin, as well as 2 charming vaudeville performers, M. and Meillet. I met on this occasion all the bathers who were at the beach. It is no great distinction this year. Next day I went to lunch at Yport. I noticed a tall man with a beard coming out of a large house like a castle. It was the painter, Jean-Paul Lorenz. He is not satisfied apparently with imprisoning the subjects of his pictures. He insists on imprisoning himself. Then I found myself seated on the shingle close to a man still young, of gentle and refined appearance, who was reading poetry. But he read it with such concentration, with such passion, I may say, that he did not even raise his eyes towards me. I was somewhat astonished, and asked the proprietor of the baths, without appearing to be much concerned, the name of this gentleman. I laughed to myself a little at this reader of rhymes. He seemed behind the age for a man. This person, I thought, must be a simpleton. Well, aunt, I am now infatuated about this stranger. Just fancy, his name is Sully Prudhomme. I went back and sat down beside him again so as to get a good look at him. His face has an expression of calmness and of penetration. Somebody came to look for him, and I heard his voice, which is sweet and almost timid. He would certainly not tell obscene stories aloud in public, or knock up against ladies without apologizing. He is assuredly a man of refinement, but his refinement is of an almost morbid, sensitive character. I will try this winter to get an introduction to him. I have no more news, my dear aunt, and I must finish this letter in haste as the mail will soon close. I kiss your hands and your cheeks. Your devoted niece, Berthe de X. P.S. I should add, however, by way of justification of French politeness, that our fellow countrymen are, when travelling, models of good manners in comparison with the abominable English, who seem to have been brought up in a stable, so careful are they not to discommode themselves in any way, while they always discommode their neighbours. Madame de L. to Madame de X. Le Frame, Saturday. My dear child, many of the things you have said to me are very sensible, but that does not prevent you from being wrong. Like you, I used formerly to feel very indignant at the impoliteness of men, who, as I supposed, constantly treated me with neglect. But, as I grew older and reflected on everything, putting aside coquetry and observing things without taking any part in them myself, I perceived this much, that if men are not always polite, women are always indescribably rude. We imagine that we should be permitted to do anything, my darling, and at the same time we consider that we have a right to the utmost respect, and in the most flagrant manner we commit actions devoid of that elementary good breeding of which you speak so freely. I find, on the contrary, that men consider us much more than we consider them. Besides, darling, men must needs be, and are, what we make of them. In a state of society where women are all true gentlewomen, all men would become gentlemen. Come now, just observe and reflect. Look at two women meeting in the street. What an attitude each assumes towards the other. What disparaging looks. What contempt they throw into each glance. How they toss their heads while they inspect each other to find something to condemn. And if the footpath is narrow, do you think one woman would make room for another, or would beg pardon as she sweeps by? Never. When two men jostle each other by accident in some narrow lane, each of them bows and at the same time gets out of the other's way, while we women press against each other stomach to stomach, face to face, insolently staring each other out of countenance. Look at two women who are acquaintances meeting on a staircase outside the door of a friend's drawing-room, one of them just leaving, the other about to go in. They begin to talk to each other and block up the landing. If anyone happens to be coming up behind them, man or woman, do you imagine that they will put themselves half an inch out of their way? Never. Never. I was waiting myself with my watch in my hands one day last winter at a certain drawing-room door, and behind me 2 gentlemen were also waiting without showing any readiness, as I did, to lose their temper. The reason was that they had long grown accustomed to our unconscionable insolence. The other day, before leaving Paris, I went to dine with no less a person than your husband in the Champs-Élysées, in order to enjoy the fresh air. Every table was occupied. The waiter asked us to wait, and there would soon be a vacant table. At that moment I noticed an elderly lady of noble figure, who, having paid for her dinner, seemed on the point of going away. She saw me, scanned me from head to foot, and did not budge. For more than a quarter of an hour she sat there, immovable, putting on her gloves, and calmly staring at those who were waiting like myself. Now 2 young men who were just finishing their dinner, having seen me in their turn, hastily summoned the waiter, paid what they owed, and at once offered me their seats, even insisting on standing while waiting for their change. And bear in mind, my fair niece, that I am no longer pretty like you, but old and white-haired. It is we, you see, who should be taught politeness, and the task would be such a difficult one that Hercules himself would not be equal to it. You speak to me about Etretat and about the people who indulged in tittle-tattle along the beach of that delightful watering-place. It is a spot now lost to me, a thing of the past, but I found much amusement there in days gone by. There were only a few of us, people in good society, really good society, and a few artists, and we all fraternized. We paid little attention to gossip in those days. As we had no monotonous casino where other people only gather for show, where they whisper, where they dance stupidly, where they succeed in thoroughly boring one another, we sought some other way of passing our evenings pleasantly. Now, just guess what came into the head of one of our husbands. Nothing less than to go and dance each night in one of the farmhouses in the neighborhood. We started out in a group with a street organ, generally played by Le Poitevin, the painter, with a cotton nightcap on his head. 2 men carried lanterns. We followed in procession, laughing and chattering like a pack of fools. We woke up the farmer and his servant maids and farm hands. We got them to make onion soup, horror, and we danced under the apple trees to the sound of the barrel organ. The cocks waking up began to crow in the darkness of the outhouses. The horses began prancing on the straw of their stables. The cool air of the country caressed our cheeks with the smell of grass and of new-mown hay. How long ago it is! How long ago it is! It is 30 years since then. I do not want you, my darling, to come for the opening of the hunting season. Why spoil the pleasure of our friends by inflicting on them fashionable toilettes on this day of vigorous exercise in the country? This is the way, child, that men are spoiled. I embrace you. Your old aunt, Genevieve de End of section 37. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 38 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 38. A Wedding Gift. For a long time, Jacques Bordier had sworn that he would never marry, but he suddenly changed his mind. It happened suddenly, one summer at the seashore. One morning as he lay stretched out in the sand, watching the women coming out of the water, a little foot had struck him by its neatness and daintiness. He raised his eyes and was delighted with the whole person, although in fact he could see nothing but the ankles and the head emerging from a flannel bathrobe, carefully held closed. He was supposed to be sensual and a fast liver. It was therefore by the mere grace of the form that he was at first captured. Then he was held by the charm of the young girl's sweet mind, so simple and good, as fresh as her cheeks and lips. He was presented to the family and pleased them. He immediately fell in love. When he saw Berthe Lannis in the distance, on the long yellow stretch of sand, he would tingle to the roots of his hair. When he was near her, he would become silent, unable to speak or even to think, with a kind of throbbing at his heart and a buzzing in his ears, and a bewilderment in his mind. Was that love? He did not know or understand, but he had fully decided to have this child for his wife. Her parents hesitated for a long time, restrained by the young man's bad reputation. It was said that he had had an old sweetheart, one of these binding attachments which one always believes to be broken off, and yet which always hold. Besides, for a shorter or longer period, he loved every woman who came within reach of his lips. Then he settled down and refused, even once, to see the one with whom he had lived for so long. A friend took care of this woman's pension and assured her an income. Jacques paid, but he did not even wish to hear of her, pretending even to ignore her name. She wrote him letters which he never opened. Every week he would recognize the clumsy writing of the abandoned woman, and every week a greater anger surged within him against her, and he would quickly tear the envelope in the paper, without opening it, without reading one single line, knowing in advance the reproaches and complaints which it contained. As no one had much faith in his constancy, the test was prolonged through the winter, and Berthe's hand was not granted him until the spring. The wedding took place in Paris at the beginning of May. The young couple had decided not to take the conventional wedding trip, but after a little dance for the younger cousins, which would not be prolonged after 11 o'clock, in order that this day of lengthy ceremonies might not be too tiresome, the young pair were to spend the first night in the parental home, and then, on the following morning, to leave for the beach so dear to their hearts, where they had first known and loved each other. Night had come and the dance was going on in the large parlor. The two had retired into a little Japanese boudoir hung with bright silks and dimly lighted by the soft rays of a large colored lantern hanging from the ceiling like a gigantic egg. Through the open window the fresh air from outside passed over their faces like a caress, for the night was warm and calm, full of the odor of spring. They were silent, holding each other's hands, and from time to time squeezing them with all their might. She sat there with a dreamy look, feeling a little lost at this great change in her life, but smiling, moved, ready to cry, often also almost ready to faint from joy, believing the whole world to be changed by what had just happened to her, uneasy she knew not why, and feeling her whole body and soul filled with an indefinable and delicious lassitude. He was looking at her persistently with a fixed smile. He wished to speak, but found nothing to say, and so sat there, expressing all his ardor by pressures of the hand. From time to time he would murmur, "Berthe," and each time she would raise her eyes to him with a look of tenderness. They would look at each other for a second, and then her look, pierced and fascinated by his, would fall. They found no thoughts to exchange. They had been left alone, but occasionally some of the dancers would cast a rapid glance at them, as though they were the discreet and trusty witnesses of a mystery. The door opened and a servant entered, holding on a tray a letter which a messenger had just brought. Jacques, trembling, took this paper, overwhelmed by a vague and sudden fear, the mysterious terror of swift misfortune. He looked for a long time at the envelope, the writing on which he did not know, not daring to open it, not wishing to read it, with a wild desire to put it in his pocket and say to himself, "I'll leave that till tomorrow when I'm far away." But on one corner 2 big words, underlined, "Very urgent," filled him with terror. Saying, "Please excuse me, my dear," he tore open the envelope. He read the paper, grew frightfully pale, looked over it again, and slowly he seemed to spell it out word for word. When he raised his head, his whole expression showed how upset he was. He stammered, "My dear, it's from my best friend, who has had a very great misfortune. He has need of me immediately, for a matter of life or death. Will you excuse me if I leave you for half an hour? I'll be right back." Trembling and dazed, she stammered, "Go, my dear," not having been his wife long enough to dare to question him, to demand to know. He disappeared. She remained alone, listening to the dancing in the neighboring parlor. He had seized the first hat and coat he came to and rushed downstairs 3 steps at a time. As he was emerging into the street, he stopped under the gas jet of the vestibule and reread the letter. This is what it said. "Sir, a girl by the name of Rave, an old sweetheart of yours, it seems, has just given birth to a child that she says is yours. The mother is about to die and is begging for you. I take the liberty to write and ask you if you can grant this last request to a woman who seems to be very unhappy and worthy of pity. Yours truly, Dr. Bernard." When he reached the sick room, the woman was already on the point of death. He did not recognize her at first. The doctor and 2 nurses were taking care of her, and everywhere on the floor were pails full of ice and rags covered with blood. Water flooded the carpet, 2 candles were burning on a bureau. Behind the bed, in a little wicker crib, the child was crying, and each time it would moan, the mother, in torture, would try to move, shivering under her ice bandages. She was mortally wounded, killed by this birth. Her life was flowing from her, and notwithstanding the ice and the care, the merciless hemorrhage continued, hastening her last hour. She recognized Jacques and wished to raise her arms. They were so weak that she could not do so, but tears coursed down her pallid cheeks. He dropped to his knees beside the bed, seized one of her hands, and kissed it frantically. Then, little by little, he drew close to the thin face, which started at the contact. One of the nurses was lighting them with a candle, and the doctor was watching them from the back of the room. Then she said in a voice which sounded as though it came from a distance, "I am going to die, dear. Promise to stay to the end. Oh, don't leave me now. Don't leave me in my last moments." He kissed her face and her hair, and, weeping, he murmured, "Do not be uneasy. I will stay." It was several minutes before she could speak again. She was so weak. She continued, "The little one is yours. I swear it before God and on my soul. I swear it as I am dying. I have never loved another man but you. Promise to take care of the child." He was trying to take this poor, pain-racked body in his arms. Maddened by remorse and sorrow, he stammered, "I swear to you that I will bring him up and love him. He shall never leave me." Then she tried to kiss Jacques. Powerless to lift her head, she held out her white lips in an appeal for a kiss. He approached his lips to respond to this piteous entreaty. As soon as she felt a little calmer, she murmured, "Bring him here and let me see if you love him." He went and got the child. He placed him gently on the bed between them, and the little one stopped crying. She murmured, "Don't move any more," and he was quiet. And he stayed there, holding in his burning hand this other hand shaking in the chill of death, just as a while ago he had been holding a hand trembling with love. From time to time he would cast a quick glance at the clock, which marked midnight, then 1 o'clock, then 2. The physician had returned. The 2 nurses, after noiselessly moving about the room for a while, were now sleeping on chairs. The child was asleep, and the mother, with eyes shut, also appeared to be resting. Suddenly, just as pale daylight was creeping in behind the curtains, she stretched out her arms with such a quick and violent motion that she almost threw her baby on the floor. A kind of rattle was heard in her throat, and then she lay on her back, motionless, dead. The nurses sprang forward and declared, "All is over." He looked once more at this woman whom he had so loved, then at the clock, which pointed to 4, and he ran away, forgetting his overcoat, in the evening dress, with the child in his arms. After he had left her alone, the young wife had waited, calmly enough at first, in the little Japanese boudoir. Then, as she did not see him return, she went back to the parlor with an indifferent and calm appearance, but terribly anxious. When her mother saw her alone, she asked, "Where is your husband?" She answered, "In his room. He is coming right back." After an hour, when everybody had questioned her, she told about the letter, Jacques' upset appearance, and her fears of an accident. Still they waited. The guests left, only the nearest relatives remained. At midnight the bride was put to bed, sobbing bitterly. Her mother and 2 aunts, sitting around the bed, listened to her crying, silent and in despair. The father had gone to the commissary of police to see if he could obtain some news. At 5 o'clock a slight noise was heard in the hall. A door was softly opened and closed. Then suddenly a little cry, like the mewing of a cat, was heard throughout the silent house. All the women started forward, and Berthe sprang ahead of them all, pushing her way past her aunts, wrapped in a bathrobe. Jacques stood in the middle of the room, pale and out of breath, holding an infant in his arms. The 4 women looked at him astonished, but Berthe, who had suddenly become courageous, rushed forward with anguish in her heart, exclaiming, "What is it? What's the matter?" He looked about him wildly and answered shortly, I have a child, and the mother has just died." And with his clumsy hands he held out the screaming infant. Without saying a word, Berthe seized the child, kissed it, and hugged it to her. Then she raised her tear-filled eyes to him, asking, "Did you say that the mother was dead?" He answered, "Yes, just now, in my arms. I had broken with her since summer. I knew nothing. The physician sent for me." Then Berthe murmured, "Well, we will bring up the little one." End of section 38. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 39 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 39. The Relic. To the Abbé Louis d'Anmer at Soissons. My dear Abbé, my marriage with your cousin is broken off in the most stupid way, all on account of an idiotic trick which I almost involuntarily played my intended. In my perplexity I turn to you, my old school chum, for you may be able to help me out of the difficulty. If you can, I shall be grateful to you until I die. You know Gilberte, or rather, you think you know her, but do we ever understand women? All their opinions, their ideas, their creeds are a surprise to us. They are full of twists and turns, of the unforeseen, of unintelligible arguments, of defective logic and of obstinate ideas, which seem final, but which they alter because a little bird came and perched on the window ledge. I need not tell you that your cousin is very religious, as she was brought up by the white, or was it the black, ladies at Nancy. You know better than I do, but what you perhaps do not know is that she is just as excitable about other matters as she is about religion. Her head flies away just as a leaf is whirled away by the wind, and she is a true woman, or rather girl, for she is moved and made angry in a moment, starting off at a gallop in affection, just as she does in hatred, and returning in the same manner, and she is pretty, as you know, and more charming than I can say, as you will ever know. Well, we became engaged, and I adored her, as I adore her still, and she appeared to love me. One evening I received a telegram summoning me to Cologne for a consultation, which might be followed by a serious and difficult operation, and as I had to start the next morning, I went to wish Gilberte good-bye, and tell her why I could not dine with them on Wednesday, but would do so on Friday, the day of my return. Ah, beware of Fridays, for I assure you they are unlucky. When I told her that I had to go to Germany, I saw that her eyes filled with tears, but when I said I should be back very soon, she clapped her hands and said, "I am very glad you are going then. You must bring me back something, a mere trifle, just a souvenir, but a souvenir that you have chosen for me. You must guess what I should like best, do you hear? And then I shall see whether you have any imagination." She thought for a few moments and then added, "I forbid you to spend more than 20 francs on it. I want it for the intention and for a remembrance of your penetration, and not for its intrinsic value." And then, after another moment's silence, she said in a low voice, and with downcast eyes, "If it costs you nothing in money, but is something very ingenious and pretty, I will kiss you." The next day I was in Cologne. It was a case of a terrible accident which had plunged a whole family into despair, and a difficult amputation was necessary. They lodged me in the house, I might say they almost locked me up, and I saw nobody but people in tears, who almost deafened me with their lamentations. I operated on a man who appeared to be in a moribund state, and who nearly died under my hands, and with whom I remained 2 nights. And then, when I saw that there was a chance of his recovery, I drove to the station. I had, however, made a mistake in the trains, and I had an hour to wait, and so I wandered about the streets still thinking of my poor patient, when a man accosted me. I do not know German, and he was totally ignorant of French, but at last I made out that he was offering me some relics. I thought of Gilberte, for I knew her fanatical devotion, and here was my present ready to hand, so I followed the man into a shop where the religious objects were for sale, and I bought a small piece of a bone of one of the 11,000 virgins. The pretended relic was enclosed in a charming old silver box, and that determined my choice, and putting my purchase into my pocket, I went to the railway station, and so on to Paris. As soon as I got home, I wished to examine my purchase again, and on taking hold of it, I found that the box was open and the relic missing. I searched in vain in my pocket, and turned it inside out. The small bit of bone, which was no bigger than half a pin, had disappeared. You know, my dear little Abbé, that my faith is not very fervent, but, as my friend, you are magnanimous enough to put up with my lukewarmness and leave me alone, and to wait for the future, so you say. But I absolutely disbelieve in the relics of second-hand dealers in piety, and you share my doubts in that respect. Therefore, the loss of that bit of sheep's carcass did not grieve me, and I easily procured a similar fragment, which I carefully fastened inside my jewel-box, and then I went to see my intended. As soon as she saw me, she ran up to me, smiling and eager, and said to me, "What have you brought me?" I pretended to have forgotten, but she did not believe me, and I made her beg and even beseech me. But when I saw that she was devoured by curiosity, I gave her the sacred silver box. She peered overjoyed. "A relic! Oh, a relic!" And she kissed the box passionately so that I was ashamed of my deception. She was not quite satisfied, however, and her uneasiness soon turned to terrible fear, and looking straight into my eyes, she said, "Are you sure that it is genuine?" "Absolutely certain." "How can you be so certain?" I was trapped, for to say that I had bought it of a man in the streets would be my destruction. What was I to say? A wild idea struck me, and I said in a low, mysterious voice, "I stole it for you." She looked at me with astonishment and delight in her large eyes. "Oh, you stole it? Where?" "In the cathedral, in the very shrine of the 11,000 virgins." Her heart beat with pleasure, and she murmured, "Oh, did you really do that? For me? Tell me all about it." That was the climax. I could not retract what I had said. I made up a fanciful story with precise details. I had given the custodian of the building 100 francs to be allowed to go about the building by myself. The shrine was being repaired, but I happened to be there at the breakfast hour of the workmen and clergy. By removing a small panel, I had been enabled to seize a small piece of bone, oh, so small, among a quantity of others. I said a quantity, as I thought of the amount that the remains of the skeletons of 11,000 virgins must produce. Then I went to a goldsmith's and bought a casket worthy of the relic, and I was not sorry to let her know that the silver box cost me 500 francs. But she did not think of that. She listened to me, trembling in an ecstasy, and whispering, "Oh, how I love you!" and she threw herself into my arms. Just note this. I had committed sacrilege for her sake. I had committed theft. I had violated a church. I had violated a shrine, violated and stolen holy relics, and then for that she adored me, thought me perfect, tender, divine. Such is woman, my dear Abbé, every woman. For 2 months I was the most admirable of lovers. In her room she had made a kind of magnificent chapel in which to keep this bit of mutton chop, which, as she thought, had made me commit that divine love crime, and she worked up a religious enthusiasm in front of it every morning and evening. I had asked her to keep the matter secret, for fear, as I said, that I might be arrested, condemned, and given over to Germany, and she kept her promise. Well, at the beginning of the summer, she was seized with an irresistible desire to see the scene of my exploit, and she teased her father so persistently, without telling him her secret reason, that he took her to Cologne, but without telling me of the trip, according to his daughter's wish. I need not tell you that I had not seen the interior of the cathedral. I do not know where the tomb, if there be a tomb, of the 11,000 virgins is, and then, it appears, it is inapproachable, alas. A week afterward I received 10 lines breaking off our engagement, and then an explanatory letter from her father, whom she had, somewhat late, taken into her confidence. At the sight of the shrine she had suddenly seen through my trickery and my lie, and at the same time discovered my real innocence of any crime. Having asked the keeper of the relics whether any robbery had been committed, the man began to laugh and pointed out to them how impossible such a crime was. But from the moment I had not plunged my profane hand into venerable relics, I was no longer worthy of my fair-haired, sensitive betrothed. I was forbidden at the house. I begged and prayed in vain. Nothing could move the fair devotee, and I became ill from grief. Well, last week her cousin, Madame d'Arville, who is your cousin also, sent me word that she should like to see me. And when I called, she told me on what conditions I might obtain my pardon, and here they are. I must bring her a relic, a real, authentic relic of some virgin and martyr, certified to be such by our Holy Father the Pope, and I am going mad from embarrassment and anxiety. I will go to Rome if needful, but I cannot call on the Pope unexpectedly to tell him my stupid misadventure, and besides, I doubt whether they allow private individuals to have relics. Could not you give me an introduction to some cardinal, or even some French prelate who possesses some remains of a female saint? Or perhaps you may have the precious object she wants in your collection? Help me out of my difficulty, my dear Abbé, and I promise you that I will be converted 10 years sooner than I otherwise should be. Madame d'Arville, who takes the matter seriously, said to me the other day, 'Poor Gilbert will never marry.' My dear old schoolmate, will you allow your cousin to die the victim of a stupid piece of subterfuge on my part? Pray prevent her from being Virgin 11,001. Pardon me, I am unworthy, but I embrace you and love you with all my heart. Your old friend, Henri Fontal. End of section 39. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 40 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 40. The Moribund. The warm autumn sun was beating down on the farmyard. Under the grass, which had been cropped close by the cows, the earth soaked by recent rains, was soft and sank in under the feet with a soggy noise, and the apple trees, loaded with apples, were dropping their pale green fruit in the dark green grass. 4 young heifers, tied in a line, were grazing, and at times looking toward the house and lowing. The fowls made a colored patch on the dung heap before the stable, scratching, moving about and cackling, while 2 roosters crowed continually, digging worms for their hens, whom they were calling with a loud clucking. The wooden gate opened and a man entered. He might have been 40 years old, but he looked at least 60, wrinkled, bent, walking slowly, impeded by the weight of heavy wooden shoes full of straw. His long arms hung down on both sides of his body. When he got near the farm, a yellow cur, tied at the foot of an enormous pear tree, beside a barrel which served as his kennel, began at first to wag his tail and then to bark for joy. The man cried, "Down, Finot!" The dog was quiet. A peasant woman came out of the house. Her large, flat, bony body was outlined under a long woolen jacket drawn in at the waist. A gray skirt, too short, fell to the middle of her legs, which were encased in blue stockings. She, too, wore wooden shoes filled with straw. The white cap, turned yellow, covered a few hairs which were plastered to the scalp, and her brown, thin, ugly, toothless face had that wild animal expression which is often to be found on the faces of the peasants. The man asked, "How's he getting along?" The woman answered, "The priest said it's the end, that he will never live through the night." Both of them went into the house. After passing through the kitchen, they entered a low, dark room, barely lighted by one window, in front of which a piece of calico was hanging. The big beams, turned brown with age and smoke, crossed the room from one side to the other, supporting the thin floor of the garret, where an army of rats ran about day and night. The moist, lumpy earthen floor looked greasy, and at the back of the room the bed made an indistinct white spot. A harsh, regular noise, a difficult, hoarse, wheezing breathing, like the gurgling of water from a broken pump, came from the darkened couch where an old man, the father of the peasant woman, was dying. The man and the woman approached the dying man and looked at him with calm, resigned eyes. The son-in-law said, "I guess it's all up with him this time. He will not last the night." The woman answered, "He's been gurgling like that ever since midday." They were silent. The father's eyes were closed. His face was the color of the earth and so dry that it looked like wood. Through his open mouth came his harsh, rattling breath, and the gray linen sheet rose and fell with each respiration. The son-in-law, after a long silence, said, "There's nothing more to do. I can't help him. It's a nuisance just the same, because the weather is good and we've got a lot of work to do." His wife seemed annoyed at this idea. She reflected a few moments and then said, "He won't be buried till Saturday, and that will give you all day tomorrow." The peasant thought the matter over and answered, "Yes, but tomorrow I'll have to invite the people to the funeral. That means 5 or 6 hours to go around to Tourville and Manitou to see everybody." The woman, after meditating 2 or 3 minutes, declared, "It isn't 3 o'clock yet. You could begin this evening and go all round the country to Tourville. You could just as well say that he's dead, seeing as he's as good as that now." The man stood perplexed for a while, weighing the pros and cons of the idea. At last he declared, "Well, I'll go." He was leaving the room, but came back after a minute's hesitation. "As you haven't got anything to do, you might shake down some apples and bake and make 4 dozen dumplings for those who come to the funeral, for one must have something to cheer them. You can light the fire with the wood that's under the shed. It's dry." He left the room, went back into the kitchen, opened the cupboard, took out a 6-pound loaf of bread, cut off a slice, and carefully gathered the crumbs in the palm of his hand and threw them into his mouth, so as not to lose anything. Then, with the end of his knife, he scraped out a little salt butter from the bottom of an earthen jar, spread it on his bread, and began to eat slowly, as he did everything. He recrossed the farmyard, quieted the dog, which had started barking again, went out on the road bordering on his ditch, and disappeared in the direction of Tourville. As soon as she was alone, the woman began to work. She uncovered the meal bin and made the dough for the dumplings. She kneaded it a long time, turning it over and over again, punching, pressing, crushing it. Finally, she made a big, round, yellow-white ball, which she placed on the corner of the table. Then she went to get her apples, and, in order not to injure the tree with a pole, she climbed up into it by a ladder. She chose the fruit with care, only taking the ripe ones, and gathering them in her apron. A voice called from the road, "Hey, Madame Chicot!" She turned round. It was the neighbor, Osim Favet, the mayor, on his way to fertilize his fields, seated on the manure wagon with his feet hanging over the side. She turned round and answered, "What can I do for you, Maître Osim?" "And how is the father?" She cried, "He is as good as dead. The funeral is Saturday at 7 because there's lots of work to be done." The neighbor answered, "So, good luck to you. Take care of yourself." To his kind remarks she answered, "Thanks, the same to you," and she continued picking apples. When she went back to the house, she went over to look at her father, expecting to find him dead. But as soon as she reached the door, she heard his monotonous, noisy rattle, and, thinking it a waste of time to go over to him, she began to prepare her dumplings. She wrapped up the fruit one by one in a thin layer of paste, and then she lined them up on the edge of the table. When she had made 48 dumplings, arranged in dozens, one in front of the other, she began to think of preparing supper, and she hung her kettle over the fire to cook potatoes, for she judged it useless to heat the oven that day, as she had all the next day in which to finish the preparations. Her husband returned at about 5. As soon as he had crossed the threshold, he asked, "Is it over?" She answered, "Not yet, he's still gurgling." They went to look at him. The old man was in exactly the same condition. His hoarse rattle, as regular as the ticking of a clock, was neither quicker nor slower. It returned every second, the tone varying a little, according as the air entered or left his chest. His son-in-law looked at him and then said, "He'll pass away without our noticing it, just like a candle." They returned to the kitchen and started to eat without saying a word. When they had swallowed their soup, they ate another piece of bread and butter. Then, as soon as the dishes were washed, they returned to the dying man. The woman, carrying a little lamp with a smoky wick, held it in front of her father's face. If he had not been breathing, one would have certainly thought him dead. The couple's bed was hidden in a little recess at the other end of the room. Silently they retired, put out the light, closed their eyes, and soon 2 unequal snores, one deep and the other shriller, accompanied the uninterrupted rattle of the dying man. The rats ran about him in the garret. The husband awoke at the first streaks of dawn. His father-in-law was still alive. He shook his wife, worried by the tenacity of the old man. "Say, Feemy, he don't want to quit. What would you do?" He knew that she gave good advice. She answered, "You needn't be afraid. He can't live through the day, and the mayor won't stop our burying him tomorrow, because he allowed it for Maître Renard's father, who died just during the planting season." He was convinced by this argument and left for the fields. His wife baked the dumplings and then attended to her housework. At noon the old man was not dead. The people hired for the day's work came by in groups to look at him. Each one had his say. Then they left again for the fields. At 6 o'clock, when the work was over, the father was still breathing. At last his son-in-law was frightened. "What would you do now, Feemy?" She no longer knew how to solve the problem. They went to the mayor. He promised that he would close his eyes and authorize the funeral for the following day. They also went to the health officer, who likewise promised, in order to oblige Maître Chicot, to antedate the death certificate. The man and the woman returned, feeling more at ease. They went to bed and to sleep, and just as they did the preceding day, their sonorous breathing blending with the feeble breathing of the old man. When they awoke, he was not yet dead. Then they began to be frightened. They stood by their father, watching him with distrust, as though he had wished to play them a mean trick, to deceive them, to annoy them on purpose, and they were vexed at him for the time which he was making them lose. The son-in-law asked, "What am I going to do?" She did not know. She answered, "It certainly is annoying." The guests who were expected could not be notified. They decided to wait and explain the case to them. Toward 6:45 the first ones arrived. The women in black, their heads covered with large veils, looking very sad. Then men, ill at ease in their homespun coats, were coming forward more slowly, in couples, talking business. Maître Chicot and his wife, bewildered, received them sorrowfully, and suddenly both of them together began to cry as they approached the first group. They explained the matter, related their difficulty, offered chairs, bustled about, tried to make excuses, attempting to prove that everybody would have done as they did, talking continually and giving nobody a chance to answer. They were going from one person to another. "I never would have thought it. It's incredible how he can last this long." The guests, taken aback, a little disappointed as though they had missed an expected entertainment, did not know what to do, some remaining seated, others standing. Several wished to leave. Maître Chicot held them back. "You must take something anyhow. We made some dumplings, might as well make use of them." The faces brightened at this idea. The yard was filling little by little. The early arrivals were telling the news to those who had arrived later. Everybody was whispering. The idea of the dumplings seemed to cheer everybody up. The women went in to take a look at the dying man. They crossed themselves beside the bed, muttered a prayer, and went out again. The men, less anxious for the spectacle, cast a look through the window which had been opened. Madame Chicot explained her distress. "That's how he's been for 2 days, neither better nor worse. Doesn't he sound like a pump that's gone dry?" When everybody had had a look at the dying man, they thought of the refreshments, but as there were too many people for the kitchen to hold, the table was moved out in front of the door. The 4 dozen golden dumplings, tempting and appetizing, arranged in 2 big dishes, attracted the eyes of all. Each one reached out to take his, fearing that there would not be enough, but 4 remained over. Maître Chicot, his mouth full, said, "Father would feel sad if he were to see this. He loved them so much when he was alive." A big jovial peasant declared, "He won't eat any more now, each one in his turn." This remark, instead of making the guests sad, seemed to cheer them up. It was their turn now to eat dumplings. Madame Chicot, distressed at the expense, kept running down to the cellar continually for cider. The pitchers were emptied in quick succession. The company was laughing and talking loud now. They were beginning to shout, as they do at feasts. Suddenly, an old peasant woman, who had stayed beside the dying man, held there by a morbid fear of what would soon happen to herself, appeared at the window and cried in a shrill voice, "He's dead! He's dead!" Everybody was silent. The women arose quickly to go and see. He was indeed dead. The rattle had ceased. The men looked at each other, looking down, ill at ease. They hadn't finished eating the dumplings. Certainly the rascal had not chosen a propitious moment. The Chicots were no longer weeping. It was over. They were relieved. They kept repeating, "I knew it couldn't last. If he would have only done it last night, it would have saved us all this trouble." Well, anyhow, it was over. They would bury him on Monday, that was all, and they would eat some more dumplings for the occasion. The guests went away, talking the matter over, pleased at having had the chance to see him and of getting something to eat. And when the husband and wife were alone, face to face, she said, her face distorted with grief, "We'll have to bake 4 dozen more dumplings. Why couldn't he have made his mind up last night?" The husband, more resigned, answered, "Well, we'll not have to do this every day." End of section 40. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 41 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 41. The Gamekeeper. It was after dinner, and we were talking about adventures and accidents which happened while out shooting. An old friend, known to all of us, Monsieur Boniface, a great sportsman and a connoisseur of wine, a man of wonderful physique, witty and gay, and endowed with an ironical and resigned philosophy, which manifested itself in caustic humor and never in melancholy, suddenly exclaimed, "I know a story, or rather a tragedy, which is somewhat peculiar. It is not at all like those which one hears of usually, and I have never told it, thinking it would interest no one. It is not at all sympathetic. I mean by that it does not arouse the kind of interest which pleases or which moves one agreeably. Here is the story. I was then about 35 years of age, and a most enthusiastic sportsman. In those days I owned a lonely bit of property in the neighborhood of Jumièges, surrounded by forests and abounding in hares and rabbits. I was accustomed to spending 4 or 5 days alone there each year, there not being room enough to allow of my bringing a friend with me. I had placed there as gamekeeper an old retired gendarme, a good man, hot-tempered, a severe disciplinarian, a terror to poachers, and fearing nothing. He lived all alone, far from the village, in a little house, or rather hut, consisting of 2 rooms downstairs, with kitchen and storeroom, and 2 upstairs. One of them, a kind of box just large enough to accommodate a bed, a cupboard, and a chair, was reserved for my use. Old man Cavalier lived in the other one. When I said that he was alone in this place, I was wrong. He had taken his nephew with him, a young scamp about 14 years old, who used to go into the village and run errands for the old man. This young scapegrace was long and lanky, with yellow hair, so light that it resembled the fluff of a plucked chicken, so thin that he seemed bald. Besides this, he had enormous feet and the hands of a giant. He was cross-eyed and never looked at anyone. He struck me as being in the same relation to the human race as ill-smelling beasts are to the animal race. He reminded me of a polecat. He slept in a kind of hole at the top of the stairs which led to the 2 rooms. But during my short sojourns at the pavilion, so I called the hut, Marius would give up his nook to an old woman from Écorcheville, called Celeste, who used to come and cook for me, as old man Cavalier's stews were not sufficient for my healthy appetite. You now know the characters in the locality. Here is the story. It was on the 15th of October, 1854. I shall remember that date as long as I live. I left Rouen on horseback, followed by my dog Bach, a big Dalmatian hound from Poitou, full-chested and with a heavy jaw, which could retrieve among the bushes like a Pont-en-de-Mer spaniel. I was carrying my satchel slung across my back and my gun diagonally across my chest. It was a cold, windy, gloomy day, with clouds scurrying across the sky. As I went up the hill at Canteleu, I looked over the broad valley of the Seine, the river winding in and out along its course as far as the eye could see. To the right the towers of Rouen stood against the sky, and to the left the landscape was bounded by the distant slopes covered with trees. Then I crossed the forest of Brumaire, and, toward 5 o'clock, reached the pavilion, where Cavalier and Celeste were expecting me. For 10 years I had appeared there at the same time, in the same manner, and for 10 years the same faces had greeted me with the same words.
"Welcome, master. We hope your health is good." Cavalier had hardly changed. He withstood time like an old tree, but Celeste, especially in the past 4 years, had become unrecognizable. She was bent almost double, and, although still active, when she walked her body was almost at right angles to her legs. The old woman, who was very devoted to me, always seemed affected at seeing me again, and each time as I left she would say, "This may be the last time, master." The sad, timid farewell of this old servant, this hopeless resignation to the inevitable fate which was not far off for her, moved me strangely each year. I dismounted, and while Cavalier, whom I had greeted, was leading my horse to the little shed which served as a stable, I entered the kitchen, which also served as dining room, followed by Celeste. Here the gamekeeper joined us. I saw at first glance that something was the matter. He seemed preoccupied, ill at ease, worried. I said to him, "Well, Cavalier, is everything all right?" He muttered, "Yes and no. There are things I don't like." I asked, "What? Tell me about it." But he shook his head. "No, not yet, monsieur. I do not wish to bother you with my little troubles so soon after your arrival." I insisted, but he absolutely refused to give me any information before dinner. From his expression I could tell that it was something very serious. Not knowing what to say to him, I asked, "How about game? Much of it this year?" "Oh yes, you'll find all you want. Thank heaven I looked out for that." He said this with so much seriousness, with such sad solemnity, that it was really almost funny. His big grey mustache seemed almost ready to drop from his lips. Suddenly I remembered that I had not seen his nephew. "Where's Marius? Why does he not show himself?" The gamekeeper started, looking me suddenly in the face. "Well, monsieur, I had rather tell you the whole business right away. It's on account of him that I am worrying." "Ah, well, where is he?" "Over in the stable, monsieur. I was waiting for the right time to bring him out." "What has he done?" "Well, monsieur—" The gamekeeper, however, hesitated, his voice altered and shaky, his face suddenly furrowed by the deep lines of an old man. He continued slowly, "Well, I found out last winter that someone was poaching in the woods of Rosaires, but I couldn't seem to catch the man. I spent night after night on the lookout for him, in vain. During that time they began poaching over by Courcheville. I was growing thin from vexation, but as for catching the trespasser, impossible. One might have thought that the rascal was forewarned of my plans. But one day, while I was brushing Marius's Sunday trousers, I found 40 cents in his pocket. Where did he get it? I thought the matter over for about a week, and I noticed that he used to go out. He would leave the house just as I was coming home to bed. Yes, monsieur. Then I started to watch him without the slightest suspicion of the real facts. One morning, just after I had gone to bed before him, I got right up again and followed him. For shadowing a man there is nobody like me, monsieur. And I caught him, Marius, poaching on your land, monsieur. He my nephew. I your keeper. The blood rushed to my head, and I almost killed him on the spot. I hit him so hard. Oh, I thrashed him all right, and I promised him that he would get another beating from my hand, in your presence, as an example. There, I have grown thin from sorrow. You know how it is when one is worried like that. But tell me, what would you have done? The boy has no father or mother, and I am the last one of his blood. I kept him. I couldn't drive him out, could I? I told him that if it happened again I would have no more pity for him. All would be over. There, did I do right, monsieur? I answered, holding out my hand. You did well, Cavalier. You are an honest man. He rose. Thank you, monsieur. Now I am going to fetch him. I must give him his thrashing as an example. I knew that it was hopeless to try and turn the old man from his idea. I therefore let him have his own way. He got the rascal and brought him back by the ear. I was seated on a cane chair with the solemn expression of a judge. Marius seemed to have grown. He was homelier even than the year before, with his evil, sneaking expression. His big hands seemed gigantic. His uncle pushed him up to me, and, in his soldierly voice, said, "Beg the gentleman's pardon." The boy didn't say a word. Then, putting one arm around him, the former gendarme lifted him right off the ground and began to whack him with such force that I rose to stop the blows. The boy was now howling, "Mercy! Mercy! Mercy! I promise!" Cavalier put him back on the ground and forced him to his knees. "Beg for pardon," he said. With eyes lowered, the scamp murmured, "I ask for pardon." Then his uncle lifted him to his feet, and dismissed him with a cuff which almost knocked him down again. He made his escape, and I did not see him again that evening. Cavalier appeared overwhelmed. "He is a bad egg," he said. And throughout the whole dinner he kept repeating, "Oh, that worries me, monsieur, that worries me." I tried to comfort him, but in vain. I went to bed early so that I might start out at daybreak. My dog was already asleep on the floor at the foot of my bed when I put out the light. I was awakened toward midnight by the furious barking of my dog Bach. I immediately noticed that my room was full of smoke.
I jumped out of bed, struck a light, ran to the door, and opened it. A cloud of flames burst in. The house was on fire. I quickly closed the heavy oak door, and, drawing on my trousers, I first lowered the dog through the window by means of a rope made of my sheets. Then, having thrown out the rest of my clothes, my game bag, and my gun, I in turn escaped the same way. I began to shout with all my might, "Cavalier! Cavalier!" But the gamekeeper did not wake up. He slept soundly like an old gendarme. However, I could see through the lower windows that the whole ground floor was nothing but a roaring furnace. I also noticed that it had been filled with straw to make it burn readily. Somebody must have purposefully set fire to the place. I continued shrieking wildly, "Cavalier!" Then the thought struck me that the smoke might be suffocating him. An idea came to me. I slipped 2 cartridges in my gun and shot straight at his window. The 6 panes of glass shattered into the room in a cloud of glass. This time the old man had heard me, and he appeared, dazed, in his nightshirt, bewildered by the glare which illuminated the whole front of his house. I cried to him, "Your house is on fire! Escape through the window! Quick! Quick!" The flames were coming out through all the cracks downstairs, were licking the wall, were creeping toward him and going to surround him. He jumped and landed on his feet like a cat. It was none too soon. The thatched roof cracked in the middle right over the staircase, which formed a kind of flue for the fire downstairs, and an immense red jet jumped up into the air, spreading like a stream of water and sprinkling a shower of sparks around the hut. In a few seconds it was nothing but a pool of flames. Cavalier, thunderstruck, asked, "How did the fire start?" I answered, "Somebody lit it in the kitchen." He murmured, "Who could have started the fire?" And I, suddenly guessing, answered, "Marius." The old man understood. He stammered, "Good God, that is why he didn't return." A terrible thought flashed through my mind. I cried, "And Celeste! Celeste!" He did not answer. The house caved in before us, forming only an enormous, bright, blinding brazier, an awe-inspiring funeral pile, where the poor woman could no longer be anything but a glowing ember of human flesh. We had not heard a single cry. As the fire crept toward the shed, I suddenly bethought me of my horse, and Cavalier ran to free it. Hardly had he opened the door of the stable when a supple, nimble body darted between his legs and threw him on his face. It was Marius, running for all that he was worth. The man was up in a second. He tried to run after the wretch, but seeing he could not catch him, and maddened by the irresistible anger, yielding to one of those thoughtless impulses which we cannot foresee or prevent, he picked up my gun, which was lying on the ground near him, put it to his shoulder, and before I could make a motion, he pulled the trigger without even noticing whether or not the weapon was loaded. One of the cartridges which I had put in to announce the fire was still intact, and the charge caught the fugitive right in the back, throwing him forward on the ground, bleeding profusely. He immediately began to claw the earth with his hands and with his knees, as though trying to run on all fours like a rabbit who has been mortally wounded, and sees the hunter approaching. I rushed forward to the boy, but I could already hear the death rattle. He passed away before the fire was extinguished without having said a word. Cavalier, still in his shirt, his legs bare, was standing near us, motionless, dazed. When the people from the village arrived, my gamekeeper was taken away like an insane man. I appeared at the trial as a witness and related the facts in detail without changing a thing. Cavalier was acquitted. He disappeared that very day, leaving the country. I have never seen him since. That, gentlemen, is my story. End of section 41. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 42 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 42. The Story of a Farm Girl. As the weather was very fine, the people on the farm had hurried through their dinner and had returned to the fields. The servant, Rose, remained alone in the large kitchen, where the fire was dying out on the hearth beneath the large boiler of hot water. From time to time she dipped out some water and slowly washed her dishes, stopping occasionally to look at the 2 streaks of light which the sun threw across the long table through the window, and which showed the defects in the glass. 3 venturesome hens were picking up the crumbs under the chairs, while the smell of the poultry yard and the warmth from the cow stall came in through the half-open door, and a cock was heard crowing in the distance. When she had finished her work, wiped down the table, dusted the mantelpiece, and put the plates on the high dresser close to the wooden clock with its loud tick-tock, she drew a long breath, as she felt rather oppressed without exactly knowing why. She looked at the black clay walls, the rafters that were blackened with smoke from which hung spiders' webs, smoked herrings and strings of onions, and then she sat down, rather overcome by the stale odor from the earthen floor, on which so many things had been continually spilled, and which the heat brought out. With this there was mingled the sour smell of the pans of milk which were set out to raise the cream in the adjoining dairy. She wanted to sew as usual, but she did not feel strong enough, and so she went to the door to get a mouthful of fresh air, which seemed to do her good. The fowls were lying on the steaming dunghill. Some of them were scratching with one claw in search of worms, while the cock stood up proudly in their midst. When he crowed, the cocks in all the neighboring farmyards replied to him, as if they were uttering challenges from farm to farm. The girl looked at them without thinking, and then she raised her eyes and was almost dazzled at the sight of apple trees in blossom. Just then a colt, full of life and friskiness, jumped over the ditches and then stopped suddenly, as if surprised at being alone. She also felt inclined to run. She felt inclined to move and to stretch her limbs, and to repose in the warm, breathless air. She took a few undecided steps and closed her eyes, for she was seized with a feeling of animal comfort, and then she went to look for eggs in the hen loft. There were 13 of them, which she took in and put into the storeroom, but the smell from the kitchen annoyed her again, and she went out to sit on the grass for a time. The farmyard, which was surrounded by trees, seemed to be asleep. The tall grass, amid which the tall yellow dandelions rose up like streaks of yellow light, was of a vivid, fresh spring green. The apple trees cast their shade all around them, and the thatched roofs, on which grew blue and yellow irises, with their sword-like leaves, steamed as if the moisture of the stables and barns were coming through the straw. The girl went to the shed where the carts and buggies were kept. Close to it, in a ditch, there was a large patch of violets, whose fragrance was spread abroad, while beyond the slope the open country could be seen, where grain was growing, with clumps of trees in places, and groups of labourers here and there, who looked as small as dolls, and white horses like toys, who were drawing a child's cart, driven by a man as tall as one's finger. She took up a bundle of straw, threw it into the ditch, and sat down upon it. Then, not feeling comfortable, she undid it, spread it out, and lay down upon it at full length on her back, with both arms under her head and her legs stretched out. Gradually her eyes closed, and she was falling into a state of delightful languor. She was, in fact, almost asleep when she felt 2 hands on her bosom, and she sprang up at a bound. It was Jacques, one of the farm labourers, a tall fellow from Picardy, who had been making love to her for a long time. He had been herding the sheep, and, seeing her lying down in the shade, had come up stealthily and holding his breath, with glistening eyes and bits of straw in his hair. He tried to kiss her, but she gave him a smack in the face, for she was as strong as he, and he was shrewd enough to beg her pardon, so they sat down side by side and talked amicably. They spoke about the favourable weather, of their master, who was a good fellow, then of their neighbours, of all the people in the country round, of themselves, of their village, of their youthful days, of their recollections, of their relations, who had left them for a long time, and it might be forever. She grew sad as she thought of it, while he, with one fixed idea in his head, drew closer to her. "I have not seen my mother for a long time," she said. "It is very hard to be separated like that." And she directed her looks into the distance, toward the village in the north which she had left. Suddenly, however, he seized her by the neck and kissed her again, but she struck him so violently in the face with her clenched fist that his nose began to bleed, and he got up and laid his head against the stem of a tree. When she saw that, she was sorry, and going up to him, she said, "Have I hurt you?" He, however, only laughed. No, it was a mere nothing, only she had hit him right in the middle of the nose. "What a devil!" he said, and looked at her with admiration, for she had inspired him with a feeling of respect and of a very different kind of admiration, which was the beginning of a real love for that tall, strong wench. When the bleeding had stopped, he proposed a walk, as he was afraid of his neighbour's heavy hand, if they remained side by side like that much longer, but she took his arm of her own accord in the avenue, as if they had been out for an evening's walk, and said, "It is not nice of you to despise me like that, Jacques." He protested, however. No, he did not despise her. He was in love with her, that was all. "So you really want to marry me?" she asked. He hesitated and then looked at her sideways, while she looked straight ahead of her. She had fat, red cheeks, a full bust beneath her cotton jacket, thick red lips, and her neck, which was almost bare, was covered with small beads of perspiration. He felt a fresh access of desire, and putting his lips to her ear, he murmured, "Yes, of course I do." Then she threw her arms round his neck and kissed him till they were both out of breath. For that moment the eternal story of love began beneath them. They plagued one another in corners. They met in the moonlight beside the haystack and gave each other bruises on the legs, under the table, with their heavy nailed boots. By degrees, however, Jacques seemed to grow tired of her. He avoided her, scarcely spoke to her, and did not try any longer to meet her alone, which made her sad and anxious, and soon she found that she was enceinte. At first she was in a state of consternation, but then she got angry, and her rage increased every day because she could not meet him, as he avoided her most carefully. At last, one night, when everyone in the farmhouse was asleep, She went out noiselessly in her petticoat with bare feet, crossed the yard, and opened the door of the stable where Jacques was lying in a large box of straw above his horses. He pretended to snore when he heard her coming, but she knelt down by his side and shook him until he sat up. "What do you want?" he then asked her, and with clenched teeth, trembling with anger, she replied, I want you to marry me as you have promised." But he only laughed and replied, "Oh, if a man were to marry all the girls with whom he has made a slip, he would have more than enough to do." Then she seized him by the throat, threw him on his back so that he could not get away from her, and, half strangling him, she shouted into his face, "I am enceinte, do you hear? I am enceinte." He gasped for breath, as he was almost choked, and so they remained, both of them, motionless and without speaking, in the dark silence, which was only broken by the noise made by a horse as he pulled the hay out of the manger and then slowly munched it. When Jacques found that she was the stronger, he stammered out, "Very well, I will marry you as that is the case." But she did not believe his promises. "It must be at once," she said. "You must have the banns put up." "At once," he replied. "Swear solemnly that you will." He hesitated for a few moments, and then said, "I swear it, by heaven." Then she released her grasp and went away without another word. She had no chance of speaking to him for several days, and, as the stable was now always locked at night, she was afraid to make any noise, for fear of creating a scandal. One morning, however, she saw another man come in at dinner time, and she said, "Has Jacques left?" "Yes," the man replied, "I have got his place." This made her tremble so violently that she could not take the saucepan off the fire, and later, when they were all at work, she went up into her room and cried, burying her head in the bolster so that she might not be heard. During the day, however, she tried to obtain some information without exciting any suspicion, but she was so overwhelmed by the thoughts of her misfortune that she fancied that all the people whom she had asked laughed maliciously. All she learned, however, was that he had left the neighborhood altogether. Then a cloud of constant misery began for her. She worked mechanically without thinking of what she was doing, with one fixed idea in her head. Suppose people were to know? This continual feeling made her so incapable of reasoning that she did not even try to think of any means of avoiding the disgrace that she knew must ensue, which is irreparable and drawing nearer every day, and which was as sure as death itself. She got up every morning long before the others, and persistently tried to look at her figure in a piece of broken looking-glass, before which she did her hair, as she was very anxious to know whether anybody would notice a change in her, and, during the day, she stopped working every few minutes to look at herself from top to toe, to see whether her apron did not look too short. The months went on, and she scarcely spoke now, and when she was asked a question, did not appear to understand, but she had a frightened look, haggard eyes, and trembling hands, which made her master say to her occasionally, "My poor girl, how stupid you have grown lately." In church she hid behind a pillar, and no longer ventured to go to confession, as she feared to face the priest, to whom she attributed superhuman powers, which enabled him to read people's consciences. And at mealtimes the looks of her fellow servants almost made her faint with mental agony, and she was always fancying that she had been found out by the cowherd, a precocious and cunning little lad, whose bright eyes seemed always to be watching her. One morning the postman brought her a letter, and as she had never received one in her life before, she was so upset by it that she was obliged to sit down. Perhaps it was from him. But, as she could not read, she sat anxious and trembling with that piece of paper, covered with ink, in her hand. After a time, however, she put it into her pocket, as she did not venture to confide her secret to anyone. She often stopped to look at those lines written at regular intervals, and which terminated in a signature, imagining vaguely that she would suddenly discover their meaning, until at last, as she felt half mad with impatience and anxiety, she went to the schoolmaster, who told her to sit down, and read to her as follows. "My dear daughter, I write to tell you that I am very ill. Our neighbor, Monsieur Dantou, begs you to come if you can. From your affectionate mother, César Dantou, Deputy Mayor." She did not say a word and went away, but as soon as she was alone, her legs gave way under her, and she fell down by the roadside and remained there till night. When she got back, she told the farmer her bad news, and he allowed her to go home for as long as she liked, and promised to have her work done by a charwoman and take her back when she returned. Her mother died soon after she got there, and the next day Rose gave birth to a 7 months' child, a miserable little skeleton, thin enough to make anybody shudder, and which seemed to be suffering continually, to judge from the painful manner in which it moved its poor little hands, which were as thin as crabs' legs, but it lived for all that. She said she was married, but could not be burdened with the child, so she left it with some neighbors, who promised to take great care of it, and she went back to the farm. But now in her heart, which had been wounded so long, there arose something like brightness, an unknown love for that frail little creature which she had left behind her, though there was fresh suffering in that very love, suffering which she felt every hour and every minute, because she was parted from her child. What pained her most, however, was the mad longing to kiss it, to press it in her arms, to feel the warmth of its little body against her breast. She could not sleep at night. She thought of it the whole day long, and in the evening, when her work was done, she would sit in front of the fire and gaze at it intently, as people do whose thoughts are far away. They began to talk about her and to tease her about her lover. They asked whether he was tall, handsome, and rich. When was the wedding to be and the christening? And often she ran away to cry by herself, for these questions seemed to hurt her like the prick of a pin, and, in order to forget their jokes, she began to work still more energetically, and, still thinking of her child, she sought some way of saving up money for it, and determined to work so that her master would be obliged to raise her wages. By degrees she almost monopolized the work, and persuaded him to get rid of one servant girl, who had become useless since she had taken to working like two. She economized the bread, the oil, and candles, in the corn, which they gave to chickens too extravagantly, and in the fodder for the horses and cattle, which was rather wasted. She was as miserly about her master's money as if it had been her own, and, by dint of making good bargains, of getting high prices for all their produce, and by baffling the peasants' tricks when they offered anything for sale, he at last entrusted her with buying and selling everything, with the direction of all the laborers, and with the purchase of provisions necessary for the household, so that, in a short time, she became indispensable to him. She kept such a strict eye on everything about her, that under her direction the farm prospered wonderfully, and for 5 miles around people talked of Master Vallen's servant, and the farmer himself said everywhere, "That girl is worth more than her weight in gold." But time passed by, and her wages remained the same. Her hard work was accepted as something that was due from every good servant, and as a mere token of goodwill, and she began to think rather bitterly that if the farmer could put 50 or 100 crowns extra into the bank every month, thanks to her, she was still only earning her 200 francs a year, neither more nor less, and so she made up her mind to ask for an increase of wages. She went to see the schoolmaster 3 times about it, but when she got there, she spoke about something else. She felt a kind of modesty in asking for money, as if it were something disgraceful, but at last, one day, when the farmer was having breakfast by himself in the kitchen, she said to him with some embarrassment that she wished to speak to him particularly. He raised his head in surprise, with both his hands on the table, holding his knife with its point in the air in one and a piece of bread in the other, and he looked fixedly at the girl, who felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but asked for a week's holiday so that she might get away, as she was not very well. He acceded to her request immediately, and then added, in some embarrassment himself, "When you come back, I shall have something to say to you myself." The child was nearly 8 months old, and she did not recognize it. It had grown rosy and chubby all over, like a little roll of fat. She threw herself on it as if it had been some prey, and kissed it so violently that it began to scream with terror, and then she began to cry herself because it did not know her, and stretched out its arms to its nurse as soon as it saw her. But the next day it began to know her, and laughed when it saw her, and she took it into the fields and ran about excitedly with it, and sat down under the shade of the trees. And then, for the first time in her life, she opened her heart to somebody, although he could not understand her, and told him her troubles, how hard her work was, her anxieties and her hopes, and she quite tired the child with the violence of her caresses. She took the greatest pleasure in handling it, in washing and dressing it, for it seemed to her that all this was the confirmation of her maternity, and she would look at it, almost feeling surprised that it was hers, and would say to herself in a low voice as she danced it in her arms, "It's my baby, it's my baby." She cried all the way home as she returned to the farm, and had scarcely got in before her master called her into his room, and she went, feeling astonished and nervous, without knowing why. "Sit down there," he said. She sat down, and for some moments they remained side by side, in some embarrassment, with their arms hanging at their sides, as if they did not know what to do with them, and looking each other in the face, after the manner of peasants. The farmer, a stout, jovial, obstinate man of 45, who had lost 2 wives, evidently felt embarrassed, which was very unusual with him, but at last he made up his mind, and began to speak vaguely, hesitating a little, and looking out of the window as he talked. "How is it, Rose," he said, "that you have never thought of settling in life?" She grew pale as death, and seeing that she gave him no answer, he went on, "You are a good, steady, active, and economical girl, and a wife like you would make a man's fortune." She did not move, but looked frightened. She did not even try to comprehend his meaning, for her thoughts were in a whirl, as if at the approach of some great danger. So, after waiting for a few seconds, he went on, "You see, a farm without a mistress can never succeed, even with a servant like you." Then he stopped, for he did not know what else to say, and Rose looked at him with the air of a person who thinks that he is face to face with a murderer and ready to flee at the slightest movement he may make. But, after waiting for about 5 minutes, he asked her,
Well, will it suit you? Will what suit me, master? And he said quickly, Why, to marry me, by heaven. She jumped up but fell back on her chair as if she had been struck, and there she remained motionless, like a person who is overwhelmed by some great misfortune. At last the farmer grew impatient and said, Come, what more do you want? She looked at him, almost in terror, and then suddenly the tears came into her eyes, and she said twice in a choking voice, I cannot, I cannot. Why not? He asked. Come, don't be silly. I'll give you until tomorrow to think it over. And he hurried out of the room, very glad to have got through with the matter, which had troubled him a great deal, for he had no doubt that she would the next morning accept a proposal which she could never have expected, and which would be a capital bargain for him, as thus he bound a woman to his interests who would certainly bring him more than if she had the best dowry in the district. Neither could there be any scruples about an unequal match between them, for in the country everyone is very nearly equal. The farmer works with his labourers, who frequently become masters in their turn, and the female servants constantly become the mistresses of the establishments, without its making any change in their life or habits. Rose did not go to bed that night. She threw herself, dressed as she was, on her bed, and she had not even the strength to cry left in her, she was so thoroughly dumbfounded. She remained quite inert, scarcely knowing that she had a body, and without being at all able to collect her thoughts, though at moments she remembered everything of what had happened, and then she was frightened at the idea of what might happen. Her terror increased, and every time the great kitchen clock struck the hour she broke out in a perspiration from grief. She became bewildered, and had the nightmare. Her candle went out, and then she began to imagine that someone had cast a spell over her, as country people so often imagine, and she felt a mad inclination to run away, to escape and to flee her misfortune, like a ship scudding before the wind. An owl hooted. She shivered, sat up, passed her hands over her face, her hair, and all over her body, and then she went downstairs, as if she were walking in her sleep. When she got into the yard she stooped down, so as not to be seen by any prowling scamp, for the moon, which was setting, shed a bright light over the fields. Instead of opening the gate, she scrambled over the fence, and as soon as she was outside she started off. She went on straight before her, with a quick, springy trot, and from time to time she unconsciously uttered a piercing cry. Her long shadow accompanied her, and now and then some night bird flew over her head, while the dogs in the farmyards barked as they heard her pass. One even jumped over the ditch and followed her, and tried to bite her, but she turned round and gave such a terrible yell that the frightened animal ran back and cowered in silence in its kennel. The stars grew dim, and the birds began to twitter. Day was breaking. The girl was worn out and panting, and when the sun rose in the purple sky she stopped, for her swollen feet refused to go any farther. But she saw a pond in the distance, a large pond whose stagnant water looked like blood under the reflection of this new day, and she limped on slowly with her hand on her heart in order to dip both her feet in it. She sat down on a tuft of grass, took off her heavy shoes, which were full of dust, pulled off her stockings, and plunged her legs into the still water, from which bubbles were rising here and there. A feeling of delicious coolness pervaded her from head to foot, and suddenly, while she was looking fixedly at the deep pool, she was seized with dizziness, and with a mad longing to throw herself into it. All her sufferings would be over in there, over forever. She no longer thought of her child, she only wanted peace, complete rest, and to sleep forever, and she got up with raised arms and took 2 steps forward. She was in the water up to her thighs, and she was just about to throw herself in, when sharp pricking pains in her ankles made her jump back, and she uttered a cry of despair, for, from her knees to the tips of her feet, long black leeches were sucking her life-blood, and were swelling as they adhered to her flesh. She did not dare to touch them, and screamed in horror, so that her cries of despair attracted a peasant, who was driving along at some distance to the spot. He pulled off the leeches one by one, applied herbs to the wounds, and drove the girl to her master's farm in his gig. She was in bed for a fortnight, and she was sitting outside the door on the first morning that she got up. The farmer suddenly came and planted himself before her. "Well," he said, "I suppose the affair is settled, isn't it?" She did not reply at first, and then, as he remained standing and looking at her intently with piercing eyes, she said with difficulty, "No, master, I cannot." He immediately flew into a rage. "You cannot, girl? You cannot? I should like to know the reason why." She began to cry and repeated, "I cannot." He looked at her, and then exclaimed angrily, "Then I suppose you have a lover." "Perhaps that is it," she said, trembling with shame. The man got as red as a poppy and stammered out in a rage, "Ah, so you confess it, you slut! And pray, who is the fellow? Some penniless, half-starved ragamuffin without a roof to his head, I suppose? Who is it, I say?" And she gave him no answer. He continued, "Ah, so you will not tell me. Then I will tell you. Is it Jean Baudu?" "No, not he," she exclaimed.
Then is it Pierre Martin? Oh, no, master. And he angrily mentioned all the young fellows in the neighborhood, while she denied that he had hit upon the right one, and every moment wiped her eyes with the corner of her blue apron. But he still tried to find out, with his brutish obstinacy, and, as it were, scratching at her heart to discover her secret, just as a terrier scratches at a hole to try and get at the animal which he scents inside it. Suddenly, however, the man shouted, "By George! It is Jacques, the man who was here last year. They used to say that you were always talking together, and that you thought about getting married." Rose was choking, and she grew scarlet, while her tears suddenly stopped and dried up on her cheeks like drops of water on hot iron, and she exclaimed, "No, it is not he, it is not he." "Is that really a fact?" asked the cunning peasant, who partially guessed the truth, and she replied hastily, "I will swear it to you." She tried to think of something by which to swear, as she did not venture to invoke sacred things, but he interrupted her. "At any rate, he used to follow you into every corner and devoured you with his eyes at mealtimes. Did you ever give him your promise?" Then she looked at her master straight in the face. "No, never, never. I will solemnly swear to you that if he were to come today and ask me to marry him, I would have nothing to do with him." She spoke with such an air of sincerity that the farmer hesitated, and then he continued, as if speaking to himself, "What then? You have not had a misfortune, as they call it, or it would have been known, and as it has no consequences, no girl would refuse her master on that account. There must be something at the bottom of it, however." She could say nothing, she had not the strength to speak, and he asked her again, "You will not?" "I cannot, master," she said with a sigh, and he turned on his heel. She thought she had got rid of him altogether, and spent the rest of the day almost tranquilly, but it was as exhausted as if she had been turning the thrashing machine all day in the place of the old white horse, and she went to bed as soon as she could, and fell asleep immediately. In the middle of the night, however, 2 hands touching the bed woke her. She trembled with fear, but immediately recognized the farmer's voice, when he said to her, "Don't be frightened, Rose. I have come to speak to you." She was surprised at first, but when he tried to take liberties with her she understood, and began to tremble violently, as she felt quite alone in the darkness, still heavy from sleep, and quite unprotected, with that man standing near her. She certainly did not consent, but she resisted carelessly, struggling against that instinct which is always strong in simple natures, and very imperfectly protected by the undecided will of inert and gentle races. She turned her head now to the wall, and now toward the room, in order to avoid the attentions which the farmer tried to press on her, but she was weakened by fatigue, while he became brutal, intoxicated by desire. They lived together as man and wife, and one morning he said to her, "I have put up our banns, and we will get married next month." She did not reply, for what could she say? She did not resist, for what could she do? She married him. She felt as if she were in a pit with inaccessible sides from which she could never get out, and all kinds of misfortunes were hanging over her head like huge rocks which would fall on the first occasion. Her husband gave her the impression of a man whom she had robbed, and who would find it out some day or another. And then she thought of her child, who was the cause of her misfortunes, but who was also the cause of all her happiness on earth, whom she went to see twice a year, though she came back more unhappy each time. But she gradually grew accustomed to her life, her fears were allayed, her heart was at rest, and she lived with an easier mind, though still with some vague fear floating in it. And so the years went on until the child was 6. She was almost happy now, when suddenly the farmer's temper grew very bad. For 2 or 3 years he seemed to have been nursing some secret anxiety, to be troubled by some care, some mental disturbance which was gradually increasing. He remained sitting at table after dinner, with his head in his hands, sad and devoured by sorrow. He always spoke hastily, sometimes even brutally, and it even seemed as if he had a grudge against his wife, for at times he answered her roughly, almost angrily. One day when a neighbor's boy came for some eggs, and she spoke rather crossly to him, as she was very busy, her husband suddenly came in, and said to her in his unpleasant voice, "If that were your own child, you would not treat him so." She was hurt and did not reply, and then she went back into the house, with all her grief awakened afresh, and at dinner the farmer neither spoke to her nor looked at her, and he seemed to hate her, to despise her, to know something about the affair at last. In consequence she lost her composure, and did not venture to remain alone with him after the meal was over, but left the room and hastened to the church. It was getting dusk. The narrow nave was in total darkness, but she heard footsteps in the choir, for the sacristan was preparing the tabernacle lamp for the night. That spot of trembling light, which was lost in the darkness of the arches, looked to Rose like her last hope, and with her eyes fixed on it she fell on her knees. The chain rattled as the little lamp swung up into the air, and almost immediately the small bell rang out the Angelus through the increasing mist. She went up to him as he was going out. "Is Monsieur le Curé at home?" she asked.
"Of course he is. This is his dinner time." She trembled as she rang the bell of the parsonage. The priest was just sitting down to dinner, and he made her sit down also. "Yes, yes, I know all about it. Your husband has mentioned the matter to me that brings you here." The poor woman nearly fainted, and the priest continued, "What do you want, my child?" And he hastily swallowed several spoonfuls of soup, some of which dropped onto his greasy cassock. But Rose did not venture to say anything more, and she got up to go, but the priest said, "Courage." And she went out and returned to the farm without knowing what she was doing. The farmer was waiting for her, as the laborers had gone away during her absence, and she fell heavily at his feet, and shedding a flood of tears, she said to him, "What have you got against me?" He began to shout and swear. "What have I got against you? That I have no children. When a man takes a wife, it is not that they may live together alone until the end of their days. That is what I have against you. When a cow has no calves, she is not worth anything, and when a woman has no children, she is also not worth anything." She began to cry, and said, "It is not my fault. It is not my fault." He grew rather more gentle when he heard that, and added, "I do not say that it is, but it is very provoking all the same." From that day forward she had only one thought, to have a child, another child. She confided her wish to everybody, and in consequence of this, a neighbor told her of an infallible method. This was to make her husband drink a glass of water with a pinch of ashes in it every evening. The farmer consented to try it, but without success. So they said to each other, "Perhaps there are some secret ways," and they tried to find out. They were told of a shepherd who lived 10 leagues off, and so Vallon one day drove off to consult him. The shepherd gave him a loaf on which he had made some marks. It was kneaded up with herbs, and each of them was to eat a piece of it, but they ate the whole loaf without obtaining any results from it. Next, a schoolmaster unveiled mysteries and processes of love which were unknown in the country, but infallible, so he declared, but none of them had the desired effect. Then the priest advised them to make a pilgrimage to the shrine at Fécamp. Rose went with the crowd and prostrated herself in the abbey, and mingling her prayers with the coarse desires of the peasants around her, she prayed that she might be fruitful a second time, but it was in vain, and then she thought that she was being punished for her first fault, and she was seized by terrible grief. She was wasting away with sorrow, her husband was also aging prematurely, and was wearing himself out in useless hopes. Then war broke out between them. He called her names and beat her. They quarreled all day long, and when they were in their room together at night, he flung insults and obscenities at her, choking with rage, until one night, not being able to think of any means of making her suffer more, he ordered her to get up and go and stand out of doors in the rain until daylight. As she did not obey him, he seized her by the neck and began to strike her in the face with his fists, but she said nothing and did not move. In his exasperation he knelt on her stomach, and with clenched teeth and mad with rage he began to beat her. Then in her despair she rebelled, and flinging him against the wall with a furious gesture, she sat up, and in an altered voice she hissed, "I have had a child. I have had one. I had it by Jacques. You know Jacques. He promised to marry me, but he left this neighborhood without keeping his word." The man was thunderstruck and could hardly speak, but at last he stammered out, "What are you saying? What are you saying?" Then she began to sob, and amid her tears she continued, "That was the reason why I did not want to marry you. I could not tell you, for you would have left me without any bread for my child. You have never had any children, so you cannot understand. You cannot understand." He said again, mechanically, with increasing surprise, "You have a child? You have a child? You took me by force, as I suppose you know. I did not want to marry you," she said, still sobbing. Then he got up, lit the candle, and began to walk up and down, with his arms behind him. She was cowering on the bed and crying, and suddenly he stopped in front of her and said, "Then it is my fault that you have no children?" She gave him no answer, and he began to walk up and down again. Stopping, he continued, "How old is your child?" "Just 6, she whispered. "Why did you not tell me about it?" he asked. "How could I?" she replied with a sigh. He remained standing, motionless. "Come, get up," he said. She got up with some difficulty, and then, when she was standing on the floor, he suddenly began to laugh with the hearty laugh of his good days, and seeing how surprised she was, he added, "Very well, we will go and fetch the child, as you and I can have none together." She was so scared that if she had had the strength she would assuredly have run away, but the farmer rubbed his hands and said, "I wanted to adopt one, and now we have found one. I asked the curé about an orphan some time ago." Then, still laughing, he kissed his weeping and agitated wife on both cheeks, and shouted out, as though she could not hear him, "Come along, mother, we will go and see if there is any soup left. I should not mind a plateful." She put on her petticoat, and they went downstairs, and while she was kneeling in front of the fireplace and lighting the fire under the saucepan, He continued to walk up and down the kitchen with long strides, repeating, "Well, I am really glad of this. I am not saying it for form's sake, but I am glad. I am really very glad." End of section 42. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 43 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 43. The Wreck. It was yesterday, the 31st of December. I had just finished breakfast with my old friend Georges Guérin when the servant handed him a letter covered with seals and foreign stamps. Georges said, "Will you excuse me?" "Certainly." And so he began to read the letter, which was written in a large English handwriting, crossed and recrossed in every direction. He read them slowly, with serious attention and the interest which we only pay to things which touch our hearts. Then he put the letter on the mantelpiece and said, "That was a curious story. I've never told you about it, I think. Yet it was a sentimental adventure, and it really happened to me. That was a strange New Year's Day indeed. It must have been 20 years ago, for I was then 30 and am now 50 years old. I was then an inspector in the Maritime Insurance Company, of which I am now director. I had arranged to pass New Year's Day in Paris, since it is customary to make that day a fete, when I received a letter from the manager, asking me to proceed at once to the island of Rhe, where a 3-masted vessel from Saint-Nazaire, insured by us, had just been driven ashore. It was then 8 o'clock in the morning. I arrived at the office at 10 to get my advices, and that evening I took the express, which put me down at La Rochelle the next day, the 31st of December. I had 2 hours to wait before going aboard the boat for Rhe, so I made a tour of the town. It is certainly a queer city, La Rochelle, with strong characteristics of its own streets tangled like a labyrinth, sidewalks running under endless arcaded galleries like those of the Rue de Rivoli, but low, mysterious, built as if to form a suitable setting for conspirators and making a striking background for those old-time wars, the savage heroic wars of religion. It is indeed the typical old Huguenot city, conservative, discreet, with no fine art to show, with no wonderful monuments such as make Rouen, but it is remarkable for its severe, somewhat sullen look. It is a city of obstinate fighters, a city where fanaticism might well blossom, where the faith of the Calvinists became enthusiastic, and which gave birth to the plot of the 4 sergeants. After I had wandered for some time about these curious streets, I went aboard the black, rotund little steamboat which was to take me to the island of Rhe. It was called the Jean Guiton. It started with angry puffings, passed between the 2 old towers which guard the harbour, crossed the roadstead and issued from the mole built by Richelieu, the great stones of which can be seen at the water's edge, enclosing the town like a great necklace. Then the steamboat turned to the right. It was one of those sad days which give one the blues, tighten the heart and take away all strength and energy, and force a grey, cold day, with a heavy mist which was as wet as rain, as cold as frost, and as bad to breathe as the steam of a wash-tub. Under this low sky of dismal fog, the shallow, yellow, sandy sea of all practically level beaches lay without a wrinkle, without a movement, without life, a sea of turbid water, of greasy water, of stagnant water. The Jean Guiton passed over it, rolling a little from habit, dividing the smooth dark blue water and leaving behind a few waves, a little splashing, a slight swell, which soon calmed down. I began to talk to the captain, a little man with small feet, as round as his boat and rolling in the same manner. I wanted some details of the disaster on which I was to draw up a report. A great square-rigged 3-master, the Marie Joseph, of Saint-Nazaire, had gone ashore one night in a hurricane on the sands of the island of Rhe. The owner wrote to us that the storm had thrown the ship so far ashore that it was impossible to float her, and that they had to remove everything which could be detached with the utmost possible haste. Nevertheless, I must examine the situation of the wreck, estimate what must have been her condition before the disaster, and decide whether all efforts had been used to get her afloat. I came as an agent of the company in order to give contradictory testimony, if necessary, at the trial. On receipt of my report, the manager would take what measures he might think necessary to protect our interests. The captain of the Jean Guiton knew all about the affair, having been summoned with his boat to assist in the attempts at salvage. He told me the story of the disaster. The Marie Joseph, driven by a furious gale, lost her bearings completely in the night, and steering by chance over a heavy foaming sea, a milk-soup sea, said the captain, had gone ashore on those immense sandbanks which make the coast of this country look like the limitless Saharas when the tide is low. While talking, I looked around and ahead. Between the ocean and the towering sky lay an open space where the eye could see into the distance. We were following a coast. I said, "Is that the island of Rhe?" "Yes, sir." and suddenly the captain stretched his right hand out before us, pointed to something almost imperceptible in the open sea, and said, "There's your ship." "The Marie Joseph?" "Yes." I was amazed. This black, almost imperceptible speck, which looked to me like a rock, seemed at least 3 miles from land. I continued, "But, Captain, there must be 100 fathoms of water in that place." He began to laugh. "100 fathoms, my child? Well, I should say about 2. He was from Bordeaux. He continued, "It's now 9:40, just high tide. Go down along the beach with your hands in your pockets after you've had lunch at the Hotel du Dauphin, and I'll wager that at 10 minutes to 3, or 3 o'clock, you'll reach the wreck without wetting your feet, and have from an hour and 3/4 to 2 hours aboard of her, but not more, or you'll be caught. The faster the sea goes out, the faster it comes back. This coast is as flat as a turtle. But start away at 10 minutes to 5, I tell you, and at 7:30 you will be again aboard of the Jean Guiton, which will put you down the same evening on the quay at La Rochelle." I thanked the captain, and I went down and sat in the bow of the steamer to get a good look at the little city of St. Martin, which we were now rapidly approaching. It was just like all small seaports which serve as capitals of the barren islands scattered along the coast. A large fishing village, 1 foot on sea and 1 on shore, subsisting on fish and wild fowl, vegetables and shellfish, radishes and mussels. The island is very low and little cultivated, yet it seems to be thickly populated. However, I did not penetrate into the interior. After breakfast I climbed across a little promontory, and then, as the tide was rapidly falling, I started out across the sands toward a kind of black rock, which I could just perceive above the surface of the water, out a considerable distance. I walked quickly over the yellow plain. It was elastic, like flesh, and seemed to sweat beneath my tread. The sea had been there very lately. Now I perceived it at a distance, escaping out of sight, and I no longer could distinguish the line which separated the sands from the ocean. I felt as though I were looking at a gigantic supernatural work of enchantment. The Atlantic had just been before me, then it disappeared into the sands, just as scenery disappears through a trap, and I was now walking in the midst of a desert. Only the feeling, the breath of the salt water, remained in me. I perceived the smell of the wreck, the smell of the sea, the good strong smell of sea-coasts. I walked faster. I was no longer cold. I looked at the stranded wreck, which grew in size as I approached, and came now to resemble an enormous shipwrecked whale. It seemed fairly to rise out of the ground, and on that great, flat, yellow stretch of sand assumed wonderful proportions. After an hour's walk I at last reached it. It lay upon its side, ruined and shattered, its broken bones showing as though it were an animal, its bones of tarred wood pierced with great bolts. The sand had already invaded it, entering it by all the crannies, and held it and refused to let it go. It seemed to have taken root in it. The bow had entered deep into the soft, treacherous beach, while the stern, high in air, seemed to cast at heaven, like a cry of despairing appeal, the 2 white words on the black planking, Marie Joseph. I climbed upon this carcass of a ship by the lowest side. Then, having reached the deck, I went below. The daylight, which entered by the stove-in hatches and the cracks in the sides, showed me dimly long dark cavities, full of demolished woodwork. They contained nothing but sand, which served as foot-soil in this cavern of planks. I began to take some notes about the condition of the ship. I was seated on a broken empty cask, writing by the light of a great crack, through which I could perceive the boundless stretch of the strand. A strange shivering of cold and loneliness ran over my skin from time to time, and I would often stop writing for a moment to listen to the mysterious noises in the derelict, the noise of crabs scratching the planking with their crooked claws, the noise of 1,000 little creatures of the sea already crawling over this dead body or else boring into the wood. Suddenly, very near me, I heard human voices. I started as though I had seen a ghost. For a second, I really thought I was about to see drowned men rise from the sinister depths of the hold, who would tell me about their death. At any rate, it did not take me long to swing myself on deck. There, standing by the bows, was a tall Englishman with 3 young misses. Certainly they were a good deal more frightened at seeing this sudden apparition on the abandoned 3-master than I was at seeing them. The youngest girl turned and ran. The 2 others threw their arms around their father. As for him, he opened his mouth. That was the only sign of emotion which he showed. Then, after several seconds, he spoke. "Monsieur, are you the owner of this ship?" "I am." "May I go over it?" "You may." Then he uttered a long sentence in English, in which I only distinguished the word gracious, repeated several times. As he was looking for a place to climb up, I showed him the easiest way and gave him a hand. He climbed up. Then we helped up the 3 girls, who had now quite recovered their composure. They were charming, especially the oldest, a blonde of 18, fresh as a flower, and very dainty and pretty. Ah, yes, the pretty English women have indeed the look of tender sea-fruit. One would have said of this one that she had just risen out of the sands, and that her hair had kept their tint. They all, with their exquisite freshness, make you think of the delicate colors of pink seashells and of shining pearls hidden in the unknown depths of the ocean. She spoke French a little better than her father and acted as interpreter. I had to tell all about the shipwreck, and I romanced as though I had been present at the catastrophe. Then the whole family descended into the interior of the wreck. As soon as they had penetrated into this somber, dimly lit cavity, they uttered cries of astonishment and admiration. Suddenly the father and his 3 daughters were holding sketch-books in their hands, which they had doubtless carried hidden somewhere in their heavy weatherproof clothes, and were all beginning at once to make pencil sketches of this melancholy and weird place. They had seated themselves side by side on a projecting beam, and the 4 sketch-books on the 8 knees were being rapidly covered with little black lines, which were intended to represent the half-opened hulk of the Marie Joseph. I continued to inspect the skeleton of the ship, and the oldest girl talked to me while she worked. They had none of the usual English arrogance. They were simple, honest hearts of that class of continuous travellers with which England covers the globe. The father was long and thin, with a red face framed in white whiskers, and looking like a living sandwich, a piece of ham carved like a face between 2 wads of hair. The daughters, who had long legs like young storks, were also thin, except the oldest. All 3 were pretty, especially the tallest. She had such a droll way of speaking, of laughing, of understanding and of not understanding, of raising her eyes to ask a question, eyes blue as the deep ocean, of stopping her drawing a moment to make a guess at what you meant, of returning once more to work, of saying yes or no, that I could have listened and looked indefinitely. Suddenly she murmured, "I hear a little sound on this boat." I listened, and I immediately distinguished a low, steady, curious sound. I rose and looked out of the crack and gave a scream. The sea had come up to us. It would soon surround us. We were on deck in an instant. It was too late. The water circled us about and was running toward the coast at tremendous speed. No, it did not run. It glided, crept, spread like an immense, limitless blot. The water was barely a few centimeters deep, but the rising flood had gone so far that we no longer saw the vanishing line of the imperceptible tide. The Englishman wanted to jump. I held him back. Flight was impossible because of the deep places which we had been obliged to go round on our way out, and into which we should fall on our return. There was a minute of horrible anguish in our hearts. Then the little English girl began to smile and murmured, "It is we who are shipwrecked." I tried to laugh, but fear held me, a fear which was cowardly and horrid and base and treacherous like the tide. All the danger which we ran appeared to me at once. I wanted to shriek, "Help!" but to whom? The 2 younger girls were clinging to their father, who looked in consternation at the measureless sea which hedged us round about. The night fell as swiftly as the ocean rose, a lowering, wet, icy night. I said, "There is nothing to do but stay on the ship." The Englishman answered, "Oh, yes." And we waited there a quarter of an hour, half an hour, indeed I don't know how long, watching that creeping water growing deeper as it swirled around us, as though it were playing on the beach, which it had regained. One of the young girls was cold, and we went below to shelter ourselves from the light but freezing wind that made our skins tingle. I leaned over the hatchway. The ship was full of water, so we had to cower against the stern planking, which shielded us a little. Darkness was now coming on, and we remained huddled together. I felt the shoulder of the little English girl trembling against mine, her teeth chattering from time to time. But I also felt the gentle warmth of her body through her ulster, and that warmth was as delicious to me as a kiss. We no longer spoke. We sat motionless, mute, cowering down like animals in a ditch when a hurricane is raging. And nevertheless, despite the night, despite the terrible and increasing danger, I began to feel happy that I was there, glad of the cold and the peril, glad of the long hours of darkness and anguish that I must pass on this plank, so near this dainty, pretty little girl. I asked myself, why this strange sensation of well-being and of joy? Why? Does one know? Because she was there? Who? She, a little unknown English girl? I did not love her. I did not even know her. And for all that, I was touched and conquered. I wanted to save her, to sacrifice myself for her, to commit 1,000 follies. Strange thing! How does it happen that the presence of a woman overwhelms us so? Is it the power of her grace which enfolds us? Is it the seduction of her beauty and youth which intoxicates one like wine? Is it not rather the touch of love the mysterious, who seeks constantly to unite 2 beings, who tries his strength the instant he has put a man and woman face to face? The silence of the darkness became terrible, the stillness of the sky dreadful, because we could vaguely hear about us a slight, continuous sound, the sound of the rising tide and the monotonous splashing of the water against the ship. Suddenly I heard the sound of sobs. The youngest of the girls was crying. Her father tried to console her, and they began to talk in their own tongue, which I did not understand. I guessed that he was reassuring her, and that she was still afraid. I asked my neighbor, You are not too cold, are you, mademoiselle? Oh, yes, I am very cold. I offered to give her my cloak. She refused it. But I had taken it off, and I covered her with it against her will. In the short struggle, her hand touched mine. It made a delicious thrill run through my body. For some minutes the air had been growing brisker, the dashing of the water stronger against the flanks of the ship. I raised myself. A great gust of wind blew in my face. The wind was rising. The Englishman perceived this at the same time that I did, and said simply, "This is bad for us." Of course it was bad. It was certain death if any breakers, however feeble, should attack and shake the wreck, which was already so shattered and disconnected that the first big sea would carry it off. So our anguish increased momentarily as the squalls grew stronger and stronger. Now the sea broke a little, and I saw in the darkness white lines appearing and disappearing, lines of foam, while each wave struck the Marie Joseph and shook her with a short quiver which went to our hearts. The English girl was trembling. I felt her shiver against me, and I had a wild desire to take her in my arms. Down there, before and behind us, to the left and right, lighthouses were shining along the shore, lighthouses white, yellow, and red, revolving like the enormous eyes of giants who were watching us, waiting eagerly for us to disappear. One of them in especial irritated me. It went out every 30 seconds and lit up again immediately. It was indeed an eye, that one, with its lid incessantly lowered over its fiery glance. From time to time the Englishman struck a match to see the hour. Then he put his watch back in his pocket. Suddenly he said to me, over the heads of his daughters, with tremendous gravity, "I wish you a happy New Year, monsieur." It was midnight. I held out my hand, which he pressed. Then he said something in English, and suddenly he and his daughters began to sing "God Save the Queen," which rose through the black and silent air and vanished into space. At first I felt a desire to laugh, then I was seized by a powerful, strange emotion. It was something sinister and superb, this chant of the shipwrecked, the condemned, something like a prayer and also like something grander, something comparable to the ancient Ave Caesar morituri te salutant. When they had finished, I asked my neighbor to sing a ballad alone, anything she liked, to make us forget her terrors. She consented, and immediately her clear young voice rang out into the night. She sang something which was doubtless sad, because the notes were long drawn out and hovered, like wounded birds, above the waves. The sea was rising now and beating upon our wreck. As for me, I thought of only that voice, and I thought also of the sirens. If a ship had passed near by us, what would the sailors have said? My troubled spirit lost itself in the dream. A siren! Was she not really a siren, this daughter of the sea, who had kept me on this worm-eaten ship and who was soon about to go down with me deep into the waters? But suddenly we were all five rolling on the deck, because the Marie Joseph had sunk on her right side. The English girl had fallen upon me, and before I knew what I was doing, thinking that my last moment was come, I had caught her in my arms and kissed her cheek, her temple, and her hair. The ship did not move again, and we also, remained motionless. The father said, "Kate!" The one whom I was holding answered, "Yes," and made a movement to free herself. And at that moment I should have wished the ship to split in two and let me fall with her into the sea. The Englishman continued, "A little rocking, it's nothing, I have my 3 daughters safe." Not having seen the oldest, he thought she was lost overboard. I rose slowly, and suddenly I made out a light on the sea quite close to us. I shouted, they answered. It was a boat sent out in search of us by the hotel keeper, who had guessed at our imprudence. We were saved. I was in despair. They picked us up off our raft, and they brought us back to St. Martin. The Englishman began to rub his hand and murmur, "A good supper, a good supper." We did sup. I was not gay. I regretted the Marie Joseph. We had to separate the next day after much hand-shaking and many promises to write. They departed for Biarritz. I wanted to follow them. I was hard hit. I wanted to ask this little girl to marry me. If we had passed 8 days together, I should have done so. How weak and incomprehensible a man sometimes is. 2 years passed without my hearing a word from them. Then I received a letter from New York. She was married and wrote to tell me. And since then we write to each other every year on New Year's Day. She tells me about her life, talks of her children, her sisters, never of her husband. Why? Ah, why? And as for me, I only talk of the Marie Joseph. That was perhaps the only woman I have ever loved. No, that I ever should have loved. Ah, well, who can tell? Circumstances rule one. And then, all passes. She must be old now. I should not know her. Ah, she of the begone time, she of the wreck. What a creature! Divine! She writes me her hair is white. That caused me terrible pain. Oh, her yellow hair. No, my English girl exists no longer. How sad it all is. End of section 43. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio.
Section 44 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 44. Théodule Sabot's Confession. When Sabot entered the inn at Martinville, it was a signal for laughter. What a rogue he was, this Sabot. There was a man who did not like priests, for instance. Oh no, he did not spare them, the scamp. Sabot, Théodule, a master carpenter, represented liberal thought in Martinville. He was a tall, thin man with gray, cunning eyes and thin lips, and wore his hair plastered down on his temples. When he said, "Our Holy Father, the Pope," in a certain manner, everyone laughed. He made a point of working on Sunday during the hour of Mass. He killed his pig each year on Monday in Holy Week in order to have enough black pudding to last till Easter, and when the priest passed by, he always said by way of a joke, "There goes one who has just swallowed his god off a salver." The priest, a stout man and also very tall, dreaded him on account of his boastful talk, which attracted followers. The Abbé Maritime was a politic man and believed in being diplomatic. There had been a rivalry between them for 10 years, a secret, intense, incessant rivalry. Sabot was municipal councillor, and they thought he would become mayor, which would inevitably mean the final overthrow of the church. The elections were about to take place. The church party was shaking in its shoes in Martinville. One morning the curé set out for Rouen, telling his servant that he was going to see the archbishop. He returned in 2 days with a joyous, triumphant air, and everyone knew the following day that the chancel of the church was going to be renovated. A sum of 600 francs had been contributed by the archbishop out of his private fund. All the old pine pews were to be removed and replaced by new pews made of oak. It would be a big carpentering job, and they talked about it that very evening in all the houses in the village. Théodule Sabot was not laughing. When he went through the village the following morning, the neighbors, friends, and enemies all asked him jokingly, "Are you going to do the work on the chancel of the church?" He could find nothing to say, but he was furious. He was good and angry. Ill-natured people added, "It is a good piece of work, and will bring in not less than 2 or 3% profit." 2 days later, they heard that the work of renovation had been entrusted to Célestin Chamberlain, the carpenter from Percheville. Then this was denied, and it was said that all the pews in the church were going to be changed. That would be well worth the 2,000 francs that had been demanded of the church administration. Théodule Sabot could not sleep for thinking about it. Never, in all the memory of man, had a country carpenter undertaken a similar piece of work. Then a rumor spread abroad that the curé felt very grieved that he had to give this work to a carpenter who was a stranger in the community, but that Sabot's opinions were a barrier to his being entrusted with the job. Sabot knew it well. He called at the parsonage just as it was growing dark. The servant told him that the curé was at church. He went to the church. 2 attendants on the altar of the Virgin, 2 sour old maids, were decorating the altar for the month of Mary, under the direction of the priest, who stood in the middle of the chancel with his portly paunch, directing the 2 women who, mounted on chairs, were placing flowers around the tabernacle. Sabot felt ill at ease in there, as though he were in the house of his greatest enemy, but the greed of gain was gnawing at his heart. He drew nearer, holding his cap in his hand, and not paying any attention to the demoiselles de la Vierge, who remained standing startled, astonished, motionless, on their chairs. He faltered. "Good morning, Monsieur le Curé." The priest replied without looking at him, all occupied as he was with the altar. "Good morning, Mr. Carpenter." Sabot, nonplussed, knew not what to say next, but after a pause he remarked, "You are making preparations?" Abbé Maritime replied, "Why, yes, we are near the month of Mary." Why, remarked Sabot, and then was silent. He would have liked to retire now without saying anything, but a glance at the chancel held him back. He saw 16 seats that had to be remade, 6 to the right and 8 to the left, the door of the sacristy occupying the place of 2. He saw 16 seats that had to be remade, 6 to the right and 8 to the left, the door of the sacristy occupying the place of 2. 16 oak seats, that would be worth at most 300 francs, and by figuring carefully, one might certainly make 200 francs on the work if one were not clumsy. Then he stammered out, "I have come about the work." The curé appeared surprised. He asked, "What work?" "The work to be done," murmured Sabot in dismay. The priest turned round, and looking him straight in the eyes, said, "Do you mean the repairs in the chancel of my church?" At the tone of the abbé, Théodule Sabot felt a chill run down his back, and he once more had a longing to take to his heels. However, he replied humbly, "Why, yes, Monsieur le Curé." Then the abbé folded his arms across his large stomach, and, as if filled with amazement, said, "Is it you, Sabot, who have come to ask me for this? You, the only irreligious man in my parish. Why, it would be a scandal, a public scandal. The archbishop would give me a reprimand, perhaps transfer me." He stopped a few seconds for breath, and then resumed in a calmer tone. "I can understand that it pains you to see a work of such importance entrusted to a carpenter from a neighboring parish, but I cannot do otherwise, but no, it is impossible. You would not consent, and unless you did, never." Sabot now looked at the row of benches in a line as far as the entrance door. Christopher, if they were going to change all those? And he asked, "What would you require of me? Tell me." The priest, in a firm tone, replied, "I must have an extraordinary token of your good intentions." I do not say, perhaps we might come to an understanding?" faltered Sabot. "You will have to take communion publicly at high mass next Sunday," declared the curé. The carpenter felt he was growing pale, and without replying, he asked, "And the benches, are they going to be renovated?" The abbé replied with confidence, "Yes, but later on." Sabot resumed, I do not say. I am not calling it off. I am consenting to religion for sure, but what rubs me the wrong way is putting it in practice. But in this case I will not be refractory." The attendants of the Virgin, having got off their chairs, had concealed themselves behind the altar, and they listened pale with emotion. The curé, seeing he had gained the victory, became all at once very friendly, quite familiar. That is good. That was wisely said, and not stupid, you understand. You will see. Sabot smiled and asked with an awkward air, "Would it not be possible to put off this communion just a trifle?" But the priest replied, resuming his severe expression, "From the moment that the work is put into your hands, I want to be assured of your conversion." Then he continued more gently, "You will come to confession tomorrow, for I must examine you at least twice." "Twice?" repeated Sabot. "Yes." The priest smiled. "You understand perfectly that you must have a general cleaning up, a thorough cleansing, so I will expect you tomorrow." The carpenter, much agitated, asked, "Where do you do that?" "Why, in the confessional." "In that box over there in the corner? The fact is, it doesn't suit me, your box." "How is that?" Seeing that I am not accustomed to that, and also I am very hard of hearing." The curé was very affable and said, "Well then, you shall come to my house and into my parlor. We will have it just the two of us, tete-a-tete. Does that suit you?" "Yes, that is all right, that will suit me, but your box, no." "Well then, tomorrow after the day's work at 6 o'clock. "That is understood, that is all right, that is agreed on. Tomorrow, Monsieur le Curé, whoever draws back is a skunk." And he held out his great rough hand, which the priest grasped heartily with a clap that resounded through the church. Théodule Sabot was not easy in his mind all the following day. He had a feeling analogous to the apprehension one experiences when a tooth has to be drawn. The thought recurred to him at every moment, I must go to confession this evening, and his troubled mind, the mind of an atheist only half convinced, was bewildered with a confused and overwhelming dread of the divine mystery. As soon as he had finished his work, he betook himself to the parsonage. The curé was waiting for him in the garden, reading his breviary as he walked along a little path. He appeared radiant, and greeted him with a good-natured laugh. "Well, here we are. Come in, Monsieur Sabot, no one will eat you." And Sabot preceded him into the house. He faltered, "If you do not mind, I should like to get through with this little matter at once." The curé replied, "I am at your service. I have my surplice here. 1 minute and I will listen to you." The carpenter, so disturbed that he had not two ideas in his head, watched him as he put on the white vestment with its pleated folds. The priest beckoned to him and said, "Kneel down on this cushion." Sabot remained standing, ashamed of having to kneel. He stuttered, "Is it necessary?" But the abbé had become dignified. "You cannot approach the penitent bench except on your knees." And Sabot knelt down. "Repeat the Confiteor," said the priest. "What is that?" asked Sabot. "The Confiteor. If you do not remember it, repeat after me, one by one, the words I am going to say." And the curé repeated the sacred prayer in a slow tone, emphasizing the words which the carpenter repeated after him. Then he said, "Now make your confession." But Sabot was silent, not knowing where to begin. The abbé then came to his aid. "My child, I will ask you questions, since you don't seem familiar with these things. We will take, one by one, the commandments of God. Listen to me and do not be disturbed. Speak very frankly, and never fear that you may say too much. One God alone, thou shalt adore and love him perfectly. Have you ever loved anything or anybody as well as you loved God? Have you loved him with all your soul, all your heart, all the strength of your love? Sabot was perspiring with the effort of thinking. He replied, No, oh no, Monsieur le Curé. I love God as much as I can. That is, yes, I love him very much. To say that I do not love my children? No, I cannot say that. To say that if I had to choose between them and God, I could not be sure. To say that if I had to lose 100 francs for the love of God, I could not say about that. But I love him well, for sure. I love him all the same. The priest said gravely, You must love him more than all besides. And Sabot, meaning well, declared, I will do what I possibly can, Monsieur le Curé. The abbé resumed, God's name in vain thou shalt not take, nor swear by any other thing. Did you ever swear? No, I never swear, never. Sometimes in a moment of anger, I may say, Sacre nom de Dieu, but then I never swear. That is swearing, cried the priest, and added seriously, Do not do it again. Thy Sundays thou shalt keep in serving God devoutly. What do you do on Sunday? This time Sabot scratched his ear. Why, I serve God as best I can, Monsieur le Curé. I serve him at home. I work on Sunday. The curé interrupted him, saying magnanimously, I know you will do better in the future. I will pass over the following commandments, certain that you have not transgressed the 2 first. We will take from the 6th to the 9th. I will resume. Others' gods thou shalt not take, nor keep what is not thine. Have you ever taken in any way what belonged to another? But Théodule Sabot became indignant. Of course not, of course not. I am an honest man, Monsieur le Curé. I swear it for sure. To say that I have not sometimes charged for a few more hours of work to customers who had means, I could not say that. To say that I never add a few centimes to bills, only a few, I would not say that. But to steal? No. Oh, not that, no. The priest resumed severely. To take 1 single centime constitutes a theft. Do not do it again. False witness thou shalt not bear, nor lie in any way. Have you ever told a lie? No, as to that, no, I am not a liar. That is my quality. To say that I have never told a big story, I would not like to say that. To say that I have never made people believe things that were not true when it was in my own interest, I would not like to say that. But as for lying, I am not a liar. The priest simply said, Watch yourself more closely. Then he continued, The works of flesh thou shalt not desire except in marriage only. Did you ever desire or live with any other woman than your wife? Sabot exclaimed with sincerity, As to that, no. Oh, as to that, no, Monsieur le Curé. My poor wife, deceive her? No, not so much as the tip of a finger, either in thought or in act. That is the truth. They were silent a few seconds. Then, in a lower tone, as though a doubt had arisen in his mind, he resumed, When I go to town, to say that I never go into a house, one of the licensed houses, just to laugh and talk and see something different, I could not say that. But I always pay, Monsieur le Curé. I always pay. From the moment you pay, without anyone seeing or knowing you, no one can get you into trouble. The curé did not insist and gave him absolution. Théodule Sabot did the work on the chancel and goes to communion every month. End of section 44. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio.
Section 45 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 45. The Wrong House. Quartermaster Varjou had obtained a week's leave to go and visit his sister, Madame Padois. Varjou, who was in garrison at Rennes and was leading a pretty gay life, finding himself high and dry, wrote to his sister saying that he would devote a week to her. It was not that he cared particularly for Madame Padois, a little moralist, a devotee, and always cross, but he needed money, needed it very badly, and he remembered that, of all his relations, the Padois were the only ones whom he had never approached on the subject. Père Varjou, formerly a horticulturist at Angers, but now retired from business, had closed his purse strings to his scapegrace son, and had hardly seen him in 2 years. His daughter had married Padois, a former treasury clerk, who had just been appointed tax collector at Vannes. Varjou, on leaving the train, had someone direct him to the house of his brother-in-law, whom he found in his office arguing with the Breton peasants of the neighborhood. Padois rose from his seat, held out his hand across the table littered with papers, murmured, "Take a chair, I will be at liberty in a moment," sat down again and resumed his discussion. The peasants did not understand his explanations, the collector did not understand their line of argument. He spoke French, they spoke Breton, and the clerk who acted as interpreter appeared not to understand either. It lasted a long time, a very long time. Verjus looked at his brother-in-law and thought, what a fool. Pedrois must have been almost 50. He was tall, thin, bony, slow, hairy, with heavy arched eyebrows. He wore a velvet skull cap with a gold cord Van Dyke design around it. His look was gentle, like his actions. His speech, his gestures, his thoughts were all soft. Verjus said to himself, what a fool. He himself was one of those noisy roisterers for whom the greatest pleasures in life are the café and abandoned women. He understood nothing outside of these conditions of existence. A boisterous braggart, filled with contempt for the rest of the world, he despised the entire universe from the height of his ignorance. When he said, nom d'un chien, what esprit, he expressed the highest degree of admiration of which his mind was capable. Having finally got rid of his peasants, Pedrois inquired, how are you? Pretty well, as you see, and how are you? Quite well, thank you. It's very kind of you to have thought of coming to see us. Oh, I have been thinking of it for some time, but, you know, in the military profession, one has not much freedom. Oh, I know. All the same, it is very kind of you. And Josephine, is she well? Yes, thank you. You will see her presently. Where is she? She is making some calls. We have a great many friends here. It is a very nice town. I thought so. The door opened and Madame Pedrois appeared. She went over to her brother without any eagerness, held her cheek for him to kiss, and asked, have you been here long? No, hardly half an hour. Oh, I thought the train would be late. Will you come into the parlor? They went into the adjourning room, leaving Pedrois to his accounts and his taxpayers. As soon as they were alone, she said, I've heard nice things about you. What have you heard? It seems that you are behaving like a blackguard, getting drunk and contracting debts. He appeared very much astonished. I? Never in the world. Oh, do not deny it, I know it. He attempted to defend himself, but she gave him such a lecture that he could say nothing more. She then resumed, we dine at 6 o'clock, and you can amuse yourself until then. I cannot entertain you, as I have so many things to do. When he was alone, he hesitated as to whether he should sleep or take a walk. He looked first at the door leading to his room, and then at the hall door, and decided to go out. He sauntered slowly through the quiet Breton town, so sleepy, so calm, so dead, on the shores of its inland bay that is called Le Morbihan. He looked at the little grey houses, the occasional pedestrians, the empty stores, and he murmured, Van is certainly not gay, not lively. It was a sad idea, my coming here. He reached the harbor, the desolate harbor, walked back along a lonely, deserted boulevard, and got home before 5 o'clock. Then he threw himself on his bed to sleep till dinner-time. The maid woke him, knocking at the door. Dinner is ready, sir. He went downstairs. In the damp dining room, with the paper peeling from the walls near the floor, he saw a soup tureen on a round table without any tablecloth, on which were also 3 melancholy soup plates. Monsieur and Madame Pedrois entered the room at the same time as Verjus. They all sat down to table, and the husband and wife crossed themselves over the pit of their stomachs, after which Pedrois helped the soup, a meat soup. It was the day for pot roast. After the soup, they had the beef, which was done to rags, melted, greasy like pap. The officer ate slowly with disgust, weariness, and rage. Madame Pedrois said to her husband, Are you going to the judge's house this evening? Yes, dear. Do not stay late. You are always so tired when you go out. You are not made for society with your poor health. She then talked about society in Vannes, of the excellent social circle in which the Pedrois moved, thanks to their religious sentiments. A puree of potatoes and a dish of pork were next served in honor of the guest, then some cheese, and that was all. No coffee. When Verjus saw that he would have to spend the evening tete-a-tete with his sister, endure her reproaches, listen to her sermons, without even a glass of liquor to help him swallow these remonstrances, he felt that he could not stand the torture, and declared that he was obliged to go to the police station to have something attended to regarding his leave of absence, and he made his escape at 7 o'clock. He had scarcely reached the street before he gave himself a shake like a dog coming out of the water. He muttered, Heavens, 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 what a galley slave's life! And he set out to look for a café, the best in town. He found it on a public square, behind 2 gas lamps. Inside the café, 5 or 6 men, semi-gentlemen, and not noisy, were drinking and chatting quietly, leaning their elbows on the small tables, while 2 billiard players walked round the green baize, where the balls were hitting each other as they rolled. One heard them counting. 18-19, no luck. Oh, that's a good stroke, well played. 11, you should have played on the red. 20, froze. 12, ha, wasn't I right? Verjus ordered, a demi-tasse and a small decanter of brandy, the best. Then he sat down and waited for it. He was accustomed to spending his evenings off duty with his companions amid noise and the smoke of pipes. This silence, this quiet, exasperated him. He began to drink, first the coffee, then the brandy, and asked for another decanter. He now wanted to laugh, to shout, to sing, to fight someone. He said to himself, "Gee, I am half full. I must go and have a good time." And he thought he would go and look for some girls to amuse him. He called the waiter. "Hey, waiter." "Yes, sir." "Tell me, where does one amuse oneself here?" The man looked stupid and replied, "I do not know, sir. Here, I suppose." "How do you mean here? What do you call amusing oneself yourself?" "I do not know, sir. Drinking good beer or good wine." "Oh, go away, dummy. How about the girls?" "The girls! Ah! Yes, the girls. Where can one find any here?" "Girls?" "Yes, girls." The boy approached, and lowering his voice, he said, "You want to know where they live?" "Why, yes, the devil." "You take the second street to the left and then the first to the right. It is number 15. "Thank you, old man. There is something for you." "Thank you, sir." And Verjus went out of the cafe, repeating, "Second to the left, first to the right, number 15. But at the end of a few seconds, he thought, "Second to the left, yes, but on leaving the cafe, must I walk to the right or the left? Bah, it cannot be helped. We shall see." And he walked on, turned down the second street to the left, then the first to the right, and looked for number 15. It was a nice-looking house, and one could see behind the closed blinds that the windows were lighted up on the first floor. The hall door was left partly open, and a lamp was burning in the vestibule. The non-commissioned officer thought to himself, "This looks all right." He went in, and as no one appeared, he called out, "Hello there, hello." A little maid appeared and looked astonished at seeing a soldier. He said, "Good morning, my child. Are the ladies upstairs?" "Yes, sir." "In the parlor?" "Yes, sir." "May I go up?" "Yes, sir." "The door opposite the stairs?" "Yes, sir." He ascended the stairs, opened a door, and saw sitting in a room well lighted by 2 lamps, a chandelier, and 2 candelabras with candles in them, 4 ladies in evening dress, apparently expecting someone. 3 of them, the younger ones, remained seated, with rather a formal air, on some crimson velvet chairs, while the 4th, who was about 45, was arranging some flowers in a vase. She was very stout, and wore a green silk dress with low neck and short sleeves, allowing her red neck, covered with powder, to escape as a huge flower might from its corolla. The officer saluted them, saying, "Good day, ladies." The older woman turned round, appeared surprised, but bowed. "Good morning, sir." He sat down, but seeing that they did not welcome him eagerly, he thought that possibly only commissioned officers were admitted to the house, and this made him uneasy. But he said, "Bah, if one comes in, we can soon tell." He then remarked, "Are you all well?" The large lady, no doubt the mistress of the house, replied, "Very well, thank you." He could think of nothing else to say, and they were all silent. But at last, being ashamed of his bashfulness, and with an awkward laugh, he said, "Do not people have any amusement in this country? I'll pay for a bottle of wine." He had not finished his sentence when the door opened, and in walked Padois dressed in a black suit. Verjus gave a shout of joy, and rising from his seat, he rushed at his brother-in-law, put his arms round him, and waltzed him round the room, shouting, "Here is Padois! Here is Padois! Here is Padois!" Then, letting go of the tax-collector, he looked him in the face. Oh, you scamp, you scamp! You're out for a good time, too! Oh, you scamp! And my sister! Are you tired of her?" And he thought of all that he might gain through this unexpected situation, the forced loan, the inevitable blackmail. He flung himself on the lounge and laughed so heartily that the piece of furniture creaked all over. The 3 young ladies, raising simultaneously, made their escape, while the older woman retreated to the door, looking as though she were about to faint. And then 2 gentlemen appeared in evening dress, and wearing the ribbon of an order. Padois rushed up to them. "Oh, Judge, he is crazy, he is crazy. He was sent to us as a convalescent. You can see that he is crazy." Verjus was sitting up now, and not being able to understand it all, he guessed that he had committed some monstrous folly. Then he rose, and turning to his brother-in-law, said, "What house is this?" But Padois, suddenly becoming furious, stammered out, What house is this? Wretch! Scoundrel! Villain! What house indeed? The house of the judge of the Supreme Court, of the Supreme Court, of the Supreme Court! Oh, rascal! 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 End of section 45. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 46 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 46. The Diamond Necklace.
The girl was one of those pretty and charming young creatures who sometimes are born, as if by a slip of fate, into a family of clerks. She had no dowry, no expectations, no way of being known, understood, loved, married by any rich and distinguished man, so she let herself be married to a little clerk of the Ministry of Public Instruction. She dressed plainly because she could not dress well, but she was unhappy as if she had really fallen from a higher station, since with women there is neither caste nor rank, for beauty, grace, and charm take the place of family and birth. Natural ingenuity, instinct for what is elegant, a supple mind are their sole hierarchy, and often make of women of the people the equals of the greatest ladies. Mathilde suffered ceaselessly, feeling herself born to enjoy all delicacies and all luxuries. She was distressed at the poverty of her dwelling, at the bareness of the walls, at the shabby chairs, the ugliness of the curtains. All those things, of which another woman of her rank would never even have been conscious, tortured her and made her angry. The sight of the little Breton peasant who did her humble housework aroused in her despairing regrets and bewildering dreams. She thought of long reception halls hung with ancient silk, of the dainty cabinets containing priceless curiosities, and of the little coquettish perfumed reception rooms made for chatting at 5 o'clock with intimate friends, with men famous and sought after, whom all women envy and whose attention they all desire. When she sat down to dinner before the round table covered with a tablecloth in use 3 days, opposite her husband, who uncovered the soup tureen and declared with a delighted air, "Ah, the good soup, I don't know anything better than that," she thought of dainty dinners, of shining silverware, of tapestry that peopled the walls with ancient personages, and with strange birds flying in the midst of a fairy forest, and she thought of delicious dishes served on marvellous plates, and of the whispered gallantries to which you listen with a sphinx-like smile while you are eating the pink meat of a trout, or the wings of a quail. She had no gowns, no jewels, nothing, and she loved nothing but that. She felt made for that. She would have liked so much to please, to be envied, to be charming, to be sought after. She had a friend, a former schoolmate at a convent, who was rich, and whom she did not like to go see any more because she felt so sad when she came home. But one evening her husband reached home with a triumphant air and holding a large envelope in his hand. "There," said he, "is something for you." She tore the paper quickly and drew out a printed card which bore these words: "The Minister of Public Instruction and Madame Georges Ramponneau request the honour of Monsieur and Madame Loisel's company at the Palace of the Ministry on Monday evening, January 18th. Instead of being delighted, as her husband had hoped, she threw the invitation on the table crossly, muttering, "What do you wish me to do with that?" "Why, my dear, I thought you would be glad. You never go out, and this is such a fine opportunity. I had great trouble to get it. Everyone wants to go, it is very select, and they are not giving many invitations to clerks. The whole official world will be there." She looked at him with an irritated glance, and said impatiently, "And what do you wish me to put on my back?" He had not thought of that. He stammered, "Why, the gown you go to the theatre in. It looks very well to me." He stopped, distracted, seeing that his wife was weeping. 2 great tears ran slowly from the corners of her eyes toward the corners of her mouth. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" he answered. By a violent effort she conquered her grief, and replied in a calm voice, while she wiped her wet cheeks, "Nothing, only I have no gown, and therefore I can't go to this ball. Give your card to some colleague whose wife is better equipped than I am." He was in despair. He resumed, "Come, let us see, Mathilde. How much would it cost, a suitable gown, which you could use on other occasions? Something very simple." She reflected several seconds, making her calculations and wondering also what sum she could ask without drawing on herself an immediate refusal and a frightened exclamation from the economical clerk. Finally she replied, hesitating, "I don't know exactly, but I think I could manage it with 400 francs. He grew a little pale because he was laying aside just that amount to buy a gun and treat himself to a little shooting next summer on the plain of Nanterre, with several friends who went to shoot larks there of a Sunday. But he said, "Very well, I will give you 400 francs, and try to have a pretty gown." The day of the ball drew near, and Madame Loisel seemed sad, uneasy, anxious. Her frock was ready, however. Her husband said to her one evening, "What is the matter? Come, you have seemed very queer these last 3 days." And she answered, "It annoys me not to have a single piece of jewelry, not a single ornament, nothing to put on. I shall look poverty-stricken. I would almost rather not go at all." "You might wear natural flowers," said her husband. "They're very stylish at this time of year. For 10 francs you can get 2 or 3 magnificent roses." She was not convinced. "No, there's nothing more humiliating than to look poor among other women who are rich." "How stupid you are," her husband cried. "Go look up your friend Madame Forestier and ask her to lend you some jewels. You're intimate enough with her to do that." She uttered a cry of joy. "True, I never thought of it." The next day she went to her friend and told her of her distress. Madame Forestier went to a wardrobe with a mirror, took out a large jewel box, brought it back, opened it, and said to Madame Loisel, "Choose, my dear." She saw first some bracelets, then a pearl necklace, then a Venetian gold cross set with precious stones of admirable workmanship. She tried on the ornaments before the mirror, hesitated, and could not make up her mind to part with them, to give them back. She kept asking, "Haven't you any more?" "Why, yes, look further. I don't know what you like." Suddenly she discovered in a black satin box a superb diamond necklace, and her heart throbbed with an immoderate desire. Her hands trembled as she took it. She fastened it round her throat outside her high-necked waist, and was lost in ecstasy at her reflection in the mirror. Then she asked, hesitating, filled with anxious doubt, "Will you lend me this? Only this?" "Why, yes, certainly." She threw her arms round her friend's neck, kissed her passionately, and then fled with her treasure. The night of the ball arrived. Madame Loisel was a great success. She was prettier than any other woman present, elegant, graceful, smiling, and wild with joy. All the men looked at her, asked her name, sought to be introduced. All the attachés of the cabinet wished to waltz with her. She was remarked by the minister himself. She danced with rapture, with passion, intoxicated by pleasure, forgetting all in the triumph of her beauty, in the glory of her success, in a sort of cloud of happiness comprised of all this homage, admiration, these awakened desires, and of that sense of triumph which is so sweet to a woman's heart. She left the ball about 4 o'clock in the morning. Her husband had been sleeping since midnight in a little deserted anteroom with 3 other gentlemen whose wives were enjoying the ball. He threw over her shoulders the wraps he had brought, the modest wraps of common life, the poverty of which contrasted with the elegance of the dress. She felt this, and wished to escape so as not to be remarked by the other women, who were enveloping themselves in costly furs. Loisel held her back, saying, "Wait a bit, you will catch colds outside. I'll call a cab." But she did not listen to him, and rapidly descended the stairs. When they reached the street they could not find a carriage, and began to look for one, shouting after the cabmen passing at a distance. They went toward the Seine in despair, shivering with cold. At last they found on the quay one of those ancient night-cabs which, as though they were ashamed to show their shabbiness during the day, are never seen round Paris until after dusk. It took them to their dwelling in the Rue des Martyrs, and sadly they mounted the stairs to their flat. All was ended for her. As to him, he reflected that he must be at the ministry at 10 o'clock that morning. She removed her wraps before the glass so as to see herself once more in all her glory, but suddenly she uttered a cry. She no longer had the necklace around her neck. "What's the matter with you?" demanded her husband, already half undressed. She turned distractedly toward him. I've lost Madame Forestier's necklace," she cried. He stood up, bewildered. "What? How? Impossible!" They looked among the folds of her skirt, of her cloak, in her pockets, everywhere, but did not find it. "You're sure you had it on when you left the ball?" he asked. "Yes, I felt it in the vestibule of the minister's house." "But if you had lost it in the street, we would have heard it fall. It must be in the cab." "Yes, probably. Did you take his number?" "No." "And you, didn't you notice it?" "No." They looked thunderstruck at each other. At last Loisel put on his clothes. "I shall go back on foot," said he, "over the whole route to see whether I can find it." He went out. She sat waiting on a chair in her ball dress, without strength to go on to bed, overwhelmed, without any fire, without a thought. Her husband returned about 7 o'clock. He had found nothing. He went to the police headquarters, to the newspaper offices to offer a reward. He went to the cab companies, everywhere, in fact, whither he was urged by the least spark of hope. She waited all day in the same condition of mad fear before this terrible calamity. Loisel returned at night with a hollow, pale face. He had discovered nothing. "You must write to your friend," said he, "that you have broken the clasp of her necklace, and that you are having it mended. That will give us time to turn round." She wrote at his dictation. At the end of a week they had lost all hope. Loisel, who had aged 5 years, declared, "We must consider how to replace that ornament." The next day they took the box that had contained it and went to the jeweller whose name was found within. He consulted his books. "It was not I, madame, who sold that necklace. I must simply have furnished the case." Then they went from jeweller to jeweller, searching for a necklace like the other, trying to recall it, both sick with chagrin and grief. They found, in a shop at the Palais Royal, a string of diamonds that seemed to them exactly like the one they had lost. It was worth 40,000 francs. They could have it for 36. So they begged the jeweller not to sell it for 3 days yet, and they made a bargain that he should buy it back for 34,000 francs in case they should find the lost necklace before the end of February. Loisel possessed 18,000 francs which his father had left him. He would borrow the rest. He did borrow, asking 1,000 francs of one, 500 of another, 5 louis here, 3 louis there. He gave notes, took up ruinous obligations, dealt with usurers and all the race of lenders. He compromised all the rest of his life, risked signing a note without even knowing whether he could meet it. and, frightened by the trouble yet to come, by the black misery that was about to fall upon him, by the prospect of all the physical privations and moral tortures that he was to suffer, he went to get the new necklace, laying upon the jeweller's counter 36,000 francs. When Madame Loisel took back the necklace, Madame Forestier said to her with a chilly manner, "You should have returned it sooner, I might have needed it." She did not open the case, as her friend had so much feared. If she had detected the substitution, what would she have thought? What would she have said? Would she not have taken Madame Loisel for a thief? Thereafter Madame Loisel knew the horrible existence of the needy. She bore her part, however, with sudden heroism. That dreadful debt must be paid. She would pay it. They dismissed their servant, they changed their lodgings, they rented a garret under the roof. She came to know what heavy housework meant and the odious cares of the kitchen. She washed the dishes using her dainty fingers and rosy nails on greasy pots and pans. She washed the soiled linen, the shirts and the dishcloths, which she dried upon a line. She carried the slops down to the street every morning, and carried up the water, stopping for breath at every landing. And she dressed like a woman of the people. She went to the fruiterer, the grocer, the butcher, a basket on her arm, bargaining, meeting with impertinence, defending her miserable money, sou by sou. Every month they had to meet some notes, renew others, obtain more time. Her husband worked evenings, making up a tradesman's accounts, and late at night he often copied manuscripts for 5 sous a page. This life lasted 10 years. At the end of 10 years they had paid everything, with the rates of usury and the accumulations of the compound interest. Madame Loisel looked old now. She had become the woman of impoverished households, strong and hard and rough. With frowsy hair, skirts askew, and red hands, she talked loud while washing the floor with great swishes of water. But sometimes, when her husband was at the office, she sat down near the window, and she thought of that gay evening of long ago, of that ball where she had been so beautiful and admired. What would have happened if she had not lost that necklace? Who knows? Who knows? How strange and changeful is life! How small the thing is needed to make or ruin us! But one Sunday, having gone to take a walk in the Champs-Élysées to refresh herself after the labours of the week, she suddenly perceived a woman who was leading a child. It was Madame Forestier, still young, still beautiful, still charming. Madame Loisel felt moved. Should she speak to her? Yes, certainly. And now that she had paid, she would tell her all about it. Why not? She went up. "Good day, Jeanne." The other, astonished to be familiarly addressed by this plain goodwife, did not recognize her at all, and stammered, "But, madame, I do not know... You must have mistaken." "No, I am Mathilde Loisel." Her friend uttered a cry. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, how you are changed!" "Yes, I have had a pretty hard life since I last saw you, and great poverty, and that because of you." "Of me? How so?" "Do you remember that diamond necklace you lent me to wear at the ministerial ball?" "Yes." "Well?" "Well, I lost it." "What do you mean? You brought it back?" "I brought you back another exactly like it, and it has taken us 10 years to pay for it. You can understand that it was not easy for us who had nothing. At last it is ended, and I am very glad." Madame Forestier had stopped. "You say that you bought a necklace of diamonds to replace mine?" "Yes. You never noticed it then. They were very similar." And she smiled with a joy that was at once proud and ingenious. Madame Forestier, deeply moved, took her hands. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, my necklace was paste. It was worth at most only 500 francs. End of section 46. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 47 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 47. The Marquis de Fumerol. Roger de Tourneville was whiffing a cigar and blowing out small clouds of smoke every now and then, as he sat astride a chair amid a party of friends. He was talking. "We were at dinner when a letter was brought in which my father opened. You know my father, who thinks that he is King of France ad interim. I call him Don Quixote, because for 12 years he has been running a tilt against the windmill of the Republic, without quite knowing whether it was in the cause of the Bourbons or the Orleanists. At present he is bearing the lance in the cause of the Orleanists alone, because there is no one else left. In any case, he thinks himself the first gentleman of France, the best known, the most influential, the head of the party, and as he is an irremovable senator, he thinks that the thrones of the neighbouring kings are very insecure. As for my mother, she is my father's soul. She is the soul of the kingdom and of religion, and the scourge of all evil thinkers. Well, a letter was brought in while we were at dinner, and my father opened it and read it, and then he said to mother, 'Your brother is dying.' She grew very pale. My uncle was scarcely ever mentioned in the house, and I did not know him at all. All I knew from public talk was, that he had led, and was still leading, a gay life. After having spent his fortune in fast living, he was now in small apartments in the Rue des Martyrs. An ancient peer of France and former colonel of cavalry, it was said that he believed in neither God nor the devil. Not believing, therefore, in a future life, he had abused the present life in every way, and had become a live wound in my mother's heart. "Give me that letter, Paul," she said, and when she read it, I asked for my turn. Here it is. "Monsieur le Comte, I think I ought to let you know that your brother-in-law, the Comte Fumerol, is going to die. Perhaps you would like to make some arrangements, and do not forget I told you. Your servant, Mélanie." "We must take counsel," Papa murmured. "In my position I ought to watch over your brother's last moments." Mamma continued, "I will send for Abbé Poivron and ask his advice. Then I will go to my brother with the Abbé and Roger. Remain here, Paul, for you must not compromise yourself. But a woman can and ought to do these things. For a politician in your position, it is another matter. It would be a fine thing for one of your opponents to be able to bring one of your most laudable actions up against you." "You are right," my father said. "Do as you think best, my dear wife." A quarter of an hour later, the Abbé Poivron came into the drawing-room, and the situation was explained to him, analysed, and discussed in all its bearings. If the Marquis de Fumerol, one of the greatest names in France, were to die without the ministrations of religion, it would assuredly be a terrible blow to the nobility in general, and to the Count de Tourneville in particular, and the freethinkers would be triumphant. The liberal newspapers would sing songs of victory for 6 months, my mother's name would be dragged through the mire and brought into the prose of socialistic journals, and my father's name would be smirched. It was impossible that such a thing should be. A crusade was therefore immediately decided upon, which was to be led by the Abbé Poivron, a little, fat, clean priest with a faint perfume about him, a true vicar of a large church in a noble and rich quarter. The landau was ordered, and we all three set out, my mother, the curé, and I, to administer the last sacraments to my uncle. It had been decided first of all we should see Madame Mélanie, who had written the letter, and who was most likely the porter's wife, or my uncle's servant, and I dismounted, as an advance guard, in front of a 7-story house, and went into a dark passage, where I had great difficulty in finding the porter's den. He looked at me distrustfully, and I said, "Madame Mélanie, if you please." "Don't know her." "But I have received a letter from her." "That may be, but I don't know her. Are you asking for a lodger?" "No, a servant probably. She wrote me about a place." "A servant? A servant? Perhaps it is the Marquise. Go and see, the 5th story on the left." As soon as he found I was not asking for a doubtful character, he became more friendly, and came as far as the corridor with me. He was a tall, thin man with white whiskers, the manners of a beadle, and majestic gestures. I climbed up a long spiral staircase, the railing of which I did not venture to touch, and I gave 3 discreet knocks at the left-hand door on the 5th story. It opened immediately, and an enormous dirty woman appeared before me. She barred the entrance with her extended arms, which she placed against the 2 doorposts, and growled, "What do you want?" "Are you Madame Mélanie?" "Yes." "I am the Viscount de Tourneville." "Ah, all right, come in." "Well, the fact is, my mother is downstairs with a priest." "Oh, all right, go and bring them up, but be careful of the porter." I went downstairs and came up again with my mother, who was followed by the abbé, and I fancied that I heard other footsteps behind us. As soon as we were in the kitchen, Mélanie offered us chairs, and we all 4 sat down to deliberate. "Is he very ill?" my mother asked. "Oh, yes, madame, he will not be here long." "Does he seem disposed to receive a visit from a priest?" "Oh, I do not think so." "Can I see him?" "Well, yes, madame, only, those young ladies are with him." "What young ladies?" Why, his lady friends, of course." "Oh!" Mamma had grown scarlet, and the Abbé Poivron had lowered his eyes. The affair began to amuse me, and I said, "Suppose I go in first. I shall see how he receives me, and perhaps I shall be able to prepare him to receive you." My mother, who did not suspect any trick, replied, "Yes, go, my dear." But a woman's voice cried out, "Mélanie!" The servant ran out and said, "What do you want, Mademoiselle Claire?" "The omelette, quickly." "In a minute, mademoiselle." And coming back to us, she explained this summons. They had ordered a cheese omelette at 2 o'clock as a slight collation, and she at once began to break the eggs into a salad bowl and to whip them vigorously, while I went out on the landing and pulled the bell, so as to formally announce my arrival. Mélanie opened the door to me, and made me sit down in an anteroom, while she went to tell my uncle that I had come. Then she came back and asked me to go in, while the abbé hid behind the door, so that he might appear at the first signal. I was certainly very much surprised at the sight of my uncle, for he was very handsome, very solemn, and very elegant, the old rake. Sitting, almost lying, in a large armchair, his legs wrapped in blankets, his hands, his long white hands, over the arms of the chair, he was waiting for death with the dignity of a patriarch. His white beard fell on his chest, and his hair, which was also white, mingled with it on his cheeks. Standing behind his armchair, as if to defend him against me, were 2 young women, who looked at me with bold eyes. in their petticoats and morning wrappers, with bare arms, with coal-black hair twisted in a knot on the nape of their neck, with embroidered oriental slippers which showed their ankles and silk stockings. They looked like figures in some symbolical painting by the side of a dying man. Between the easy chair and the bed there was a table covered with a white cloth, on which 2 plates, 2 glasses, 2 forks, and 2 knives were waiting for the cheese omelette which had been ordered some time before Mélanie. My uncle said in a weak, almost breathless, but clear voice, "Good morning, my child. It is rather late in the day to come and see me. Our acquaintanceship will not last long." I stammered out, "It was not my fault, uncle." "No, I know that," he replied. "It is your mother and father's fault more than yours. How are they?" "Pretty well, thank you. When they heard that you were ill, they sent me to ask after you." "Ah, why did they not come themselves?" I looked up at the 2 girls and said gently, "It is not their fault if they could not come, uncle, but it would be difficult for my father and impossible for my mother to come in here." The old man did not reply, but raised his hand toward mine, and I took the pale, cold hand and held it in my own. The door opened. Mélanie came in with the omelette and put it on the table, and the 2 girls immediately sat down at the table and began to eat without taking their eyes off me. Then I said, "Uncle, it would give great pleasure to my mother to embrace you." "I also," he murmured, "should like—" He said no more, and I could think of nothing to propose to him, and there was silence except for the noise of the plates and that vague sound of eating. Now, the abbé, who was listening behind the door, seeing our embarrassment and thinking we had won the game, thought the time had come to interpose, and showed himself. My uncle was so stupefied at the sight of him that at first he remained motionless. Then he opened his mouth as if he meant to swallow up the priest, and shouted to him in a strong, deep, furious voice, "What are you doing here?" The abbé, who was used to difficult situations, came forward into the room, murmuring, "I have come in your sister's name, Monsieur le Marquis. She has sent me. She would be happy, monsieur." But the Marquis was not listening. Raising one hand, he pointed to the door with a proud, tragic gesture, and said angrily and breathing hard, "Leave this room. Go out, robber of souls. Go out from here, you violator of consciences. Go out from here, you picklock of dying men's doors." The abbé retreated, and I also went to the door, beating a retreat with the priest. The 2 young women, who had the best of it, got up, leaving their omelette only half eaten, and went and stood on either side of my uncle's easy-chair, putting their hands on his arms to calm him, and to protect him against the criminal enterprises of the family and religion. The abbé and I rejoined my mother in the kitchen, and Mélanie again offered us chairs. I knew quite well that this method would not work. We must try some other means, otherwise he will escape us. And they began deliberating afresh, my mother being of one opinion, and the abbé of another, while I held the third. We had been discussing the matter in a low voice for half an hour, perhaps, when a great noise of furniture being moved, and of cries uttered by my uncle, more vehement and terrible even than the former had been, made us all 4 jump up. Through the doors and walls we could hear him shouting, "Go out! Out! Rascals! Humbugs! Get out, scoundrels! Get out! Get out!" Mélanie rushed in, but came back immediately to call me to help her, and I hastened in. Opposite to my uncle, who was terribly excited by anger, almost standing up and vociferating, stood 2 men, one behind the other, who seemed to be waiting till he should be dead with rage. By his ridiculous long coat, his long English shoes, his manners of a tutor out of position, his high collar, white necktie, and straight hair, his humble face of a false priest of a bastard religion, I immediately recognized the first as a Protestant minister. The second was the porter of the house, who belonged to the Reformed religion and had followed us, and having seen our defeat, had gone to fetch his own pastor, in hopes that he might meet a better reception. My uncle was mad with rage. If the sight of the Catholic priest, of the priest of his ancestors, had irritated the Marquis de Fumerol, who had become a free thinker, the sight of his porter's minister made him altogether beside himself. I therefore took the 2 men by the arm and threw them out of the room so roughly that they bumped against each other twice, between the 2 doors which led to the staircase, and then I disappeared in my turn and returned to the kitchen, which was our headquarters, in order to take counsel with my mother and the abbé. But Mélanie came back in terror, sobbing out, "He is dying! He is dying! Come immediately! He is dying!" My mother rushed out. My uncle had fallen to the ground and lay full length along the floor without moving. I fancy he was already dead. My mother was superb at that moment. She went straight up to the 2 girls who were kneeling by the body and trying to raise it up, and pointing to the door with irresistible authority, dignity, and majesty, she said, "Now it is time for you to leave the room." And they went out without a word of protest. I might add that I was getting ready to turn them out as unceremoniously as I had done the parson and the porter. Then the Abbé Poivron administered the last sacraments to my uncle with all the customary prayers, and remitted all his sins, while my mother sobbed as she knelt near her brother. Suddenly, however, she exclaimed, "He recognized me. He pressed my hand. I am sure he recognized me.
and that he thanked me. Oh God, what happiness! Poor mamma, if she had known or guessed for whom those thanks were intended! They laid my uncle on his bed. He was certainly dead this time. Madame, Mélanie said, we have no sheets to bury him in. All the linen belongs to these two young ladies. And when I looked at the omelette which they had not finished, I felt inclined to laugh and to cry at the same time. There are some humorous moments and some humorous situations in life, occasionally. We gave my uncle a magnificent funeral, with 5 speeches at the grave. Baron de Croiselles, the senator, showed in admirable terms that God always returns victorious into well-born souls which have temporarily been led into error. All the members of the Royalist and Catholic party followed the funeral procession with the enthusiasm of victors, as they spoke of that beautiful death after a somewhat troublous life. Viscount Roger ceased speaking. His audience was laughing. Then somebody said, "Bah, that is the story of all conversions in extremis." End of section 47. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 48 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 48. The Trip of Leorla. On the morning of July 8th, I received the following telegram. Fine day, always my predictions, Belgian frontier. Baggage and servants left at noon on the social session. Beginning of maneuvers at 3, so I will wait for you at the works from 5 o'clock on. Jovis. At 5 o'clock sharp, I entered the gasworks of La Villette. It might have been mistaken for the colossal ruins of an old town inhabited by Cyclops. There were immense dark avenues separating heavy gasometers standing one behind another, like monstrous columns, unequally high, and undoubtedly, in the past, the supports of some tremendous, fearful iron edifice. The balloon was lying in the courtyard and had the appearance of a cake made of yellow cloth, flattened on the ground under a rope. That is called placing a balloon in a sweep net, and in fact it appeared like an enormous fish. 200 or 300 people were looking at it, sitting or standing, and some were examining the basket, a nice little square basket for a human cargo, bearing on its side in gold letters on a mahogany plate the words, Leorla. Suddenly the people began to stand back, for the gas was beginning to enter into the balloon through a long tube of yellow cloth, which lay on the soil, swelling and undulating like an enormous worm. But another thought, another picture, occurs to every mind. It is thus that nature itself nourishes beings until their birth. The creature that will rise soon begins to move, and the attendants of Captain Jovis, as Leorla grew larger, spread and put in place the net which covers it, so that the pressure will be regular and equally distributed at every point. The operation is very delicate and very important, for the resistance of the cotton cloth of which the balloon is made is figured not in proportion to the contact surface of this cloth with the net, but in proportion to the lengths of the basket. Leorla, moreover, has been designed by Monsieur Mallet, constructed under his own eyes and made by himself. Everything had been made in the shops of Monsieur Jovis by his own working staff, and nothing was made outside. We must add that everything was new in this balloon, from the varnish to the valve, those 2 essential parts of a balloon. Both must render the cloth gas-proof, as the sides of a ship are waterproof. The old varnishes, made with a base of linseed oil, sometimes fermented and thus burned the cloth, which in a short time would tear like a piece of paper. The valves were apt to close imperfectly after being opened, and when the covering called cataplasm was injured. The fall of Monsieur Lost in the open sea during the night proved the imperfection of the old system. The 2 discoveries of Captain Jovis, the varnish principally, are of inestimable value in the art of ballooning. The crowd has begun to talk, and some men, who appear to be specialists, affirm with authority that we shall come down before reaching the fortifications. Several other things have been criticized in this novel type of balloon with which we are about to experiment with so much pleasure and success. It is growing slowly but surely. Some small holes and scratches made in transit have been discovered, and we cover them and plug them with a little piece of paper applied on the cloth while wet. This method of repairing alarms and mystifies the public. While Captain Jovis and his assistants are busy with the last details, the travelers go to dine in the canteen of the gasworks, according to the established custom. When we come out again, the balloon is swaying, enormous and transparent, a prodigious golden fruit, a fantastic pear which is still ripening, covered by the last rays of the setting sun. Now the basket is attached, the barometers are brought, the siren, which we will blow to our heart's content, is also brought, also the 2 trumpets, the eatables, the overcoats and raincoats, all the small articles that can go with the men in that flying basket. As the wind pushes the balloon against the gasometers, it is necessary to steady it now and then, to avoid an accident at the start. Captain Jovis is now ready and calls all the passengers.
Lieutenant Mallet jumps aboard, climbing first on the aerial net between the basket and the balloon, from which he will watch during the night the movements of Leorla across the skies, as the officer on watch, standing on starboard, watches the course of a ship. Monsieur Etienne Beer gets in after him, then comes Monsieur Paul Besand, then Monsieur Patrice Aries, and I get in last. But the basket is too heavy for the balloon, considering the long trip to be taken, and Monsieur Aries has to get out, not without great regret. Monsieur Joliet, standing erect on the edge of the basket, begs the ladies, in very gallant terms, to stand aside a little, for he is afraid he might throw sand on their hats in rising. Then he commands, "Let it loose!" And cutting with one stroke of his knife the ropes that hold the balloon to the ground, he gives Leorla its liberty. In 1 second we fly skyward. Nothing can be heard. We float, we rise, we fly, we glide. Our friends shout with glee and applaud, but we hardly see them. We hardly hear them. We are already so far, so high. What? Are we really leaving these people down there? Is it possible? Paris spreads out beneath us, a dark bluish patch cut by its streets from which we rise. Here and there, domes, towers, steeples, then around it the plain, the country, traversed by long roads, thin and white, amidst green fields of a tender or dark green, and woods almost black. The sun appears like a coiled snake, asleep, of which we neither see head nor tail. It crosses Paris, and the entire field resembles an immense basin of prairies and forests, dotted here and there by mountains, hardly visible in the horizon. The sun, which we could no longer see down below, now reappears, as though it were about to rise again, and our balloon seems to be lighted. It must appear like a star to the people who are looking up. Monsieur Mallet, every few seconds, throws a cigarette paper into space, and says quietly, "We are rising, always rising," while Captain Jovis, radiant with joy, rubs his hands together and repeats, "Hey, this varnish, isn't it good?" In fact, we can see whether we are rising or sinking only by throwing a cigarette paper out of the basket now and then. If the paper appears to fall down like a stone, that means the balloon is rising. If it appears to shoot skyward, the balloon is descending. The 2 barometers mark about 500 meters, and we gaze with enthusiastic admiration at the earth we are leaving, and to which we are not attached in any way. It looks like a colored map, an immense plan of the country. All its noises, however, rise to our ears very distinctly, easily recognizable. We hear the sound of the wheels rolling in the streets, the snap of a whip, the cries of drivers, the rolling and whistling of trains, and the laughter of small boys running after one another. Every time we pass over a village, the noise of children's voices is heard above the rest, and with the greatest distinctness. Some men are calling us. The locomotives whistle. We answer with the siren, which emits plaintive, fearfully shrill wails like the voice of a weird being wandering through the world. We perceive lights here and there, some isolated fire in the farms, and lines of gas in the towns. We are going toward the northwest after roaming for some time over the little lake of Anquien. Now we see a river. It is the Oise, and we begin to argue about the exact spot we are passing. Is that town Creil or Pontoise, the one with so many lights? But if we were over Pontoise, then we could see the junction of the Seine and the Oise. On that enormous fire to the left, isn't it the blast furnaces of Montterre? So then we are above Creil. The view is very superb. It is dark on the earth, but we are still in the light, and it is now past 10 o'clock. Now we begin to hear slight country noises, the double cry of the quail in particular, then the mewing of cats and the barking of dogs. Surely the dogs have scented the balloon. They have seen it and given the alarm. We can hear them barking all over the plain and making the identical noise they make when baying at the moon. The cows also seem to wake up in the barns, for we can hear them all lowing. All the beasts are scared and move before the aerial monster that is passing. The delicious odors of the soil rise toward us, the smell of hay, of flowers, of the moist, verdant earth perfuming the air. A light air, in fact, so light, so sweet, so delightful that I realize I never was so fortunate as to breathe before. A profound sense of well-being, unknown to me heretofore, pervades me, a well-being of body and spirit, composed of supineness, of infinite rest, of forgetfulness, of indifference to everything, and of this novel sensation of traversing space without any of the sensations that make motion unbearable, without noise, without shocks and fear. At times we rise and then descend. Every few minutes, Lieutenant Mallet, suspended in his cobweb of netting, says to Captain Jovis, "We are descending, throw down half a handful." And the captain, who is talking and laughing with us, with a bag of ballast between his legs, takes a handful of sand out of the bag and throws it overboard. Nothing is more amusing, more delicate, more interesting than the maneuvering of a balloon. It is an enormous toy, free and docile, which obeys with surprising sensitiveness. But it is also, and before all, the slave of the wind, which we cannot control. A pinch of sand, half a sheet of paper, 1 or 2 drops of water, the bones of a chicken which we had just eaten, thrown overboard, makes it go up quickly. A breath of cool, damp air rising from the river or the wood we are traversing makes the balloon descend 200 meters. It does not vary when passing over fields of ripe grain, and it rises when it passes over towns. The earth sleeps now, or rather, men sleep on the earth, for the beasts awakened by the sight of our balloon announce our presence everywhere. Now and then the rolling of a train or the whistling of a locomotive is plainly distinguishable. We sound our siren as we pass over inhabited places, and the peasants, terrified in their beds, must surely tremble and ask themselves if the angel Gabriel is not passing by. A strong and continuous odor of gas can be plainly observed. We must have encountered a current of warm air, and the balloon expands, losing its invisible blood by the escape valve, which is called the appendix, and which closes of itself as soon as the expansion ceases. We are rising. The earth no longer gives back the echo of our trumpets. We have risen almost 2,000 feet. It is not light enough for us to consult the instruments. We only know that our rice paper falls from us like dead butterflies, that we are rising, always rising. We can no longer see the earth. A light mist separates us from it, and above our head twinkles a world of stars. A silvery light appears before us and makes the sky turn pale, and suddenly, as if it were rising from unknown depths behind the horizon, below us rises the moon, on the edge of a cloud. It seems to be coming from below, while we are looking down upon it from a great height, leaning on the edge of our basket like an audience on a balcony. Clear and round, it emerges from the clouds and slowly rises in the sky. The earth no longer seems to exist. It is buried in milky vapors that resemble a sea. We are now alone in space with the moon, which looks like another balloon traveling opposite us, and our balloon, which shines in the air, appears like another, larger moon, a world wandering the sky amid the stars through infinity. We no longer speak, think, nor live. We float along through space in delicious inertia. The air which is bearing us up has made all of us into beings which resemble itself, silent, joyous, irresponsible beings, intoxicated by this stupendous flight, peculiarly alert, although motionless. One is no longer conscious of one's flesh or one's bones. One's heart seems to have ceased beating. We have become something indescribable, birds who do not even have to flap their wings. All memory has disappeared from our minds, all trouble from our thoughts. We have no more regrets, plans, nor hopes. We look, we feel, we wildly enjoy this fantastic journey. Nothing in the sky but the moon and ourselves. We are a wandering, traveling world like our sisters, the planets, and this little world carries 5 men who have left the earth and who have almost forgotten it. We can now see as plainly as in daylight. We look at each other, surprised at the brightness, for we have nothing to look at but ourselves and a few silvery clouds floating below us. The barometers mark 1,200 meters, then 13, 14, 1,500, and the little rice papers still fall about us. Captain Jovis claims that the moon has often made balloons act thus, and that the upward journey will continue. We are now at 2,000 meters. We go up to 2,350, then the balloon stops. We blow the siren and are surprised that no one answers us from the stars. We are now going down rapidly. Monsieur Mallet keeps crying, "Throw out more ballast, throw out more ballast," and the sand and stones that we throw over come back to our faces as if they were going up, thrown from below toward the stars, so rapid is our descent. Here is the earth. Where are we? It is now past midnight, and we are crossing a broad, dry, well-cultivated country with many roads and well-populated. To the right is a large city, and farther away to the left is another. But suddenly from the earth appears a bright fairy light. It disappears, reappears, and once more disappears. Jovis, intoxicated by space, exclaims, Look at this phenomenon of the moon in the water. One can see nothing more beautiful at night." Nothing indeed can give one an idea of the wonderful brightness of these spots of light which are not fire, which do not look like reflections, which appear quickly here or there and immediately go out again. These shining lights appear on the winding rivers at every turn, but one hardly has time to see them as the balloon passes as quickly as the wind. We are now quite near the earth, and Beer exclaims, "Look at that! What is that running over there in the fields? Isn't it a dog?" Indeed, something is running along the ground with great speed, and this something seems to jump over ditches, roads, trees with such ease that we could not understand what it might be. The captain laughed. "It is the shadow of our balloon. It will grow as we descend." I distinctly hear a great noise of foundries in the distance, and, according to the polar star, which we have been observing all night, and which I have so often watched and consulted from the bridge of my little yacht on the Mediterranean, we are heading straight for Belgium. Our siren and our 2 horns are continually calling. A few cries from some truck driver or belated reveler answer us. We bellow, "Where are we?" But the balloon is going so rapidly that the bewildered man has not even time to answer us. The growing shadow of Leorla, as large as a child's ball, is fleeing before us over the fields, roads, and woods. It goes along steadily, preceding us by about 1/4 of a mile, and now I am leaning out of the basket, listening to the roaring of the wind in the trees and across the harvest fields. I say to Captain Jovis, "How the wind blows!" He answers, "No, those are probably waterfalls." I insist, sure of my ear that knows the sound of the wind, from hearing it so often whistle through the rigging. Then Jovis nudges me. He fears to frighten his happy, quiet passengers, for he knows full well that a storm is pursuing us. At last a man manages to understand us. He answers, "Nord." We get the same reply from another. Suddenly the lights of a town, which seems to be of considerable size, appear before us. Perhaps it is Lille. As we approach it, such a wonderful flow of fire appears below us that I think myself transported into some fairyland where precious stones are manufactured for giants. It seems that it is a brick factory. Here are others, 2, 3. The fusing material bubbles, sparkles, throws out blue, red, yellow, green sparks, reflections from giant diamonds, rubies, emeralds, turquoises, sapphires, topazes. And nearby are great foundries roaring like apocalyptic lions. High chimneys belch forth their clouds of smoke and flame, and we can hear the noise of metal striking against metal. Where are we? The voice of some joker or of a crazy person answers, "In a balloon." Where are we? At Lille. We were not mistaken. We are already out of sight of the town, and we see Roubaix to the right, and then some well-cultivated rectangular fields of different colors according to the crops, some yellow, some gray or brown. But the clouds are gathering behind us, hiding the moon, whereas toward the east the sky is growing lighter, becoming a clear blue tinged with red. It is dawn. It grows rapidly, now showing us all the little details of the earth, the trains, the brooks, the cows, the goats, and all this passes beneath us with surprising speed. One hardly has time to notice that other fields, other meadows, other houses have already disappeared. Cocks are crowing, but the voice of ducks drowns everything. One might think the world to be peopled, covered with them, they make so much noise. The early rising peasants are waving their arms and crying to us, "Let yourselves drop!" But we go along steadily, neither rising nor falling, leaning over the edge of the basket and watching the world fleeing under our feet. Jovis sights another city far off in the distance. It approaches. Everywhere are old church spires. They are delightful, seen thus from above. Where are we? Is this Courtrai? Is it Ghent? We are already very near it, and we see that it is surrounded by water and crossed in every direction by canals. One might think it a Venice of the north. Just as we are passing so near to a church tower that our long guy rope almost touches it, the chimes begin to ring 3 o'clock. The sweet, clear sounds rise to us from this frail roof which we have almost touched in our wandering course. It is a charming greeting, a friendly welcome from Holland. We answer with our siren, whose raucous voice echoes throughout the streets. It was Bruges, but we have hardly lost sight of it when my neighbor, Paul de Sand, asks me, "Don't you see something over there to the right, in front of us? It looks like a river." And indeed, far ahead of us stretches a bright highway in the light of the dawning day. Yes, it looks like a river, an immense river full of islands. "Get ready for the descent," cried the captain. He makes Monsieur Mallet leave his net and return to the basket. Then we pack the barometers and everything that could be injured by possible shocks. Monsieur Besson exclaims, "Look at the masts over there to the left. We're at the sea." Fogs had hidden it from us until then. The sea was everywhere, to the left and opposite us, while to our right the Scheldt, which had joined the Moselle, extended as far as the sea, its mouths vaster than a lake. It was necessary to descend within a minute or two. The rope to the escape valve, which had been religiously enclosed in a little white bag and placed in sight of all so that no one would touch it, is unrolled, and Monsieur Mallet holds it in his hand while Captain Jovis looks for a favorable landing. Behind us the thunder was rumbling, and not a single bird followed our mad flight. "Pull!" cried Jovis. We were passing over a canal. The basket trembled and tipped over slightly. The guy rope touched the tall trees on both banks, but our speed is so great that the long rope now trailing does not seem to slow down, and we pass with frightful rapidity over a large farm, from which the bewildered chickens, pigeons, and ducks fly away, while the cows, cats, and dogs run, terrified, toward the house. Just 1/2 bag of ballast is left. Jovis throws it overboard, and Leorla flies lightly across the roof. The captain once more cries, "The escape valve!" Monsieur Mallet reaches for the rope and hangs to it, and we drop like an arrow. With a slash of a knife, the cord which retains the anchor is cut, and we drag this grapple behind us through a field of beets. Here are the trees. "Take care, hold fast, look out for your heads." We pass over them, then a strong shock takes us. The anchor has taken hold. "Look out, take a good hold, raise yourselves by your wrist, we are going to touch the ground." The basket does indeed strike the earth, then it flies up again. Once more it falls and bounds upward again, and at last it settles on the ground while the balloon struggles madly like a wounded beast. Peasants run toward us, but they do not dare approach. They were a long time before they decided to come and deliver us, for one cannot set foot on the ground until the bag is almost completely deflated. Then, almost at the same time as the bewildered men, some of whom showed their astonishment by jumping, with the wild gestures of savages, all the cows that were grazing along the coast came toward us, surrounding our balloon with a strange and comical circle of horns, big eyes, and blowing nostrils. With the help of the accommodating and hospitable Belgian peasants, we were able in a short time to pack up all our material and carry it to the station at haste, where at 20 minutes past 8 we took the train for Paris. The descent occurred at 3:15 in the morning, preceding by only a few seconds the torrent of rain and the blinding lightning of the storm which had been chasing us before it. Thanks to Captain Jovis, of whom I had heard much from my colleague, Paul Genesty, for both of them had fallen together involuntarily into the sea opposite Mentone, thanks to this brave man, we were able to see in a single night, from far up in the sky, the setting of the sun, the rising of the moon, and the dawn of day, and to go from Paris to the mouth of the Scheldt through the skies. End of section 48. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 49 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 49. Farewell. The two friends were getting near the end of their dinner. Through the cafe windows they could see the boulevard, crowded with people. They could feel the gentle breezes which are wafted over Paris on warm summer evenings and make you feel like going out somewhere, you care not where, under the trees, and make you dream of moonlit rivers, of fireflies, and of larks. One of the two, Henri Simon, heaved a deep sigh and said, "Ah, I am growing old. It's sad. Formerly, on evenings like this, I felt full of life. Now I only feel regrets. Life is short." He was perhaps 45 years old, very bald, and already growing stout. The other, Pierre Carnier, a trifle older, but thin and lively, answered, "Well, my boy, I have grown old without noticing it in the least. I have always been merry, healthy, vigorous, and all the rest. As one sees oneself in the mirror every day, one does not realize the work of age, for it is slow, regular, and it modifies the countenance so gently that the changes are unnoticeable. It is for this reason alone that we do not die of sorrow after 2 or 3 years of excitement, for we cannot understand the alterations which time produces. In order to appreciate them, one would have to remain 6 months without seeing one's own face. Then, oh, what a shock! And the women, my friend, how I pity the poor beings. All their joy, all their power, all their life lies in their beauty, which lasts 10 years. As I said, I aged without noticing it. I thought myself practically a youth when I was almost 50 years old. Not feeling the slightest infirmity, I went about, happy and peaceful. The revelation of my decline came to me in a simple and terrible manner, which overwhelmed me for almost 6 months. Then I became resigned. Like all men, I have often been in love, but most especially once. I met her at the seashore at Etretat about 12 years ago, shortly after the war. There is nothing prettier than this beach during the morning bathing hour. It is small, shaped like a horseshoe, framed by high white cliffs, which are pierced by strange holes called the ports, one stretching out into the ocean like the leg of a giant, the other short and dumpy. The women gather on the narrow strip of sand in this frame of high rocks, which they make into a gorgeous garden of beautiful gowns. The sun beats down on the shores, on the multicolored parasols, on the blue-green sea, and all is gay, delightful, smiling. You sit down at the edge of the water and you watch the bathers. The women come down, wrapped in long bathrobes, which they throw off daintily when they reach the foamy edge of the rippling waves, and they run into the water with a rapid little step, stopping from time to time for a delightful little thrill from the cold water, a short gasp. Very few stand the test of the bath. It is there that they can be judged from the ankle to the throat. Especially on leaving the water are the defects revealed, although water is a powerful aid to flabby skin. The first time I saw this young woman in the water, I was delighted, entranced. She stood the test well. There are faces whose charms appeal to you at first glance and delight you instantly. You seem to have found the woman whom you were born to love. I had that feeling and that shock. I was introduced and was soon smitten worse than I ever had been before. My heart longed for her. It is a terrible yet delightful thing thus to be dominated by a young woman. It is almost torture, and yet infinite delight. Her look, her smile, her hair fluttering in the wind, the little lines of her face, the slightest movement of her features delighted me, upset me, entranced me. She had captured me body and soul by her gestures, her manners, even by her clothes, which seemed to take on a peculiar charm as soon as she wore them. I grew tender at the sight of her veil on some piece of furniture, her gloves thrown on a chair. Her gowns seemed to me inimitable. Nobody had hats like hers. She was married, but her husband came only on Saturday and left on Monday. I didn't concern myself about him anyhow. I wasn't jealous of him. I didn't know why. Never did a creature seem to me to be of less importance in life, to attract my attention less than this man. But she, how I loved her! How beautiful, graceful, and young she was! She was youth, elegance, freshness itself. Never before had I felt so strongly what a pretty, distinguished, delicate, charming, graceful being woman is. Never before had I appreciated the seductive beauty to be found in the curve of a cheek, the movement of a lip, the pinkness of an ear, the shape of that foolish organ called the nose. This lasted 3 months, then I left for America, overwhelmed with sadness. But her memory remained in me, persistent, triumphant. From far away I was as much hers as I had been when she was near me. Years passed by, and I did not forget her. The charming image of her person was ever before my eyes and in my heart, and my love remained true to her, a quiet tenderness now, something like the beloved memory of the most beautiful and the most enchanting thing I had ever met in my life. 12 years are not much in a lifetime. One does not feel them slip by. The years follow each other gently and quickly, slowly yet rapidly. Each one is so long and yet so soon over. They add up so rapidly, they leave so few traces behind them, they disappear so completely, that when one turns round to look back over bygone years, one sees nothing, and yet one does not understand how one happens to be so old. It seemed to me, really, that hardly a few months separated me from that charming season on the sands of Etretat. Last spring I went to dine with some friends at Maisons Laffitte. Just as the train was leaving, a big fat lady, escorted by 4 little girls, got into my car. I hardly looked at this mother hen, very big, very round, with a face as full as the moon, framed in an enormous beribboned hat. She was puffing, out of breath from having been forced to walk quickly. The children began to chatter. I unfolded my paper and began to read. We had just passed Asnières when my neighbor suddenly turned to me and said, "Excuse me, sir, but are you not Monsieur Garnier?" "Yes, madame." Then she began to laugh, the pleased laugh of a good woman, and yet it was sad. "You do not seem to recognize me." I hesitated. It seemed to me that I had seen that face somewhere, but where? When? I answered, "Yes, and no. I certainly know you, and yet I cannot recall your name." She blushed a little. "Madame Julie Lefebvre." Never had I received such a shock. In a second it seemed to me as though it were all over with me. I felt that a veil had been torn from my eyes and that I was going to make a horrible and heart-rending discovery. So that was she, the big, fat, common woman. She had been mother of these 4 girls since I had last her. And these little beings surprised me as much as their mother. They were part of her. They were big girls, and already had a place in life, whereas she no longer counted. She, that marvel of dainty and charming gracefulness. It seemed to me that I had seen her but yesterday, and this is how I found her again. Was it possible? A poignant grief seized my heart, and also a revolt against nature herself, an unreasoning indignation against this brutal, nefarious act of destruction. I looked at her, bewildered. Then I took her hand in mine, and tears came to my eyes. I wept for her lost youth. I did not know this fat lady. She was also excited, and stammered. "I am greatly changed, am I not? What can you expect? Everything has its time. You see I have become a mother, nothing but a good mother. Farewell to the rest, that is over. Oh, I never expected you to recognize me if we met. You too have changed. It took me quite a while to be sure that I was not mistaken. Your hair is all white. Just think, 12 years ago. 12 years. My oldest girl is already 10. I looked at the child, and I recognized in her something of her mother's old charm, but something as yet unformed, something which promised for the future, and life seemed to me as swift as a passing train. We had reached Maisons Laffitte. I kissed my old friend's hand. I had found nothing utter but the most commonplace remarks. I was much too upset to talk. At night, alone, at home, I stood in front of the mirror for a long time, a very long time, and I finally remembered what I had been, finally saw in my mind's eye my brown mustache, my black hair, and the youthful expression of my face. Now I was old. Farewell. End of section 49. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 50 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 50. The Wolf. This is what the old Marquis d'Arville told us after St. Hubert's dinner at the house of the Baron de Reval. We had killed a stag that day. The Marquis was the only one of the guests who had not taken part in this chase. He never hunted. During that long repast, we had talked about hardly anything but the slaughter of animals. The ladies themselves were interested in bloody and exaggerated tales, and the orators imitated the attacks and the combats of men against beasts, raised their arms, romanced in a thundering voice. Monsieur d'Arville talked as well, in a certain flowery, high-sounding but effective style. He must have told this story frequently, for he told it fluently, never hesitating for words, choosing them with skill to make his description vivid. "Gentlemen, I have never hunted, neither did my father, nor my grandfather, nor my great-grandfather. This last was the son of a man who hunted more than all of you put together. He died in 1764. I will tell you the story of his death. His name was Jean. He was married, father of that child who became my great-grandfather, and he lived with his younger brother, François d'Arville, in our castle in Lorraine, in the midst of the forest. François d'Arville had remained a bachelor for love of the chase. They both hunted from one end of the year to the other, without stopping and seemingly without fatigue. They loved only hunting, understood nothing else, talked only of that, lived only for that. They had at heart that one passion which was terrible and inexorable. It consumed them, had completely absorbed them, leaving room for no other thought. They had given orders that they should not be interrupted in the chase for any reason whatsoever. My great-grandfather was born while his father was following a fox, and Jean d'Arville did not stop the chase, but exclaimed, "The deuce! The rascal might have waited till after the view." His brother Francois was still more infatuated. On rising he went to see the dogs, then the horses, then he shot little birds about the castle until the time came to hunt some large game. In the countryside they were called Monsieur le Marquis and Monsieur le Cadet, the nobles then not being at all like the chance nobility of our time, which wishes to establish a hereditary hierarchy in titles, for the son of a marquis is no more a count, nor the son of a viscount a baron, than a son of a general is a colonel by birth, but the contemptible vanity of today finds profit in that arrangement. My ancestors were unusually tall, bony, hairy, violent, and vigorous. The younger, still taller than the older, had a voice so strong that, according to a legend of which he was proud, all the leaves of the forest shook when he shouted. When they were both mounted to set out hunting, it must have been a superb sight to see those two giants straddling their huge horses. Now, toward the midwinter of that year, 1764, the frosts were excessive, and the wolves became ferocious. They even attacked belated peasants, roamed at night outside the houses, howled from sunset to sunrise, and robbed the stables. And soon a rumor began to circulate. People talked of a colossal wolf with grey fur, almost white, who had eaten 2 children, gnawed off a woman's arm, strangled all the watchdogs in the district, and even come without fear into the farmyards. The people in the houses affirmed that they had felt his breath, and that it made the flame of the lights flicker. And soon a panic ran through all the province. No one dared go out any more after nightfall. The darkness seemed haunted by the image of the beast. The brothers d'Arville determined to find and kill him, and several times they brought together all the gentlemen of the country to a great hunt. They beat the forests and searched the coverts in vain. They never met him. They killed wolves, but not that one. And every night after a battue the beast, as if to avenge himself, attacked some traveler or killed someone's cattle, always far from the place where they had looked for him. Finally, one night, he stole into the pig pen of the Château d'Arville and ate the 2 fattest pigs. The brothers were roused to anger, considering this attack as a direct insult and a defiance. They took their strong bloodhounds, used to pursue dangerous animals, and they set off to hunt, their hearts filled with rage. From dawn until the hour when the empurpled sun descended behind the great naked trees, they beat the woods without finding anything. At last, furious and disgusted, both were returning, walking their horses along a lane bordered with hedges, and they marveled that their skill as huntsmen should be baffled by this wolf, and they were suddenly seized with a mysterious fear. The elder said, "This beast is not an ordinary one. You would say it had a mind like a man." The younger answered, "Perhaps we should have a bullet blessed by our cousin the bishop, or pray some priest to pronounce the words which are needed." Then they were silent. Jean continued, "Look how red the sun is. The great wolf will do some harm tonight." He had hardly finished speaking when his horse reared. That of Francois began to kick. A large thicket covered with dead leaves opened before them, and a mammoth beast, entirely grey, jumped up and ran off through the wood. Both uttered a kind of grunt of joy, and bending over the necks of their heavy horses, they threw them forward with an impulse from all their body, hurling them on at such a pace, urging them, carrying them away, exciting them so with voice and with gesture and with spur, that the experienced riders seemed to be carrying the heavy beasts between their thighs, and to bear them off as if they were flying. Thus they went, plunging through the thickets, dashing across the beds of streams, climbing the hillsides, descending the gorges, and blowing the horn as loud as they could to attract people and their dogs. And now, suddenly, in that mad race, my ancestor struck his forehead against an enormous branch which split his skull, and he fell dead on the ground, while his frightened horse took himself off, disappearing in the gloom which enveloped the woods. The younger d'Arville stopped quick, leaped to the earth, seized his brother in his arms, and saw that the brains were escaping from the wound with the blood. Then he sat down beside the body, rested the head, disfigured and red, on his knees, and waited, regarding the immobile face of his elder brother. Little by little a fear possessed him, a strange fear which he had never felt before, the fear of the dark, the fear of loneliness, the fear of the deserted wood, and the fear also of the weird wolf who had just killed his brother to avenge himself upon them both. The gloom thickened, the acute cold made the trees crack. Francois got up, shivering, unable to remain there longer, feeling himself growing faint. Nothing was to be heard, neither the voice of the dogs nor the sound of the horns. All was silent along the invisible horizon, and this mournful silence of the frozen night had something about it terrific and strange. He seized in his immense hands the great body of Jean, straightened it, and laid it across the saddle to carry it back to the chateau. Then he went on his way softly, his mind troubled as if he were in a stupor, pursued by a horrible and fear-giving image. And all at once, in the growing darkness, a great shape crossed his path. It was the beast. A shock of terror shook the hunter. Something cold, like a drop of water, seemed to glide down his back, and, like a monk haunted of the devil, he made a great sign of the cross, dismayed at this abrupt return of the horrible prowler. But his eyes fell again on the inert body before him, and passing abruptly from fear to anger, he shook with an indescribable rage. Then he spurred his horse and rushed after the wolf. He followed it through the copses, the ravines, and the tall trees, traversing woods which he no longer recognized, his eyes fixed on the white speck which fled before him through the night. His horse also seemed animated by a force and strength hitherto unknown. It galloped straight ahead with outstretched neck, striking against trees and rocks, the head and feet of the dead man thrown across the saddle. The limbs tore out his hair, the brow, beating the huge trunks, splattered them with blood, the spurs tore their ragged coats of bark. Suddenly the beast and the horseman issued from the forest and rushed into a valley, just as the moon appeared above the mountains. The valley here was stony, enclosed by enormous rocks. Francois then uttered a yell of joy, which the echoes repeated like a peal of thunder, and he leaped from his horse, his cutlass in his hand. The beast, with bristling hair, the back arched, awaited him, its eyes gleaming like two stars. But, before beginning battle, the strong hunter, seizing his brother, seated him on a rock, and placing stones under his head, which was no more than a mass of blood, he shouted in the ears as if he was talking to a deaf man. "Look, Jean, look at this!" Then he attacked the monster. He felt himself strong enough to overturn a mountain, to bruise stones in his hands. The beast tried to bite him, aiming for his stomach, but he had seized the fierce animal by the neck, without even using his weapon, and he strangled it gently, listening to the cessation of breathing in its throat and the beatings of its heart. He laughed, wild with joy, pressing closer and closer his formidable embrace, crying in a delirium of joy, "Look, Jean, look!" All resistance ceased, the body of the wolf became limp. He was dead. Francois took him up in his arms and carried him to the feet of the elder brother, where he had laid him, repeating in a tender voice, "There, there, there, my little Jean, see him?" Then he replaced on the saddle the two bodies, one upon the other, and rode away. He returned to the chateau, laughing and crying like Gargantua at the birth of Pantagruel, uttering shouts of triumph, and boisterous with joy as he related the death of the beast, and grieving and tearing his beard in telling that of his brother. And often later, when he talked again of that day, he would say with tears in his eyes, "If only poor Jean could have seen me strangle the beast, he would have died content, that I am sure." The widow of my ancestor inspired her orphan son with that horror of the chase which has transmitted itself from father to son so far down as myself. The Marquis d'Arville was silent. Someone asked, "That story is a legend, isn't it?" And the storyteller answered, "I tell you that it is true from beginning to end." Then a lady declared, in a soft little voice, "All the same, it is fine to have passions like that." End of section 50. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 51 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 51. The Inn. Resembling in appearance all the wooden hostelries of the high Alps situated at the foot of glaciers in the barren, rocky gorges that intersect the summits of the mountains, the Inn of Schwerenbach serves as a resting place for travelers crossing the Gemini Pass. It remains open for 6 months in the year and is inhabited by the family of Jean Hauser. Then, as soon as the snow begins to fall and fill the valley so as to make the road down to Loches impassable, the father and his 3 sons go away and leave the house in charge of the old guide, Gaspard Henri, with the young guide, Ulrich Kunze, and Sam, the great mountain dog. The 2 men and the dog remain till the spring in their snowy prison, with nothing before their eyes except the immense white slopes of the Balmhorn, surrounded by light, glistening summits, and are shut in, locked up and buried by the snow which rises around them and which envelops, binds, and crushes the little house, which lies piled on the roof, covering the windows and blocking up the door. It was the day on which the Hauser family were going to return to Loches, as winter was approaching and the descent was becoming dangerous. 3 mules started first, laden with baggage and led by the 3 sons. Then the mother, Jeanne Hauser, and her daughter Louise mounted a 4th mule and set off in their turn, and the father followed them, accompanied by the 2 men in charge, who were to escort the family as far as the brow of the descent. First of all, they passed round the small lake, which was now frozen over, at the bottom of the mass of rocks which stretched out in front of the inn, and then they followed the valley, which was dominated on all sides by the snow-covered summits. A ray of sunlight fell into that little white, glistening, frozen desert and illuminated it with a cold and dazzling flame. No living thing appeared among this ocean of mountains. There was no motion in this immeasurable solitude, and no noise disturbed the profound silence. By degrees, the young guide, Ulrich Kunzi, a tall, long-legged Swiss, left old man Hauser and old Gaspard behind in order to catch up the mule which bore the two women. The younger one looked at him as he approached and appeared to be calling him with her sad eyes. She was a young, fair-haired little peasant girl, whose milk-white cheeks and pale hair looked as if they had lost their color by their long abode amid the ice. When he had got up to the animal she was riding, he put his hand on the crupper and relaxed his speed. Mother Hauser began to talk to him, enumerating with the minutest details all that he would have to attend to during the winter. It was the first time that he was going to stay up there, while old Henri had already spent 14 winters amid the snow at the inn of Schwarenbach. Ulrich Kunzi listened, without appearing to understand, and looked incessantly at the girl. From time to time he replied, "Yes, Madame Hauser," but his thoughts seemed far away, and his calm features remained unmoved. They reached Lake Daube, whose broad frozen surface extended to the end of the valley. On the right one saw the black, pointed, rocky summits of the Daubenhorn beside the enormous moraines of the Lammern Glacier, above which rose the Wildstrubel. As they approached the Gemmi Pass, where the descent of Loesch begins, they suddenly beheld the immense horizon in the Alps of the Valais, from which the broad, deep valley of the Rhone separated them. In the distance there was a group of white, unequal, flat, pointed mountain summits, which glistened in the sun, the Mischabel with its two peaks, the huge group of the Weisshorn, the heavy Bruneghorn, the lofty and formidable pyramid of Mount Cervin, that slayer of men, and the Dent Blanche, that monstrous coquette. Then beneath them, in a tremendous hole, at the bottom of a terrific abyss, they perceived Loesch, where houses looked as grains of sand which had been thrown into that enormous crevice that is ended and closed by the Gemmi, and which opens down below on the Rhone. The mule stopped at the edge of the path, which winds and turns continually, doubling backward, then, fantastically and strangely, along the side of the mountain as far as the almost invisible little village at its feet. The women jumped into the snow, and the two old men joined them. "Well," Father Hauser said, "goodbye, and keep up your spirits till next year, my friends." And old Henri replied, "Till next year." They embraced each other in turn, and then Madame Hauser in turn offered her cheek, and the girl did the same. When Ulrich Kunzi's turn came, he whispered in Louise's ear, "Do not forget those up yonder," and she replied, "No," in such a low voice that he guessed what she had said without hearing it. "Well, adieu," Jean Hauser repeated, "and don't fall ill." And going before the two women, he commenced the descent, and soon all three disappeared at the first turn in the road, while the two men returned to the inn at Schwarenbach. They walked slowly, side by side, without speaking. It was over, and they would be alone together for 4 or 5 months. Then Gaspard Henri began to relate his life last winter. He had remained with Michael Cannell, who was too old now to stand it, for an accident might happen during that long solitude. They had not been dull, however. The only thing was to make up one's mind to it from the first, and in the end one would find plenty of distraction, games, and other means of whiling away the time. Ulrich Kunzi listened to him with his eyes on the ground, for in his thoughts he was following those who were descending to the village. They soon came in sight of the inn, which was, however, scarcely visible, so small did it look, a black speck at the foot of an enormous billow of snow, and when they opened the door, Sam, the great curly dog, began to romp around them. "Come, my boy," old Gaspard said. "We have no women now, so we must get our own dinner ready. Go and peel the potatoes." And they both sat down on wooden stools and began to prepare the soup. The next morning seemed very long to Kunzi. Old Henri smoked and spat on the hearth, while the young man looked out the window at the snow-covered mountain opposite the house. In the afternoon he went out, and going over yesterday's ground again, he looked for the traces of the mule that had carried the two women. Then when he had reached the Gemmi Pass, he laid himself down on his stomach and looked at Loesch. The village in its rocky pit was not yet buried under the snow, from which it was sheltered by the pine woods which protected it on all sides. Its low houses looked like paving stones in a large meadow from above. Hauser's little daughter was there now in one of those gray-colored houses. In which? Ulrich Kunzi was too far away to be able to make them out separately. How he would have liked to go down while he was yet able. But the sun had disappeared behind the lofty crest of the Wildstrubel, and the young man returned to the chalet. Daddy Henri was smoking, and when he saw his mate come in, he proposed a game of cards to him, and they sat down opposite each other on either side of the table. They played for a long time a simple game called Brisk, and then they had supper and went to bed. The following days were like the first, bright and cold without any fresh snow. Old Gaspard spent his afternoons in watching the eagles and other rare birds which ventured on those frozen heights, while Ulrich retreated regularly to the Gemmi Pass to look at the village. Then they played cards, dice, or dominoes, and lost and won a trifle, just to create an interest in the game. One morning, Henri, who was up first, called his companion. A moving, deep and light cloud of white spray was falling on them noiselessly, and was by degrees burying them under a thick, heavy coverlet of foam. That lasted 4 days and 4 nights. It was necessary to free the door and the windows, to dig out a passage, and to cut steps to get over this frozen powder, which a 12 hours' frost had made as hard as the granite of the moraines. They lived like prisoners and did not venture outside their abode. They had divided their duties, which they performed regularly. Ulrich Kunzi undertook the scouring, washing, and everything that belonged to cleanliness. He also chopped up the wood, while Gaspard Henri did the cooking and attended to the fire. Their regular and monotonous work was interrupted by long games at cards or dice, and they never quarreled, but were always calm and placid. They were never seen impatient or ill-humored, nor did they ever use hard words, for they had laid in a stock of patience for their wintering on the top of the mountain. Sometimes old Gaspard took his rifle and went after chamois, and occasionally he killed one. Then there was a feast in the inn at Schwarenbach, and they revelled in fresh meat. One morning he went out as usual. The thermometer outside marked 18 degrees of frost, and as the sun had not yet risen, the hunter hoped to surprise the animals at the approaches to the Wildstrubel, and Ulrich, being alone, remained in bed until 10 o'clock. He was of a sleepy nature, but he would not have dared to give way like that to his inclination in the presence of the old guide, who was ever an early riser. He breakfasted leisurely with Sam, who also spent his days and nights in sleeping in front of the fire. Then he felt low-spirited and even frightened at the solitude, and was seized by a longing for his daily game of cards, as one is by the craving of a confirmed habit, so he went out to meet his companion, who was to return at 4 o'clock. The snow had leveled the whole deep valley, filled up the crevasses, obliterated all signs of the 2 lakes, and covered the rocks, so that between the high summits there was nothing but an immense, white, regular, dazzling, and frozen surface. For 3 weeks Ulrich had not been to the edge of the precipice from which he had looked down on the village, and he wanted to go there before climbing the slopes which led to Wildstrubel. Loesch was now also covered by the snow, and the houses could scarcely be distinguished, covered as they were by that white cloak. Then, turning to the right, he reached the Lomern Glacier. He went along with the mountaineer's long strides, striking the snow, which was as hard as a rock, with his iron-pointed stick, and with his piercing eyes he looked for that little black moving speck in the distance, on that enormous white expanse. When he reached the end of the glacier, he stopped and asked himself whether the old man had taken that road, and then he began to walk along the moraines with rapid and uneasy steps. The day was declining, the snow was assuming a rosy tint, and a dry, frozen wind blew in rough gusts over its crystal surface. Ulrich uttered a long, shrill, vibrating call. His voice sped through the death-like silence in which the mountains were sleeping. It reached the distance, across profound and motionless waves of glacial foam, like the cry of a bird across the waves of the sea. Then it died away and nothing answered him. He began to walk again. The sun had sunk yonder behind the mountain tops, which were still purple with a reflection from the sky, but the depths of the valley were becoming gray, and suddenly the young man felt frightened. It seemed to him as if the silence, the cold, the solitude, the winter death of these mountains were taking possession of him, were going to stop and to freeze his blood, to make his limbs grow stiff and to turn him into a motionless and frozen object, and he set off running, fleeing toward his dwelling. The old man, he thought, would have returned during his absence. He had taken another road. He would, no doubt, be sitting before the fire, with a dead chamois at his feet. He soon came in sight of the inn, but no smoke rose from it. Ulrich walked faster and opened the door. Sam came up to greet him, but Gaspard Henri was not returned. Kunzi, in his alarm, turned round suddenly, as if he had expected to see his comrade hidden in a corner. Then he relighted the fire and made the soup, hoping every moment to see the old man come in. From time to time he went out to see if he were coming. It was a quiet night now, that wan, livid night of the mountains, lighted by the thin yellow crescent moon just disappearing behind the mountain tops. Then the young man went in and sat down to warm his hands and feet, while he pictured himself every possible accident. Gaspard might have broken a leg, fallen into a crevasse, taken a false step and dislocated his ankle. And perhaps he was lying in the snow, overcome and stiff with the cold, in agony of mind, lost and perhaps shouting for help, calling with all his might in the silence of the night. But where? The mountain was so vast, so rugged, so dangerous in places, especially at that time of the year, that it would have required 10 or 20 guides to walk for a week in all directions to find a man in that immense space. Ulrich Kunzi, however, made up his mind to set out with Sam if Gaspard did not return by 1 in the morning, and he made his preparations. He had put provisions for 2 days into a bag, took his steel climbing iron, tied a long, thin, strong rope around his waist, and looked to see that his iron-shod stick and axe, which served to cut steps in the ice, were in order. Then he waited. The fire was burning on the hearth, the great dog was snoring in front of it, and the clock was ticking, as regularly as a heart beating, in its resounding wooden case. He waited with his ears on the alert for distant sounds, and he shivered when the wind blew against the roof and the walls. It struck 12 and he trembled. Then, frightened and shivering, he put some water on the fire so that he might have some hot coffee before starting, and when the clock struck 1, he got up, woke Sam, opened the door, and went off in the direction of the Wildstrubel. For 5 hours he mounted, scaling the rocks by means of his climbing irons, cutting into the ice, advancing continually, and occasionally hauling up the dog, who remained below at the foot of some slope that was too steep for him, by means of the rope. It was about 6 o'clock when he reached one of the summits to which old Gaspard often came after chamois, and he waited till it should be daylight. The sky was growing pale overhead, and a strange light, springing nobody could tell whence, suddenly illuminated the immense ocean of pale mountain summits, which extended for 100 leagues around him. One might have said that this vague brightness arose from the snow itself and spread abroad in space. By degrees, the highest distant summits assumed a delicate pink flesh color, and the red sun appeared behind the ponderous giants of the Bernese Alps. Ulrich Kunsi set off again, walking like a hunter, bent over, looking for tracks, and saying to his dog, "Seek, old fellow, seek!" He was descending the mountain now, scanning the depths closely, and from time to time shouting, uttering a loud, prolonged cry, which soon died away in that silent vastness. Then he put his ear to the ground to listen. He thought he could distinguish a voice, and he began to run and shout it again, but he heard nothing more and sat down, exhausted and in despair. Toward midday he breakfasted and gave Sam, who was as tired as himself, something to eat also, and then he recommenced his search. When evening came, he was still walking, and he had walked more than 30 miles over the mountains. As he was too far away to return home and too tired to drag himself any further, he dug a hole in the snow and crouched in it with his dog under a blanket which he had brought with him, and the man and the dog lay side by side, trying to keep warm, but frozen to the marrow nevertheless. Ulrich scarcely slept, his mind haunted by visions and his limbs shaking with cold. Day was breaking when he got up. His legs were as stiff as iron bars, and his spirits so low that he was ready to cry with anguish, while his heart was beating so that he almost fell over with agitation when he thought he heard a noise. Suddenly he imagined that he was also going to die of cold in the midst of this vast solitude, and the terror of such a death roused his energies and gave him renewed vigor. He was descending toward the inn, falling down and getting up again, and followed at a distance by Sam, who was limping on 3 legs, and they did not reach Schwarenbach until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The house was empty, and the young man made a fire, had something to eat, and went to sleep, so worn out that he did not think of anything more. He slept for a long time, for a very long time, in irresistible sleep. But suddenly a voice, a cry, a name, Ulrich, aroused him from his profound torpor and made him sit up in bed. Had he been dreaming? Was it one of those strange appeals which cross the dreams of disquieted minds? No, he heard it still, that reverberating cry, which had entered his ears and remained in his flesh to the tips of his sinewy fingers. Certainly someone had cried out and called Ulrich. There was somebody there near the house, there could be no doubt of that, and he opened the door and shouted, "Is it you, Gaspard?" with all the strength of his lungs. But there was no reply, no murmur, no groan, nothing. It was quite dark, and the snow looked wan. The wind had risen, that icy wind that cracks the rocks and leaves nothing alive on those deserted heights, and it came in sudden gusts, which were more parching and more deadly than the burning wind of the desert. And again Ulrich shouted, "Gaspard! Gaspard! Gaspard!" And then he waited again. Everything was silent on the mountain. Then he shook with terror, and with a bound he was inside the inn, when he shut and bolted the door, and then he fell into a chair trembling all over, for he felt certain that his comrade had called him at the moment he was expiring. He was sure of that, as sure as one is of being alive or of eating a piece of bread. Old Gaspard Henri had been dying for 2 days and 3 nights somewhere, in some hole, in one of those deep untrodden ravines whose whiteness is more sinister than subterranean darkness. He had been dying for 2 days and 3 nights, and he had just then died, thinking of his comrade. His soul, almost before it was released, had taken its flight to the inn where Ulrich was sleeping, and it had called him by that terrible and mysterious power which the spirits of the dead have to haunt the living. That voiceless soul had cried to the worn-out soul of the sleeper. It had uttered its last farewell, or its reproach, or its curse to the man who had not searched carefully enough. And Ulrich felt that it was there, quite close to him, behind the wall, behind the door which he had just fastened. It was wandering about like a night bird which lightly touches a lighted window with his wings, and the terrified young man was ready to scream with horror. He wanted to run away, but did not dare go out. He did not dare, and he should never dare to do it in the future, for that phantom would remain there day and night round the inn, as long as the old man's body was not recovered and had not been deposited in the consecrated earth of a churchyard. When it was daylight, Kunsi recovered some of his courage at the return of the bright sun. He prepared his meal, gave his dog some food, and then remained motionless on a chair, tortured at heart as he thought of the old man lying on the snow. And then, as soon as night once more covered the mountains, new terrors assailed him. He now walked up and down the dark kitchen, which was scarcely lighted by the flame of one candle, and he walked from one end of it to another with great strides, listening whether the terrible cry of the other night would break the dreary silence outside. He felt himself alone, unhappy man, as no man had ever been alone before. He was alone in this immense desert of snow, alone 5,000 feet above the inhabited earth, above human habitation, above that stirring, noisy, palpitating life, alone under an icy sky. A mad longing impelled him to run away, no matter where, to get down to Loche by flinging himself over the precipice, but he did not even dare to open the door, as he felt sure that the other, the dead man, would bar his road, so that he might not be obliged to remain up there alone. Toward midnight, tired with walking, worn out by grief and fear, he at last fell into a doze in his chair, for he was afraid of his bed as one is of a haunted spot. But suddenly the strident cry of the other pierced his ears, and it was so shrill that Ulrich stretched out his arms to repulse the ghost, and he fell backward with his chair. Sam, who was awakened by the noise, began to howl as frightened dogs do howl, and he walked all about the house trying to find out where the danger came from. When he got to the door, he sniffed beneath it, smelling vigorously, with his coat bristling and his tail stiff, while he growled angrily. Kunzi, who was terrified, jumped up, and holding his chair by one leg, he cried, "Don't come in! Don't come in, or I shall kill you!" And the dog, excited by this threat, barked angrily at that invisible enemy who defied his master's voice. By degrees, however, he quieted down and came back, and stretched himself in front of the fire, but he was uneasy, and kept his head up, and growled between his teeth. Ulrich in turn recovered his senses, but as he felt faint with terror, he went and got a bottle of brandy out of the sideboard, and he drank several glasses, one after another, at a gulp. His ideas became vague, his courage revived, and a feverish glow ran through his veins. He ate scarcely anything the next day, and limited himself to alcohol, and so he lived for several days like a drunken brute. As soon as he thought of Gaspard Henri, he began to drink again, and went on drinking until he fell to the ground, overcome by intoxication. And there he remained lying on his face, dead drunk, his limbs benumbed, and snoring loudly. But scarcely had he digested the maddening and burning liquor came the same cry, "Ulrich!" woke him like a bullet piercing his brain, and he got up, still staggering, stretching out his hands to save himself from falling, and calling to Sam to help him. And the dog, who appeared to be going mad like his master, rushed to the door, scratched it with his claws, and gnawed it with his long white teeth, while the young man, with his head thrown back, drank the brandy in draughts, as if it had been cold water, so that it might by and by send his thoughts, his frantic terror, and his memory to sleep again. In 3 weeks he had consumed all his stock of ardent spirits, but his continual drunkenness only lulled his terror, which awoke more furiously than ever as soon as it was impossible for him to calm it. His fixed idea, then, which had been intensified by a month of drunkenness, and which was continually increasing in his absolute solitude, penetrated him like a gimlet. He now walked about the house like a wild beast in its cage, putting his ear to the door to listen if the other were there, and defying him through the wall. Then, as soon as he dozed, overcome by fatigue, he heard the voice which made him leap to his feet. At last, one night, as cowards do and driven to extremities, he sprang to the door and opened it, to see who was calling him and to force him to keep quiet, but such a gust of cold wind blew into his face that it chilled him to the bone, and he closed and bolted the door again immediately, without noticing that Sam had rushed out. Then, as he was shivering with cold, he threw some wood on the fire and sat down in front of it to warm himself. But suddenly he started, for somebody was scratching at the wall and crying. In desperation he called out, "Go away!" but was answered by another long, sorrowful wail. Then all his remaining senses forsook him from sheer fright. He repeated, "Go away!" and turned round to try to find some corner in which to hide, while the other person went round the house, still crying and rubbing up against the wall. Ulrich went to the oak sideboard, which was full of plates and dishes and of provisions, and lifting it up with superhuman strength, he dragged it to the door so as to form a barricade. Then, piling up all the rest of the furniture, the mattresses, and chairs, he stopped up the windows as one does when assailed by an enemy. But the person outside now uttered long, plaintive, mournful groans, to which the young man replied by similar groans, and thus days and nights passed without their ceasing to howl at each other. The one was continually walking around the house and scraped the walls with his nails so vigorously that it seemed as if he wished to destroy them, while the other, inside, followed all his movements, stooping down and holding his ear to the walls, and replying to all his appeals with terrible cries. One evening, however, Ulrich heard nothing more, and he sat down, so overcome by fatigue, that he went to sleep immediately, and awoke in the morning without a thought, without any recollection of what had happened, just as if his head had been emptied during his winter's sleep, but he felt hungry, and he ate. The wind was over, and the Gemmi Pass was practicable again, so the Hauser family started off to return to their inn. As soon as they had reached the top of the ascent, the women mounted their mule and spoke about the 2 men whom they would meet again shortly. They were indeed rather surprised that neither of them had come down a few days before, as soon as the road was open, in order to tell them all about their long winter sojourn. At last, however, they saw the inn, still covered with snow like a quilt. The door and the window were closed, but a little smoke was coming out of the chimney, which reassured old Hauser. On going to the door, however, he saw the skeleton of an animal which had been torn to pieces by the eagles, a large skeleton lying on its side. They all looked close at it, and the mother replied, "That must be Sam." And then she shouted, "Hi, Gaspard!" A cry from the interior of the house answered her, and a sharp cry that one might have thought some animal had uttered it. Old Hauser repeated, "Hi, Gaspard!" and they heard another cry similar to the first. Then the three men, the father and the two sons, tried to open the door, but it resisted their efforts. From the empty cow stall they took a beam to serve as a battering ram and hurled it against the door with all their might. The wood gave way and the boards flew into splinters. Then the house was shaken by a loud voice, and inside, behind the sideboard which was overturned, they saw a man standing upright, with his hair falling on his shoulders and a beard descending to his breast, with shining eyes and nothing but rags to cover him. They did not recognize him, but Louise Hauser exclaimed, "It is Ulrich, mother!" And her mother declared that it was Ulrich, although his hair was white. He allowed them to go up to him and to touch him, but he did not reply to any of their questions, and they were obliged to take him to Loesch, where the doctors found that he was mad, and nobody ever found out what had become of his companion. Little Louise Hauser nearly died that summer of decline, which the physicians attributed to the cold air of the mountains. End of section 51. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio.